Chapter 1, Chapter 1, The Auto Mechanic. It was the middle of the night. Ding! Ding! The phone rang abruptly, relentlessly, with the clear attitude that it wouldn't stop until its goal was achieved. An arm struggled out from under the blanket, grabbed the phone, flipped it open, and accurately pressed the call button. "You have 10 seconds to give me a reason," a muffled voice came from beneath the quilt, "or I guarantee your car will never get another part from me." After a brief pause, he added, "And don't even think about me doing any more modifications for you." It still didn't sound very threatening. But to anyone who had ever come to him for repairs or modifications, it was a deadly warning. "It's Dom." The bald, muscular man on the other end was grinning widely. "Hey, Morin. I need your help." "Damn it, Dom, do you know what time it is?" Morin forced himself upright. It wasn't difficult because the two girls sprawled across him were heavy. It was difficult because, at least on the surface, he was a gentleman. Which meant he had to move slowly and carefully. I know, Dominic Toretto said, sitting casually on a table. "But it's urgent. I need you to help me with some cars." "Then you remember my rules," Morin said, finally freeing himself from the two girls clinging to him like octopuses. He let out a breath and shook his head. "You do remember them, right?" "Of course," Toretto replied quickly. "How could I forget? What was it you always say? Good fences make good neighbors." His accent was terrible, and the quote was barely recognizable. "Don't worry. This time, it's a big job." "How big?" Morin jumped out of bed, pulled on a tank top, and dropped onto the living room couch. "Have you decided to rob a bank?" "No," Toretto said immediately. "Banks are low-end. And besides, this time we're robbing the rich to give to the poor." "Sounds nice." Morin poured himself a glass of clear, fragrant, historically rich, and profoundly plain water. He leaned back. "But this poor you're giving to, isn't yourselves, right?" "Ha ha ha ha." Toretto laughed loudly, then his tone shifted. "Seriously? My sister's pregnant." "What?" Morin's eyes widened. "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. You think I'd joke about that?" "Damn it." Morin stood up instantly. "I'm warning you, Dom. I never touched your sister." "What?" Toretto froze for a second, then exploded. "The hell? I know it wasn't you." "Good." Morin relaxed and dropped back onto the couch. "Even though I originally decided to be your brother because of your sister, I'm a man of my word." "Really?" Toretto shot back. "Didn't you say it was because I was a great driver?" Morin's excuse, which changed every time, was mercilessly exposed. "Let's just say that was also one of the reasons," Morin replied calmly. With his thick skin, small inconsistencies didn't matter. "So," he continued, "it's that kid. Brian O'Connor." "Yeah," Toretto said. "So. I get it," Morin cut in. "You want to settle down and do one last job for startup money?" "Yes. Actually, if it's just money," Morin began, "I can." "Morin," Toretto interrupted, "you know me. I'm not there yet." "All right." Morin shrugged. "When? And the location and target?" "Rio," Toretto said. "We're going after Hernan Reyes. Biggest drug lord there. 100 million in cash." "That's definitely big," Morin said, clicking his tongue. "You're planning to mess with the local king snake. Isn't that my style?" Toretto laughed. "Yeah," Morin replied. "It is. The best?" Toretto asked. "Of course the best. Money's no object this time." "Interesting," Morin said, swirling his water like a seasoned wine taster. "Talking big before you even have the money." He paused. But you know I rarely work outside the city. If I have to travel. I know, Toretto said, rubbing his bald head. Clearly frustrated by one of Morin's many rules. I brought in some extra help this time. Great body. Good looks. No steady boyfriend, as far as I know. And Rio's beaches aren't bad either. Perfect. Morin whistled. Long legs. Slim waist. Pretty face. The image formed instantly. Send me the address. I'll be there in 2 days, with what you need. By the way, how many cars? 4. All right. Wait for my good news. The call ended. Morin tossed the Nokia aside, drained his glass in one gulp, and leaned back on the couch, eyes closed. Finally. He looked at the interface in his mind and let out a quiet sigh. It's finally time to open a new world. In the interface, a full-body 3D projection of Morin slowly rotated. Perfect physique. Handsome face. Above it floated a title. Auto Mechanic Intermediate, 990/1000. Title bonuses. Asterisk Physical 110. As an auto mechanic, you need a strong body to move cars for repairs. Don't ask why you're moving cars instead of using a jack. Asterisk. Asterisk Intelligence 110. As an auto mechanic, you need a brain capable of pushing performance to the limit. Asterisk. Asterisk Automotive Master. You can instantly understand a car's condition. Asterisk. Asterisk Dimensional Wrench. As an auto mechanic, carrying a wrench is normal. What if it appears and disappears at will? That's normal too. Asterisk. Asterisk Intermediate Driving Skills. Yes, you read that right. Why would a mechanic need driving skills? I'll tell you why. I won't. Asterisk. Morin ignored the slightly deranged descriptions and focused on the projection. With a thought, another interface unfolded. Morin. Asterisk Number of job titles held, 1. Asterisk. Asterisk Opportunities to open a new world, 0. 1 chance is granted when a job reaches advanced or higher. Asterisk. Asterisk Current World, Fast and Furious series. Asterisk. Asterisk Physical, 191. Asterisk. Asterisk Intelligence, 193. Asterisk. Asterisk Magic, 100. Asterisk. Morin examined the data calmly. I've been in this fast and furious world for years now. And with the 5th movie about to start. He closed the interface. I can finally open a new world soon. Chapter 2, The Assembly Line of Transmigration. Morin was a transmigrator. This new method of transmigration wasn't exactly new. After an unexpected car accident, Morin, who had been sitting in the back seat of a taxi, ended up here. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the word unexpected deserved quotation marks. Because after transmigrating, he suddenly remembered what the taxi driver had said before the crash. Congratulations, young man. I was just about to get off work. At the time, Morin had just left the hospital with his medical report in hand. He was in despair. Still, out of basic politeness, he forced a bitter smile and replied, "What's there to congratulate, sir? I'm all ready, sigh. That's exactly why I'm congratulating you." Morin had been in a terrible mood and almost snapped back. But he held it in. Now, thinking about it again, the words felt deeply unsettling. So, did the driver mean he was about to send Morin off to transmigrate? Was that why he congratulated him, because Morin was his last job of the day? Had transmigration become an assembly line industry? People clocking in and out for it? Were they deliberately causing car accidents just to send people to other worlds? Wouldn't something gentler like falling asleep and waking up somewhere else be better? Even with all these complaints about this industrialized transmigration process, Morin was still grateful. When he had reached a dead end, he was given a chance. A chance to start over. He was even given a powerful cheat. The only problem was the way it worked. Why am I the only one who has to work honestly to get stronger? Morin sighed, feeling helpless. His cheat was a job system. He could only gain experience from the income of his current profession. $1,000 equaled 1 experience point. At the beginning, this rule was pure suffering. He had started as a novice auto mechanic. To advance to junior auto mechanic, he needed 10 experience points. It took him several months. And that was with help. With Toretto's help. Because Morin was extremely familiar with the fast and furious world. Later, after building his own connections and reputation, his income finally picked up. Otherwise, there was no way he could have reached intermediate auto mechanic, let alone stand on the verge of becoming advanced. The progression was brutal. 10 points from novice to junior. 100 from junior to intermediate. And now, standing at the threshold of advanced, Morin had earned a total of $11 million through this profession alone. And that money only counted if he personally designed, modified, or repaired cars. He tried shortcuts. Paying others. Having clients pay him through intermediaries. None of it worked. The system didn't recognize it. After exhausting every idea, he gave up. There were countless ways to make money in the automotive industry. And while Morin hadn't studied business in his previous life, he understood this era well enough. He didn't know history in detail. But he knew Nokia, Samsung, Apple, Microsoft, Facebook. Becoming a business tycoon might be unrealistic. But buying some stocks? That was easy. So now, Morin's assets totaled in the hundreds of millions. As for how many hundreds of millions, he hadn't bothered to count. If only this money counted toward experience too. Morin muttered. He stood up and headed to the gym downstairs. The physical bonus provided by the system had long since repaired his body. And then pushed it beyond human limits. Morin estimated that a normal person's physical stat would fall somewhere between 1 and 100. At 100, that would be the strength of Mike Tyson. The speed of Usain Bolt. Or even higher. The estimate wasn't scientific. He was judging based on the weights he lifted. But it was close enough. In the gym, Morin casually picked up a barbell with 50 kilograms on each side and warmed up effortlessly. It's been a while, he said quietly. 2 days later, inside an abandoned factory. Dominic Toretto, Brian O'Connor, Tej, Mia, Giselle, Roman, Han. They were all present. O'Connor was introducing Roman and Tej to the rest when. Nice lineup, Han said, walking over to Toretto. There's still one person missing, Toretto replied. Hey. Han frowned. Someone's not here yet. You set the time a long time ago, Giselle added. Before Toretto could respond, a distant engine roar echoed outside the factory. It grew louder. Closer. Everyone inside tensed and turned toward the entrance. It sounded strange, but for people like them, engine noise said everything. They could tell if a car was good just by listening. Oh. He's here, Toretto said, smiling. I can tell from the sound. You two must be close, Roman said with a grin. It's fine, Toretto replied, glancing at him. But I suggest you don't act too cocky around him. Whoa, what's that supposed to mean? Roman's interest spiked. Is he really that good? I'm the great. Roman. Stop, O'Connor cut in quickly. Trust me. You don't want to mess with him. Why? Giselle asked, curious now. Because that guy. O'Connor recalled the scene of Morin taking on 10 people alone. His legs still felt weak. A dull ache ran through his back. He's not human. O'Connor, Mia scolded. Don't say that about Morin. He's a good guy. He is, O'Connor said quickly, wiping imaginary sweat from his forehead. It's just, that one time. Right then, a car rolled into the factory. O'Connor and Mia's exchange had successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. And when the car came fully into view, they all gasped. For a racing enthusiast, few moments were more exhilarating than this. Not crossing the finish line. Not victory. But seeing the car itself. Chapter 3, passing through a garden, picking all the flowers. It was a supercar they had never seen before. The car stopped. Its doors lifted upward. Then Morin stepped out. Beach shorts. Tank top. Slippers. Sunglasses. Everyone froze. Sure, his physique was outstanding. He was handsome. That much was undeniable. But paired with this car? It was completely wrong. What? Morin said, taking off his sunglasses and looking around. Why does everyone look so shocked? Ha ha ha. Toretto was the only one who didn't react. Or rather, he was already used to it. He laughed and walked over, pulling Morin into a hug. Morin, you really haven't changed at all. Why would I? Morin shrugged casually. I've never been to Rio's beaches before. Fair enough. Toretto nodded, then glanced at the car. By the way, what car is this? Even Toretto felt tempted. It was just too cool. I built it myself, Morin said with a grin. Not for sale. One of a kind. What do you think? The exterior was based on the Mercedes-AMG VGT concept car, the kind that screamed I'm rich. The internals were, naturally, the best components Morin could get his hands on. It looks cool, Roman said. But how does it drive? Despite Toretto and O'Connor's looks, his curiosity got the better of him. Bro, can you even drive? Drive? Morin answered calmly. Of course not. Roman blinked. This thing uses the latest AI autopilot. I just input the destination and relax. That's terrible, Roman said, shaking his head. That's a complete waste of a car. Hey, O'Connor, why are you pulling me? Stop talking, O'Connor muttered darkly. Can't you tell he's messing with you? Hey. Roman looked at Morin. Are you messing with me? Of course not, Morin replied, smiling and nodding. Roman. I think he is messing with me, Roman said, turning to O'Connor. No doubt about it, O'Connor said, rubbing his forehead. Morin lost interest in Roman. Mia. Long time no see. Long time no see, Morin, Mia said, smiling as she hugged him. So you're Han. Morin shook Han's hand. Then Tejas. Then he reached the person he had actually come for. Giselle. Gal Gadot. Later known to the world as Wonder Woman. Morin was a man with principles. He had never committed to any woman. Everything was mutual. Clear. Honest. His stance had always been simple. He would pass through the garden. And pick the flowers. Ahem. Only the beautiful ones. That was exactly why Toretto had been so protective of Mia in the past. He knew Morin too well. And he knew Mia wasn't the type of woman who could keep a man like him. As for now, Toretto trusted Morin. Despite being unreliable at times. Despite being a blatant womanizer. He kept his word. Promises were promises. Kindness was always repaid. And there was one more rule. If Morin went somewhere to modify or fix a car, there had to be either beautiful scenery. Or a beautiful woman. Giselle, she said, extending her hand. Morin. Just Morin. He shook her hand and went straight to the point. Want to go to the beach later? Hey! Giselle was caught off guard. Wait! Toretto cut in immediately. Let's finish the job first. He wasn't worried Morin would fail. He was worried Morin would succeed. Too fast. Giselle was part of the plan. He couldn't afford to lose her. They were about to rob a local kingpin. Fine. Morin shrugged. I'm not here to cause trouble. Then he spotted O'Connor, who was hiding behind Roman. Morin smiled kindly. Hey, O'Connor. Let me check if your punches got any stronger. Haha, long time no see, Morin. O'Connor replied stiffly. Years ago, when O'Connor was still undercover, he'd fallen for Mia. At the time, Mia had feelings for Morin. Morin had promised Toretto to treat her like a sister. And he did. As for O'Connor, love made people stupid. Sometimes exponentially so. He misunderstood Morin and Mia's relationship and challenged Morin to a fight. Back then, Morin was only a junior auto mechanic. But his physical and intelligence stats were already at 10. Almost brushing the human limit. The result was obvious. O'Connor was educated. Ever since then, O'Connor developed a mental block around Morin. He had never seen someone that strong. That sounded weird. All right. Toretto clapped his hands. Enough. Let's focus. DOM, what's the plan? Han asked, chewing on a snack. Yeah, Tej added. Why drag us halfway across the world? We've got a job, Toretto said, ignoring Morin, who was smiling at Giselle. A big one. Our target is Hernan Reyes, O'Connor said, pointing at a map covered in red circles. Having finally recovered, he continued. He controls the drug trade here. No records. No paper trail. He's protected by the local police and government. No records means cash, Giselle said. Exactly, O'Connor nodded. His money is scattered all over the city. And we're taking it, Toretto said. All of it? Tej asked. All of it, Toretto confirmed. Chapter 4, The I'll Eat My Words Scene 1. What? Roman gasped. That's insane. You bring us to a completely foreign country and tell us to rob the biggest drug lord here? I thought this was a legitimate business. To him, this sounded less like work and more like a personal vendetta. I'm not a coward, Roman continued after a short pause. But personal vendettas are bad news. There's no way I'm doing this. With that, he turned around and walked off. Whether he was actually scared or just uncomfortable with a personal vendetta was obvious from his excuse about thinking it was a legitimate business. Simply put, none of them had ever done legitimate business. Morin had already taken out his phone and started recording the moment Roman opened his mouth. How could he not? This was a classic scene. We're talking about $100 million, Toretto said calmly, without even turning around. Roman froze mid-step. It was as if a rope labeled $100 million had wrapped around his waist and yanked him back. Without a second of hesitation, Roman abandoned all pride and turned around. What did you say? $100 million. You know, sometimes I'm just too cautious, Roman said as he walked back. After all, we just met. So what you said was pride? As long as there was enough money, pride was something that could be thrown away at any time. Morin looked at his recording with satisfaction and put his phone away. He renamed the file. The I'll Eat My Words Scene 1. There would be more of these scenes in the future. After all, Morin still had other worlds to visit. Once this mercenary job was finished, he would be able to upgrade his intermediate auto mechanic title to advanced and unlock another world. Even though he was already living an extremely comfortable life in the fast and furious world, becoming a multimillionaire, something he had never even dared to imagine in his previous life, he knew this was only the beginning. Recording these moments was just so he could look back on them later. $100 million, Toretto said. Split evenly. So that's 10 million per person. Tej asked, quickly counting. I'm in. No, Morin interrupted. Each of you gets 11 million, well, slightly less than that. Everyone looked at him. I won't be participating in your operation, Morin continued. I'm only providing the cars and the modifications. My share is just the cost of the cars and my labor. Less than $2 million. Top-of-the-line supercars in those days were only about 200,000 each. Whoa, hold on, Roman said, staring at him. You're not joining? Less than 2 million versus 10 million, that's not even a choice. And who gave you the confidence to think your car modification skills are that good? Roman. O'Connor cut in immediately. Sorry, Morin. He doesn't know about your skills. It's fine, Morin said casually. The cars you build yourselves are good enough, and you could get them elsewhere. But with me, you get higher grade parts and full technical support. He wasn't bothered by Roman's trash talk. Besides, he could always send that video to everyone here later. Morin was a generous man. As for your $10 million, Morin added, glancing at Roman with a faint smile, I don't really need it. What? Roman blinked. Why? Because the guy standing in front of you is already a multimillionaire, Toretto said, sounding irritated. 10 million isn't much to him. What? Roman was completely dumbfounded. This time, he wasn't the only one. So you're really a multimillionaire? Giselle asked later. After the plan was finalized, everyone split up to prepare. Morin was heading out to pick up the cars and parts he had shipped over and invited Giselle to come with him. Curiosity won out, and she agreed. In the car, she looked at him. Is that true? Yeah, Morin replied as he started the engine. Why? Do I not look like one? No, you do, Giselle said, shaking her head. I'm just curious about why I have such a good relationship with Toretto and his crew, and why I have money while they're struggling. Morin said with a smile. She paused, then nodded. Yeah. A few years ago, when I first arrived in the US, I barely had enough to eat, Morin said. I had some skills and an auto mechanic license, and Toretto helped me back then. That's how I got where I am now. But even though we're close, there's a fundamental difference between us, he continued. I don't do illegal things. At least, not willingly, and not unless there's no other option. Toretto and his crew are different. They were born with a kind of adventurous spirit, Morin said after thinking for a moment. I tried to get them legitimate jobs. They all refused. He said he wanted to rely on himself. In other words, they couldn't settle down. They were always chasing excitement. Street racing fit them perfectly. If they had been willing to work with Morin, they wouldn't have ended up like this. I let them do what they want, Morin said with a shrug. I won't force them, and I can't. But if they really need help, I'll help them. Helping them escape back then, and providing these cars now, are things I should do. I think you have another motive, Giselle said suddenly. Morin glanced at her. You don't get involved in illegal activities so you can be their safety net, she said. So when they have nowhere else to go, there's still a way out. Isn't that right? Morin laughed. I like smart women like you. It saves a lot of effort. That depends on whether you're capable enough, Giselle replied, raising an eyebrow. I think I am, Morin said. He stepped on the gas and released the steering wheel. Turning his head, he looked at her instead of the road. The engine roared. Fuel ignited. The machine surged forward under precise control, tires gripping the asphalt as the car shot ahead like an arrow. Chapter 5, The Madman. Giselle was also looking at Morin, and their eyes met. It was a gamble. A thrilling, adrenaline-fueled, life-or-death race. Because in this sports car, which could go from 0 to 100 km per hour in 3 seconds and reach 314, neither the driver nor the passenger was looking at the road ahead. And they were on a city street. Time passed quickly. But for the people in the car, crushed by G-forces and violent vibrations, it felt like an eternity. In that moment, no one knew whether the next second would end in a fatal crash. Giselle's expression stiffened. Her eyes drifted, and she couldn't help glancing to the right. Morin, however, kept a calm smile. "FK, you're a madman." Giselle gave in first. She snapped her head forward, staring at the road. How much time had passed? Less than 10 seconds? She wasn't sure. But in that time, how far had the car gone? She had no idea. "Am I capable enough?" Morin laughed, still not turning his head. "Yes. Yes." Giselle said quickly, pointing at the rear of a car they were rapidly closing in on. "Look at the road." "Ha ha ha." Morin finally turned back. His hands returned to the steering wheel, and with a slight adjustment, the car slipped past the vehicle ahead by a hair. "Phew, phew." Giselle sagged back, finally breathing again. Only then did she realize she was drenched in cold sweat. "You're a madman." "No, no," Morin replied casually. "That's not being a madman. That's confidence in my own abilities." He wasn't lying. With his current abilities, he couldn't see the road ahead or predict what would happen 10 seconds later. His brain wasn't that powerful. But he could code. The system's intelligence bonus wasn't limited to learning, thinking, or logic. Morin had never wasted his advantages. He had taught himself a few things. Earlier, he hadn't been messing with Roman. He really had created an AI. Of course, it was a simple one. A heartless blockhead. It couldn't handle full autonomous driving, but it could maintain a straight line and avoid other cars within a set distance. Morin's response was simple: "What? If I built it myself, doesn't that count as my own ability?" There was absolutely no problem with that. "You're still a madman. If you say so." Giselle fell silent. Then she suddenly laughed. "Is this how you usually pick up women? Have you ever failed?" "No," Morin said, shaking his head with a light smile. "I've only done this for you." "FK, so this is the first time?" Giselle's eyes widened. She had assumed he'd done this countless times to be this fearless. "Yet. What about it?" Morin replied calmly. "You're a madman." At the harbor. These were a hassle to ship, and the paperwork was annoying, Morin said as he led Giselle toward a luxury yacht. His men were already on board, moving items from crates into a truck, then transporting them to a nearby warehouse. "Luckily, customs here are very friendly." "Let me guess," Giselle said. "Money." "Money solves most problems," Morin said without denying it. "I rented a yacht and came here on vacation. The things inside were just a little extra." Giselle's expression darkened. Was she being shown up? Standing next to a multimillionaire while planning to rob another multimillionaire felt strange. Something about it didn't sit right. Her thoughts stopped the moment she followed Morin into the warehouse, opened a crate, and saw what was inside. "You call these parts?" Giselle stared at the neatly arranged, top-tier components and swallowed. "I've never seen such a complete set of parts." "As long as they aren't assembled, they're parts," Morin said, raising an eyebrow. "That's actually true," Giselle replied, running her hand over the smooth car frame, already imagining the finished vehicle. "What I say is naturally correct," Morin said, lifting a wrench. "Let's get to work." 4 cars. Not much time. "Where did you get that wrench?" "I grabbed it from another crate," Morin said, swinging his dimensional wrench without changing expression. Meanwhile, Toretto and his crew had begun their operation. Even though Morin hadn't finished preparing the cars, their task didn't require anything fancy. They needed to hit one of Reyes's money laundering locations, tie everyone up, collect the cash, douse it in gasoline, and burn it. Wait, burn it? Roman finally couldn't hold it in. The thought alone made him restless. Why? Aren't we supposed to rob the money? We are, Han said, chewing on a snack. But we're going after the big money. Reyes keeps his cash scattered all over the city. We don't have the manpower to hit every spot. That's unrealistic and dangerous. So we use a strategy, O'Connor continued. Force Reyes to gather everything in one place. To do that, we hide our real goal and make him think. A short while later. Inside the warehouse, Toretto held a gas can. In front of a thug shouting, "You're all dead, and do you know whose money this is?" He removed his mask and poured gasoline over the stacks of cash. Rob? Toretto laughed. No. We're not robbing. Go find your boss, he said, tossing the can aside. Find Reyes. Tell him who did this. He flicked his lighter and threw it onto the money. Gasoline and paper ignited instantly. The flames surged upward, and the stacks once priceless became nothing more than fuel. As they walked out, Toretto's voice echoed through the warehouse. And this is just the beginning. Chapter 6, a tank-like sports car. They didn't take a single cent and they burned my money. Inside his office, Reyes asked calmly. Yes, the manager of the destroyed warehouse replied, head lowered. And he also said, this was only the beginning. Ha! Reyes smiled faintly and walked to his desk. His fingers brushed lightly across the objects placed neatly on its surface. Only the beginning. He chuckled softly. Then his hand stopped. He picked up a heavy metal object, turned around, and brought it down hard. Bang! The manager collapsed to the floor, blood pouring out as he lost consciousness. To Reyes, a subordinate who brought him such news deserved no better. He placed the blood-stained object back on the desk, as if nothing had happened, and looked toward another security chief standing nearby with his head lowered. Clear out every warehouse, Reyes said coldly. Within 1 hour, I want every cent moved to a truly safe place. He leaned forward slightly. After that, release the word. I want those bastards hunted down. Put them all on the wanted list. Understood. Understood. Soon, under the security chief's command, Reyes's men moved openly through the streets with guns in hand. No one dared to stop them. Just as Toretto and his crew had predicted, Reyes began gathering all the scattered cash from his warehouses across the city, transporting it to a single safe location. The plan was working. Force Reyes to move everything into one place, then take it all in one strike. But there was a problem. Oh, Tej muttered, staring at the building Reyes's men were driving into. Am I seeing things? I don't think so, O'Connor said quietly. That's a police station. A notorious drug lord storing his money inside a police station? Everyone fell silent. Well, Roman said after a moment, the difficulty just went from nearly impossible to absolutely impossible. We stick to the original plan, Toretto said, arms crossed. What? Roman spun around. Did I hear that right? You did, Toretto replied. Well, mostly. We modify it slightly. He pulled out his phone and turned away. We're going to need much better cars. This isn't about the cars anymore. Roman protested. Unless you can get us a tank that moves like a sports car. I can't get you a tank, Toretto said without turning around. But I can get you a sports car that's like a tank. What? Roman blinked. He had been joking. Soon, he realized Toretto wasn't. Morin was inside the cabin when Toretto's call came through. just finishing some work on a sports car with Giselle. What's up? Morin asked, turning the ignition. We've got a problem, Toretto said. I need your help. Let me guess, Morin said casually. Reyes stored the money somewhere annoying. He paused. City Hall? A bank vault? Or, the police station? How did you know? Toretto asked, stunned. I think before I act, Morin replied, watching Giselle's long legs as she slid into the passenger seat. A drug lord who's operated in Rio for years, never caught, and became the local king snake? There's no way he doesn't have official protection. You're right, Toretto said. Everything's in the police station now. Then you'll need heavier cars, Morin said calmly. Good thing I planned ahead. He sent an address. Come to the warehouse I rented. I'll show you something. When Toretto and the others arrived, Morin had just finished taking Giselle for a test drive. He led everyone inside the warehouse. A sports car that's like a tank. Morin repeated with a grin. Follow me. He stopped in front of two dark grey shipping containers. Open them. Toretto was already impressed by the crates of parts scattered around the warehouse, but the containers felt different. Just how prepared are you? He asked. Preparation gives you options, Morin replied. And confidence. Toretto pulled open one container. Even with his iron nerves, he couldn't help but curse. FK, how did you even get this here? Roman rushed over. The moment he saw inside, his mouth went dry. You've got to be kidding me. He stared for several seconds, then swallowed hard. Someone punch me. I'm hallucinating. Toretto's arms flexed. Morin's fingers twitched. Neither of them hated Roman, but opportunities like this were rare. Wait, what are you doing? Roman shrank back instantly. O'Connor. Help me. The warehouse echoed with laughter. Chapter 7, but mine is bigger. O'Connor had just arrived and didn't even bother responding to Roman. He saw what was inside the container. Then he completely ignored Roman. UF King. O'Connor cursed under his breath. Are you planning to start a war? His reaction immediately drew everyone else's attention. They turned away from the scattered parts and looked into the container. The moment they saw what was inside, their expressions froze, just like when they'd discovered that Reyes's men were openly stockpiling cash inside a police station. Shock. Stunned silence. Don't exaggerate, Morin said with a laugh. I'm on vacation. This is just a small modification. A fully automatic Gatling gun. Bulletproof body. Bulletproof tires. Reinforced heavy frame. The strongest engine available. Top speed is about 120 miles per hour. It can run at full output for an hour or two without issues. Why only an hour or two? Roman asked. Morin glanced at him. Because after that, you run into a very serious problem. No gas. Inside the container sat a tall, armored off-road vehicle. External anti-collision plating. Thick armor panels. And most eye-catching of all, a massive weapon system that would spew blue fire when active. No one present had any desire to test how powerful that thing really was. An hour or two is plenty, Toretto said. With this, we could probably just rush in and take everything. He paused, then shook his head. But let's keep casualties to a minimum. Reyes's men are fair game. Police and civilians are not. Even if some cops were dirty, that didn't justify a massacre. They were here for money. Not lives. Morin had no intention of getting involved in the operation itself. His role was simple. Provide equipment. Modify the cars. Get paid. Upgrade his title. Open the next world. After that, he planned to go straight to the Rio beach. Unfortunately, Trouble had other ideas. Luke Hobbs. Federal agent. A Mountain of Muscle. Played by Dwayne Johnson. Affectionately nicknamed the Little Rock when standing next to Shaquille O'Neal. Something felt off about that, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that Hobbs was looking for him. Toretto's group had been far too high profile when they burned Reyes's warehouse money. Hobbs's team had identified them using facial recognition. From there, it was easy. They pulled everyone connected to Toretto, filtered by recently entered Rio, and narrowed it down. Finding names was one thing. Finding people was another. Toretto's crew wasn't stupid. They stayed hidden in the abandoned factory. When they went out, they kept their heads down. Rio was huge. Chaotic. Trying to find them was like searching for a needle in the ocean. But one person wasn't hiding. Giselle still had to participate in the operation. No participation meant no share of the $10+ million. So Morin went to the beach alone. And honestly, for a multimillionaire with a good body and a good face, was finding company really difficult? Lying back on a beach chair, sea breeze brushing over him, Morin relaxed as two bikini-clad women applied sunscreen for him while he admired the ocean. And that was exactly who Hobbs was after. Everyone else was hiding. You weren't. Who else would he look for? But Hobbs, Elena said from inside the car, have you looked at Morin's file? He's a multimillionaire. A major shareholder in several large companies. That's irrelevant, Hobbs replied. He's not in the US. If he were, I'd have to worry about connections. Police. Powerful backers. Other identities. But he's not. This is a foreign country. Out here, it comes down to who has the bigger fist. And my fist is bigger than his. Soon enough, Hobbs, completely out of place in both clothing and presence, walked onto the beach with his team. Straight toward Morin. Morin had just finished getting sunscreen applied. Eyes closed. Enjoying the sun. Then a shadow fell over him. He opened his eyes. A bald head. Sweaty. Fuzzy. Morin. In this weather, Morin said calmly, wearing that outfit to the beach. Officer, are you afraid of the cold? He stood up and stretched. Around him, several women including Elena instinctively looked over. Dry throats. Swallowing. Completely unconscious reactions. Women weren't any different from men when it came to visual stimulation. It was instinctive. Morin, right? Hobbs noticed the reactions. And felt irritated. My muscles are way bigger than his. Why don't they ever look at me like that? If Morin could read minds, he'd probably answer. Sorry. Moderate muscle attracts the opposite sex. Excessive muscle attracts the same sex. Also, I'm better looking than you. But Morin couldn't read minds. So he played dumb. Who are you? He asked. And what do you want with me? I'm Luke Hobbs. Federal agent, Hobbs said, flashing his badge. He stared directly at Morin. Mr. Morin, I need you to tell me everything you know. About Dominic Toretto. Brian O'Connor. And everyone else. Chapter 8, Chapter 8, Not everyone's physical fitness is equal. Agent Hobbs, Morin said, nodding slightly. Do you have any evidence that I'm connected to Toretto? You and Toretto are friends. You worked at the same auto repair shop. You've been in contact since then, Hobbs replied, clearly prepared, pulling out a thick stack of documents. I don't deny that, Morin said, taking the papers and flipping through them. He laughed softly. But you missed two words. He looked up. Used to. I used to be friends with Toretto. Now. He shrugged. We're basically strangers. You think that kind of wordplay will fool me? Hobbs frowned. You're just lying to yourself. What I'm saying is the truth, Morin replied calmly. He tilted his head, then waved to two bikini-clad women playing volleyball nearby. "Come here for a second." They jogged over without hesitation. Morin wrapped an arm around each of them and smiled. "So tell me, Agent Hobbs. Do you have any solid evidence that I've had recent contact with Dominic Toretto? If not," he continued casually, "then I'm very sorry, but you'll have to excuse me." With that, Morin turned to leave. But just as Hobbs had said to Elena earlier, this wasn't the US. This was Rio. Here, things could be handled much more directly. "Then I'm afraid I'll have to use force," Hobbs said, striding forward and grabbing for Morin's shoulder. "This isn't American soil. Your money and status mean nothing here. The bigger fist decides what's right." The next second, everything flipped. Morin pushed the two women aside, reacted instantly, and without even turning around, grabbed Hobbs' arm. Over-the-shoulder throw. Hobbs flew 5 or 6 meters and crashed into a sandpit, half buried. Not everyone's physical fitness was equal. Some people, in moments of extreme rage, could wrestle a tiger. Morin didn't need rage. With no emotional fluctuation at all, he'd just thrown a 200-pound man several meters. The difference was simple. Those people might lift a tiger once. Morin could throw Hobbs in a way that left him stunned and disoriented for a long time. With his physical well over 100 nearing 200 and system bonuses applied across the board, Morin's raw strength alone was nearly twice that of a human at peak condition. The same went for speed, coordination, reaction time, defense, recovery. Normally, Morin controlled himself carefully. Unless it was necessary, he looked and acted like nothing more than a well-built man. But when he needed to, was throwing a 200-pound man really difficult? It took some effort. But it wasn't hard. Completely doable. Hobbs lay in the sandpit, eyes unfocused. His worldview was collapsing. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? From his perspective, he'd simply reached out. Then his arm was caught. An overwhelming force followed. And then he flew. What the hell? Hobbs sat up, wiping sand from his head and beard, looking more than a little ridiculous. "I'm sorry," Morin said as he walked over, smiling faintly. "Didn't mean to. Just a small miscalculation." He paused. "But Agent Hobbs, if I may say so, you might need to train more. You're a bit light." He tilted his head. "I do like that saying of yours. The bigger fist decides what's right. Are you even human?" Hobbs finally asked, staring up at him. Morin frowned, thinking seriously. "I think." He nodded once. "Probably." He straightened. "That's enough for today. It's getting late, and my bonfire party is waiting." He turned away. "Agent Hobbs, I suggest you think before acting next time. Otherwise..." He glanced back. "I might not hold back." "Stop!" Elena's voice halted him. Morin turned around. She was pointing a gun at him. "Are you serious?" Morin asked calmly. For a moment, his expression went cold. "You're playing with fire, woman." He paused. "Nope. That was awful." He waved it off immediately. "That whole domineering CEO thing doesn't suit me." He cleared his throat. "So, who are you? And why are you pointing a gun at me?" The sudden shift caught Elena off guard. Despite herself, she relaxed slightly. This man was unhinged. "You just assaulted a police officer in public," she said firmly. "You're coming with us for questioning. Is that so?" Morin raised an eyebrow. "Sounds reasonable. But do I look like a reasonable person to you?" "I don't need you to look reasonable," Elena said, tightening her grip. "I need you to be reasonable." She echoed Hobbs' words. "The bigger fist decides what's right. I agree, Morin replied pleasantly. But I think I'm the one who gets to say that. You have a gun. I have connections. He smiled. Maybe we should ask Agent Hobbs whether he really wants this to escalate. No, Hobbs said immediately, standing and walking over. He pushed Elena's gun down slightly. We can't use firearms. He hasn't committed a crime. Clean record. Wealthy. Influential. He shook his head. This isn't worth making a mortal enemy. Detaining Morin briefly could be smoothed over. But pulling a gun on him in public? With witnesses? Against someone like this? Even if Hobbs succeeded, his career would be finished. And Morin's retaliation would come later. It wasn't worth it. But Elena protested. No buts, Hobbs interrupted. Then he rolled his shoulders, looked at Morin, and grinned. Come on. Let's fight again. Chapter 9, Stepping through the door with your left foot. Hobbs still couldn't understand how he had been thrown. He had seen Morin up close. He knew Morin worked out and had a solid build, but there was no way someone with that kind of body should have been able to send him flying. He weighed over 200 pounds. Yet he had been thrown easily. And far. That's more like it, Morin said with a smile. All right, come on. The moment the words left his mouth, Hobbs threw a straight punch. Morin didn't dodge. He answered with a straight punch of his own. This time, he deliberately held back a bit of strength. The fists collided with a dull thud that echoed clearly. Two arms of completely mismatched size met and the thicker one trembled violently before being forced back. Sometimes, bigger really wasn't better. Compact. Solid. That was what mattered. Had enough. Morin said, waving his hand casually. Goodbye, Agent Hobbs. Good luck with your operation, A&D. Forget it. Elena tried to step forward. Stop! Hobbs barked, stopping her and the rest of his men. He was breathing heavily. Hospital. Now. His hand felt like it had cracked. After watching Hobbs and his team leave, Morin called Toretto and briefly explained what had happened. So you taught him a lesson? Toretto laughed. Not really, Morin replied. If he hadn't attacked first, I wouldn't have fought back. That was self-defense. You guys should hurry, DOM. Of course, Toretto said. Once we understand the situation around the police station vault, we can officially start. All right, Morin said, yawning. But be careful. DOM, after this job, you should get out. You've got a kid now. It's time for a normal life. I know, Toretto said seriously. If everything goes well, we won't need to do this anymore. Morin didn't comment. He knew that plan wouldn't last. Whether it was because Toretto couldn't sit still, or because he would need to save Letty one day, he would never truly stop. At best, he'd just take a break. A few days later, Morin kept his promise and didn't participate in the operation. He only provided equipment and technical support for the modifications. Did that count as getting involved? For Toretto's crew, with Morin's support, everything became much easier. Safety wasn't much of a concern. With the armor on that off-road vehicle, there probably weren't many weapons in the city that could threaten them, at least for now. And with Toretto and O'Connor's driving skills plus their obvious protagonist halo, things were even more stable. They had managed before without him. With his equipment, how could anything go wrong? A jinx? Morin wasn't worried. After all, he wasn't participating. To him, this trip was basically a vacation. Yacht parties. Surfing. Sailing. Skydiving. He enjoyed all of it. Hobbs never came to see him again after being sent to the hospital that day. The medical report stated a minor fracture that would take at least 2 or 3 months to heal. His right hand was in a cast, making it impossible for him to personally lead armed operations. The FBI sent additional personnel to assist him. Elena once suggested using Hobbs's injury report to pressure Morin into cooperating with the investigation. Hobbs had been tempted. But after receiving a phone call, he dropped the idea. If he had handled things decisively from the beginning, dragging Morin to the station first and asking questions later, the FBI would have covered it up. At worst, he would have been scolded and given some meaningless punishment. But now? He had failed. And Morin had made calls. The situation had changed. Wealth often meant power. A multimillionaire carried weight. Especially a multimillionaire like Morin. At the very least, you had to consider whether it was worth provoking him. That was even more true when Morin hadn't done anything illegal, at least nothing they could find. Fabricating evidence worked on small-time criminals. On someone like Morin? Did they want to be sued into oblivion? The investigator who had suggested forcing the issue was transferred the very next day to a department with no real authority. The official reason? He had stepped through the door with his left foot while his superior was in a bad mood. After being warned and reprimanded, Hobbs had no choice but to stop targeting Morin. Even though he was convinced Morin had connections to Toretto, he could only set that aside and focus on satellite tracking and surveillance-based facial recognition. Manpower was no longer an issue. Funding was. Monitoring someone required a place to monitor them. And with Morin constantly partying on yachts, joining sailing races, or skydiving, who could afford that? Hobbs's superior had already been furious that Hobbs had been injured in a fight. If he asked for more money now, would he be asking to get spat on? Hobbs was strong. But he wasn't stupid. As for wiretapping? In this era, you still had to get close enough to install the device. And who could get close to Morin? According to intelligence, either a beautiful woman or a businessman. Among Hobbs's team, only Elena barely qualified as the former, and she was just a local police assistant temporarily assigned as a guide and translator. And she had already met Morin. As for a businessman? The clothing. The identity. The way of speaking. Even if Morin was still taking modification jobs, did they really think he would pay attention to some random person driving up in a junk car? In the end, it all came down to money. No matter the era, money was hard currency. With it, everything became easier. Without it, nothing worked. And since his superior had clearly ordered him to leave Morin alone, Hobbs couldn't get funding for any further monitoring. If he really wanted to watch Morin, he'd have to pay for it himself. Hobbs wasn't stubborn enough to fixate on Morin, especially when there were other ways to complete his mission. Besides, Morin had even sent money to cover his medical bills. But that definitely wasn't the reason. Absolutely not. Chapter 10, Just a Touch for $100 million. On the beach. Wearing sunglasses and standard beachwear, Morin lay on a lounge chair, holding a split coconut and occasionally sipping through a straw. He was bored. No matter how interesting a place or activity was, it eventually lost its appeal. Morin had reached that point. As for beautiful women, they were fine. After seeing and experiencing so many, he wasn't particularly interested anymore, unless they had a special identity. Someone like Giselle, with both looks and figure and relevance to the plot. Of course, this had nothing to do with physical problems. With his current body, that wasn't something he needed to worry about. Morin thought back to his life before transmigration and felt a trace of nostalgia. Back then, he had been an ordinary college student. Plain. Unremarkable. Like Louis Koo. A blank slate, filled with unrealistic fantasies. He lived off the small amount of money he earned writing novels. Some went to his family to help with the mortgage. Some covered his daily expenses. A large portion went to supporting original authors whose works he read, out of principle. He had finally graduated. Found a job. And then, well, no need to continue. But fortune and misfortune really did walk together. Who would have thought that kind of misfortune could lead to this kind of good luck? Maybe one day, he could even find a way back. If that happened, based on the novels he used to read, he would probably gain some kind of time travel ability. Go back to the very second he left. Seamless. Either way, it was a profit. A massive one. But for now, what was he supposed to do? Morin finished the coconut water and picked up a spoon, scraping out the flesh. Then he heard a voice. You look bored. A little, Morin replied without turning around, still working on the coconut. What are you doing here? Are the preparations done? Just from her voice, he knew who it was. After all, she was the only woman in this world he was currently interested in. More or less. I'm just missing one thing, Giselle said as she walked up behind him in a bikini, her tone teasing. I'm not a multimillionaire. If I want money, I still have to work for it. That's fair, Morin nodded, shifting to the side of the two-person chair. What's missing? Reyes's palm print, Giselle said, lying down without the slightest hesitation. Without it, even if we get the vault, opening it will take too long. We don't have that time. We need to open it, split the money, and disappear. Smart, Morin said with a faint smile. Dragging the whole vault away would probably kill Reyes from rage. The safest place turning into the most dangerous one. He paused. But how do you plan to get close to him? He'll be coming to the beach soon, Giselle explained. He's meeting some business partners. They're nervous about him pulling all his money together and hunting Toretto's crew. The city's in chaos, so he's inviting them to relax and reassure them. This is our only chance. And your plan? Morin asked. I just need to. Giselle's hand slid slowly down her thigh. Smooth. Unhurried. It took its time reaching her toes. This. A single touch for 100 million. Morin glanced at her long legs and casually slapped them. I can handle that. And Reyes can pay the bill. I'm fine with that, Giselle said without objecting. In truth, she was quite interested in Morin. Compared to Reyes, the aging drug lord, Morin was far more appealing, handsome, fit, and rich. But, she added, not stopping his hand, her tone puzzled, what exactly are you planning? There are plenty of ways, Morin replied, picking up another coconut and handing it to her. Depends on whether you want it fast or slow. Coconut water. She took it and drank. Fast how? Slow how? Fast is simple, Morin said. Walk up, talk business, have a drink, get the palm print. And slow. Gather evidence. Strip his power. Destroy him completely, Morin said flatly. But I don't like illegal methods. And if I did it that way, you'd barely have anything to do. That's not ideal. You've thought this through, Giselle said with a faint smile. So I'll take the fast way. Too fast isn't good either, Morin said meaningfully. We still need preparation. Conveniently, I'm missing a secretary. Work when there's work. And when there isn't well. No rush. Priorities came first. A secretary. Giselle raised an eyebrow. Then I should change clothes. No need yet, Morin said, looking out at the sea. We're here to relax. Talking business with him will be an impulse decision. That way, he won't have time to react. We get what we want faster. He added, besides, we're not approaching him just yet. How are you so good at this? Giselle asked. Do enough business and you learn, Morin said lightly. Most big deals are made in small places. Usually through coincidence. Everyone knows the rules. It just depends on whether they're willing to play. I suddenly think driving suits me better, Giselle said with a sigh. All this back and forth is exhausting. Driving's good too, Morin replied, sighing as well but in a way that annoyed her slightly. I started as a mechanic. I haven't forgotten how. Fixing cars, modifying them, driving, those are some of the few hobbies I still have. He leaned back. Being rich really does take a lot of the fun out of life. Chapter 11, Inviting Reyes. Morin's net worth was, without a doubt, higher than Reyes's. The term multimillionaire was vague. It could mean someone with $100 million, or 10 billion, or even more. Morin had never bothered to calculate his exact assets. There was no need. He knew one thing clearly: he could spend freely without worrying about consequences. And even the $100 million Hobbs had seized? Not all of it belonged to Reyes. So, Giselle asked, tilting her head slightly, how do we start? It's not complicated, Morin replied calmly. When is Reyes coming to the beach? He's already here, Giselle answered. He's staying at a beach hotel nearby, talking business with his clients. Perfect. Morin casually waved toward a certain direction. A man who had been lingering at a distance close enough to observe, far enough to be unobtrusive, immediately walked over. When you reached a certain level of status, you couldn't do everything yourself. Especially not when you were a wealthy man operating in a foreign city. Morin had long since hired people to handle errands, logistics, and information gathering. It wasn't luxury, it was necessity. What are your orders, sir? The man asked respectfully. There's a businessman here named Hernan Reyes, Morin said. Find him. Give him one of my business cards. Tell him I'd like to discuss a deal. Yes, sir. The man didn't ask any unnecessary questions. He turned and left immediately. Giselle blinked. That's it, she asked. Just like that. What were you expecting? Morin laughed lightly. For me to send you to seduce him. He shook his head. When you have enough power, you don't need complicated methods. You solve problems directly. Giselle hesitated. But, can your people really find him that fast? You didn't even tell them where he was. Morin smiled faintly. My people aren't useless ornaments, he said. If they've been in Rio for days and still don't know the basics like who the local kingpin is and how to contact him, then that would only mean I'm terrible at hiring. He paused. So far, my hiring record has been flawless. With wealth came danger. If Morin didn't have people to filter out trouble, he would have been targeted endlessly by criminals, scammers, and opportunists. He enjoyed showing off strength when it mattered, but only to people worth remembering. As for nameless flies, they weren't worth his time. That was why his subordinates existed, to gather information, handle nuisances, and keep small problems from ever reaching him. If they couldn't even handle something as basic as Reyes, they would have been dismissed long ago. Before long, the man returned. Sir, he reported, we've contacted Mr. Reyes. Coincidentally, he's staying at the beach hotel not far from here. He said he'd be happy to speak with you immediately if you're available. Giselle couldn't stop her eyes from widening. That fast? And Reyes was eager? Was this really the infamous local snake of Rio, someone no one dared to offend? What Giselle didn't realize was that sayings like a powerful dragon doesn't suppress a local snake only applied when the two were evenly matched. Right now, Morin wasn't just a dragon. He was something far worse. Reyes, meanwhile, was already seething with frustration. As Rio's underground king and a drug lord who treated the police station like his own backyard, when had he ever been pushed around by a handful of outsiders? Yet those people had forced him to gather all his money and lock it away. Safe, yes, but humiliating. That humiliation burned worse than any financial loss. Worse still, the situation had become public. His men hadn't been able to find the culprits. The wanted posters he'd distributed were nothing more than a joke. Every passing hour felt like another slap to his face. Still, Reyes had no choice but to suppress his anger and continue meeting his clients. His power came from profit. Without buyers and partners, he wouldn't collapse overnight, but the damage would be severe. He knew this better than anyone. That was why, when his subordinate informed him that a businessman wanted to meet, Reyes initially didn't care. But then he saw the business card. And the background information. A true multimillionaire. A real one. Reyes understood immediately, this was not someone he could afford to ignore. How much of the 100 million in the vault actually belonged to him? Very little. Most of it belonged to others. But this man, this Morin, was pure capital. If he could close a deal with him, not only would he calm his nervous clients, he'd also secure a backup plan for himself. Just in case. It was a perfect opportunity. And that was why Reyes had given such a prompt and eager reply. Chapter 12, you think it's weird to wear that too, right? 8 o'clock tonight. Book a hotel and tell him to come over, Morin said, waving his hand. You guys handle the setup? Yes. The subordinate nodded and quickly left to make arrangements. Giselle asked curiously, why not have him come now? When doing business, even fake business, you can't rush it, Morin said calmly. He wasn't impatient at all. He had nothing else to do anyway, so he explained it slowly. Even if I have no intention of actually cooperating with a drug lord, since we're using this as a pretext, it has to look real. So we need a proper venue. A formal setting. An official-looking meeting. Morin paused, then smiled. Of course, the ending won't be a friendly collaboration. You only need Reyes's palm print, he continued. Once you get that, you can move. And after the operation succeeds, whether Reyes even has the time to worry about me is another matter. If he's counting on me as a last resort, he'll be disappointed, Morin said casually. By then, I'll probably already be gone. Did you plan all of this from the start? Giselle asked, or did you just think of it now? I just thought of it, Morin yawned. Yawn. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have bothered dealing with a drug lord at all. Morin wasn't lying. Even though he'd gone from an ordinary person to wealthy in just a few years, his upbringing hadn't changed. His family background and education in his previous life meant he'd never seriously considered illegal paths. Almost everything he did stayed within the rules. They almost referred to rare exceptions like helping Toretto's crew and getting them cleared. When he first arrived, Toretto had helped him get started and looked after him for a long time. Turning his back on that, Morin wouldn't be able to live with himself. So what do we do now? Giselle asked. This was completely outside her field. She had no idea what came next. Do whatever you want, Morin said with a perfectly serious expression. Giselle rolled her eyes. Can you not talk in riddles? I call this a fabric replacement and conditioning coordination activity, Morin said earnestly. Something everyone needs to do daily. In words I can understand. Change clothes. That evening. Honestly, Giselle said, twisting slightly, clearly uncomfortable, don't you think I look weird in this suit? It's fine, Morin laughed. If you ask me, you should try wearing a full suit of armor. Armor? Giselle stared at him like she'd just discovered a new fetish. You mean that thick, fully enclosed kind? No, no. Arms and legs still exposed. Isn't that just a bikini? Well, slightly more than a bikini. A swimsuit type, armor. With long boots and greaves. What kind of weird outfit is that? You think it's weird too, right? Of course. Who would wear something like wait? She froze. Is that a camera? Why do you have a camera? Nothing, Morin said, nodding in satisfaction as he put it away. Just recording some fun short videos. Something feels very wrong. Giselle frowned. She didn't know what Morin was up to, but that didn't stop her curiosity from flaring up. Before she could act on it, there was a knock at the door. Mr. Reyes has arrived. Giselle's suit had been prepared specifically for this unconventional banquet. Morin was also wearing a suit custom-made, perfectly fitted. Giselle's was another story. With her proportions, finding a ready-made suit was nearly impossible. There hadn't been time for tailoring, so they'd settled for something barely wearable. The kind of figure where her legs practically started at her neck made standard sizing a nightmare. When she sat down, part of her lower leg was exposed. Only when she stood was it barely covered to the ankles. Still, Reyes's arrival meant the plan could finally begin. Reyes entered after being frisked. His subordinates initially tried to object, but under the cold stares of Morin's security team, they froze and backed down at a single gesture from Reyes. One side was a drug lord's security captain, promoted through petty crime. The other was a retired soldier, hired at a high salary from a professional security firm. Who was stronger wasn't even a question. Reyes knew exactly what his men were capable of. They bullied civilians well enough. Against professionals? They'd be dead on arrival. More importantly, Reyes was here hoping for a massive deal. He wasn't about to start a conflict. After some routine commercial pleasantries. Not because I can't write them, but because I don't want you saying I'm padding word count. Believe me. Morin finally spoke. Mr. Reyes, I am interested in doing business with you, he said, gently swirling the wine in his glass. This time, it wasn't plain boiled water, but real red wine. But the prerequisite is simple. You must be able to guarantee the security of our cooperation. I can guarantee that, Reyes laughed. Maybe not everywhere, but in Rio? I can absolutely guarantee your safety. Morin set down his wine glass and shook his head helplessly. Mr. Reyes, this may be my first time here, he said calmly, but I'm not blind. Or deaf. I've heard about some recent events. So until you completely resolve those matters. I'm very sorry. Morin stood up. The message was clear. The meeting was over. It was time for Reyes to leave. Chapter 13, The Monster. The meeting ended on a bad note. At least, from Reyes's point of view. As for Morin and Giselle, who was posing as his secretary, it was a complete success. Wine glasses. Napkins. Preliminary letter of intent. Morin took the UV flashlight a subordinate handed him. He swept the light over the items. Palm prints appeared immediately. Clear. Complete. Every surface had been specially treated beforehand. Reyes's prints were left everywhere. Left hand, right hand. Multiple samples of each. Morin tilted the flashlight slightly. Is this enough? It's more than enough, Giselle said, unable to hide her excitement. The next day. I got the palm prints. Giselle returned to the abandoned factory around noon. She handed several vacuum-sealed bags to Tej. Inside were the items. Tej took them and examined each one. Wine glasses. Napkins. He paused. What's this? A preliminary letter of intent. He looked up. What did you do? Go into business with Reyes? No, Giselle replied. I asked Morin for help. He handled the business side. She turned on a UV lamp. Palm prints surfaced instantly. So the problem's solved. She exhaled. I'm tired. I'm going to rest. I have a feeling it wasn't that simple, Roman said, narrowing his eyes. He leaned closer to Tej and lowered his voice as he watched Giselle walk away. Did you notice? Of course I noticed, Tej said irritably. I'm not blind. That limp was obvious. He frowned. That guy is really that powerful. Which kind of powerful? Roman asked, his tone loaded with meaning. His grin could only be described as lewd. That kind, Tej replied, raising an eyebrow with a matching expression. Giselle returned to her room. She lay down and fell asleep almost instantly. He's a complete monster, she murmured unconsciously. Elsewhere, Morin looked refreshed. He tossed a full memory card into his safe. Last night, someone had badly overestimated themselves. Morin had put in a bit of effort, successfully won them over, and received a full memory card as a souvenir. It wasn't a fetish. He just thought it might be interesting in the future. After all, if he ever met the same person in another world, showing them these videos or photos would be entertaining. For example, letting Wonder Woman see how she herself once complained about that armor being weird. Maybe when they were closer, they could look at other interesting things too. Now that they've got the palm prints, this should be wrapped up soon, Morin muttered. He reclined on a beach chair, eyes half closed in satisfaction. His thoughts drifted. Next world. Next profession. How big the bonus would be once his mechanic profession advanced. Time passed. Whether it was because of the protagonist's inexplicable luck, or something else entirely, Toretto's crew successfully infiltrated the police station and gave it a thorough renovation. Opening the safe inside was impossible. $100 million in cash. Just moving it would take half a day. So they decided to take the entire safe, switch it out during transport, then split the money later in a secure location. But before that, preparations were needed. The cars Morin provided had more than enough horsepower to drag a 10-ton safe. But controlling something that heavy was another matter. To minimize casualties, Morin made a suggestion. Control all the traffic lights in the city. Ted shook his head. That's extremely hard. Two options. 1. Access the control center directly, but real-time control and a clean escape would be a nightmare. 2. Hack the system remotely, but that requires top-tier hacking skills. He sighed. I'm an electrical engineer, not a hacker. We don't have anyone like that. Relax, Morin said calmly, standing on the yacht's deck and watching the sunset. I wouldn't suggest it if it couldn't be done. He smiled faintly. Hacking a traffic control center is easy. Thinking about the destruction the crew would cause later, Morin had already called Toretto with this idea. The movie didn't show innocent bystanders getting taken out. Reality wouldn't be so kind. Route planning and traffic control would make the operation smoother and safer. Why not do it? If that's the case, then that money is yours, Toretto said. I know you don't need it, but rules are rules. I know, Morin laughed. Is O'Connor there? Me? O'Connor looked surprised. Yes. Morin's smile deepened. I heard Toretto raced you and lost $1 million. Yeah, O'Connor scratched his head. I won it fair and square. Everyone smiled knowingly. Morin didn't push it. Sure. Let's say that's how it went. He continued casually, then my share goes to you. Consider it a gift for me as baby. $10 million. Given away without hesitation. To Morin, money was just paper unless it could be converted into experience points. That's not fair. Roman immediately jumped in. What about me? We've met plenty of times. Morin laughed. How about this? We race. If you win, you get 10 million. If you lose, you give me 5 million. How about it? Deal. Deal. All right. After hanging up, Roman leapt into the air, pumped. In his mind, the 10 million was already his. Morin was a top-tier mechanic, sure. But driving? What did a mechanic know about racing? This way, I can make 20 million, Roman muttered. Had. Toretto glanced at him and laughed quietly before walking away. What? Roman froze. My condolences, O'Connor said, patting his shoulders sympathetically. What do you mean? Roman asked blankly. Maybe I forgot to mention, O'Connor said gently. Morin and Toretto raced before. And the result? Roman swallowed. Don't tell me Morin can keep up with Dom. Of course not. Roman exhaled in relief. Morin is slightly better. Chapter 14, Chapter 14, A sound like farting. Roman was completely dazed. Are you sure you're not joking? After a long pause, he finally reacted. He can really beat Toretto? Maybe Toretto let him win, just like he let you. O'Connor's expression darkened. I know Toretto probably let me win before, but do you really have to bring it up every single time? He's right, Toretto said from the side, sounding almost smug. Morin's skills are better than mine. Roman, good luck. I believe in you. Oh, no. Roman covered his face in despair after hearing it straight from Toretto. Can someone go back 10 minutes and slap me? On Morin's side, after hanging up the phone, he smiled and opened his laptop. What he was about to do was both simple and difficult. Hacking wasn't a solution, and Morin was completely self-taught. Even with his learning speed and ability, fully controlling a city's traffic lights wasn't something he could do remotely. He needed internal support, a USB drive plugged directly into the traffic control center's internal computer, connected to the server, loaded with a special Trojan program he had prepared for this exact purpose. Fortunately, that part was simple. Did you bribe them? Morin waved a subordinate over. Yes. And we made a small threat, the subordinate replied. Just to make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. Very good. Morin nodded. He unplugged the USB drive from his laptop and handed it over. Have him plug this in. Give him the money he's owed. He doesn't need to do anything else. Yes. Are you ready? Morin asked through the earpiece. Ready. No problem. Yep. After everyone confirmed, Morin nodded. I'll handle real-time route adjustments and traffic light control. If anything unexpected happens, improvise. Another round of confirmations followed. Go. Because Morin was directly involved, Toretto's crew never exposed themselves through supply purchases. Morin's people had already moved everything to a more secluded location. So there was no Hobbs vs Toretto one-on-one showdown in an abandoned factory to discuss philosophy. Hobbs was still resting at his base, waiting for satellite data to lock onto Toretto's whereabouts. Compared to the original outcome where all his teammates died fighting alongside him, Morin felt this version was much better. As for the armored car meant to draw fire on the road, it immediately drew attention. There was no helping it. Not only did it look like an armored vehicle, it had a massive weapon mounted on its roof. Firearms were common in Rio. Heavy weapons like Gatling guns were not. A weapon that could fire thousands of rounds per minute, basically a one-man army, was overkill in an urban environment. The armored car only drove a few blocks before suddenly turning right. It smashed through a railing and charged straight into the police station compound before anyone could react. Yes. Morin had his people rent a large warehouse just a few blocks from the station and use a truck to move everyone there. For days, Toretto's crew had been preparing inside that warehouse. True hiding in plain sight. Rio's police, Reyes's men, and even Hobbs's team had focused their search on favelas and abandoned factories. That was human nature. Without a god's eye view, who would ever imagine a group of fugitives preparing to rob a police station vault containing $100 million, from a warehouse a few blocks away? It was like the case where a wanted fugitive worked as an actor in Hung Dian for 13 years, appeared on TV multiple times, became famous, even got nominated for Best Supporting Actor only to be caught because a detective happened to recognize him. Hiding in plain sight wasn't about stupidity. It was about no one daring to think that way. Cognitive inertia was terrifying. Inside the station, the police presence was sufficient. Just not sufficient enough. The armored car charged forward under a hail of bullets, full throttle, straight toward a wall. Bang! The wall collapsed. The vehicle Morin had modified handled it effortlessly. After breaking through, they reached the target. The records room. The safest area in the entire station. If Toretto's crew had entered from the front, they would have had to pass countless checkpoints and face fully armed police at every turn. But the garage? Their subconscious had ignored it. Who would rob a garage? Steal police cars? Rigid thinking led to blind spots. They never considered the wall could be broken. Or rather, they never imagined anyone would be reckless enough to smash through it and grab the prize directly. Then... click! Click! Toretto and O'Connor attached the steel cables to the safe, securing the other ends to their cars. Pop pop pop! A rapid, dense sound rang out. Like a continuous series of farts. You could look it up online. The armored car was driven by one of Morin's subordinates. After crashing through the wall, it reversed, giving Toretto and O'Connor room to secure the cables. Then the armored car moved again. The Gatling gun activated. Police rushing in were immediately suppressed. That super dense, fart-like sound was the Gatling gun itself. Praise be to the Gatling Bodhisattva. 6 pure barrels. 3,600 rotations in one breath. Great mercy and compassion to deliver the world. Shell casings poured out like rain. The ammo belt fed endlessly into the barrels, as if a massive, real-life money-eating beast was hidden inside the vehicle. Morin's subordinate didn't hesitate. Didn't shake. Didn't get excited. He was too familiar with this thing from his previous life. He'd used it so much he was sick of it. But now, after several years? Hearing that sound again. It didn't feel bad at all. Chapter 15, Chapter 15, The whole city is cooperating with you? Inside the car, aside from the driver and the subordinate manning the Gatling gun, the back seat was stacked full of ammunition. Even so, the pile was shrinking at a visible, alarming speed. This level of consumption wasn't pointless. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. A Gatling gun meant only one thing. A storm of metal. A storm of lethal metal. Under that kind of threat, the police who had just rushed in retreated without hesitation. Who could possibly withstand this? They might as well have brought a tank. Everyone here was just trying to make a living. No one wanted to die. The officers weren't ignorant of what this station was guarding. That money belonged to Reyes, the drug lord. It wasn't theirs. Charging forward in this situation was suicide. So would they still go? Of course not. They retreated almost twice as fast as they had arrived. Some of the smarter ones even stripped off their police uniforms and bolted. No one was willing to die for a drug lord's money. This job wasn't worth it. On the other side, Reyes had already noticed the commotion. Guided by a police officer, he hurried toward the records room. That money was his lifeline. He had to make sure nothing happened to it. Inside, Toretto and O'Connor had already secured the steel cables to the safe. They jumped back into their cars, shut the doors, buckled their seat belts, and started the engines. Horsepower climbed. Gas pedals hit the floor. The tires screamed against the ground as white smoke spread outward. People often fell into strange misconceptions. For example, believing that if a door was impossible to open, everything behind it was safe. But a door was never the weakest point. The most embarrassing thing was building the world's strongest door and installing it into a mud wall. That was exactly the situation here. The safe was sturdy, heat-resistant, and nearly impossible to crack. But it was only fixed into a concrete wall. And then, Toretto's and O'Connor's cars ripped it straight out. Morin's subordinate, driving the armored vehicle, surged forward, and the convoy burst out together. Reyes arrived just in time to see it. His money. The massive safe containing $100 million. Being dragged away in one piece. Reyes froze. That was his life. Chase them. Call everyone! Chase them, he screamed, jumping in place. Move! Chase them, the police chief shouted, issuing the order. Very few responded. Those who hadn't faced that weapon couldn't imagine the fear it inspired. The instinctive terror of death. They would rather be fired. Rather face retaliation. Anything but die. The only ones who actually pursued were a handful of Reyes's men and a few police officers half-heartedly pretending to try. Even then, the distance between them and Toretto's crew kept growing. That, too, took skill. It was called acting. A Gatling gun and an armored vehicle in a city like this, against officers armed with pistols and the occasional shotgun. The threat level was absurd. Looks like my job is pretty easy, Morin said calmly, tapping a few keys. In an instant, traffic lights across the city shifted according to his preloaded plan and stayed that way. Everyone, stick to the original route and plan, Morin said. If anything unexpected happens, report it immediately. The whole city is cooperating with you, he added with a laugh. Is there a better racetrack than this? I don't think so, Toretto replied, grinning. Thanks, Morin. Traffic control couldn't stop Reyes's men or the police. But it could stop civilians. And that meant Morin controlled the flow. He could open paths. Clear intersections. Or seal roads completely. Every time Toretto and O'Connor dragged the safe through an intersection, the lights shifted. When the pursuers followed, civilian traffic surged in from every direction. The chasers didn't care about crashing into other cars, but their vehicles weren't modified. At this speed, in this density, they had only two options. Stop. Or detour. And for Morin, who controlled the entire traffic network, rerouting and sealing paths was trivial. Other police units and Reyes's men scattered around the city tried to box them in. Most were intercepted by traffic alone. As for the few who slipped through, if the so-called car gods could be stopped by a few nobodies, they wouldn't be called car gods. Along the way, Toretto and O'Connor barely encountered any pursuers. The few they did meet were dealt with effortlessly. O'Connor found it almost surreal. This wasn't a death race. It really was, just as Morin had said, a race where the entire city was on their side. This is insane, Roman said, covering his face. Is this really a robbery? Feels like a road trip. This is what he can do, Giselle said with a smile. He's a fascinating man. Thanks for the compliment, Morin replied, tapping the desk. I heard that. Traffic control like this is unbeatable, Toretto said, shaking his head. And so, something bizarre happened. On Toretto's route, the city turned into a ghost town. After dealing with the last of the minor pursuers, they reached a dark underpass beneath a planned overpass. There, they made the switch. Toretto and O'Connor drove on opposite sides. The safe, guided by a slanted iron plate, slid cleanly into the back of a truck. The Spanish duo moved quickly, unhooking the steel cables from the real safe and attaching them to the fake one mounted at the front. The decoy was dragged away by Toretto and O'Connor. The truck doors slammed shut. They climbed into the cabin. Giselle, at the wheel, drove toward a second prearranged location. At the same time, Morin lifted all traffic controls and erased every trace he had left behind. Reyes, who had finally chased out himself, arrived just in time to see his safe plunge into the river. Get people down there! Fish it out, he roared. Hurry! Chapter 16, Time to split the money. Whether Reyes managed to salvage the safe afterward or whether he suffered a heart attack when he opened it was no longer anyone's concern. Compared to being shot dead by an enraged Hobbs in the original timeline, this ending was actually much better for Reyes. At least on the surface. So we're just letting Reyes go. Roman suddenly blurted out while anxiously waiting for Tej to crack open the massive safe. We're not taking revenge or anything. The moment the words left his mouth, Roman noticed everyone staring at him. Those looks. They weren't looks of confusion. They were looks reserved for idiots. Hey! Roman protested. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Not just wrong, O'Connor sighed, rubbing his temples, but completely wrong. Roman was his best friend, he couldn't just let him embarrass himself like this. Honestly, O'Connor continued, Reyes is in a worse position now than if we'd just killed him. Roman blinked. How? Because of that 100 million, O'Connor replied calmly. How much of it do you think actually belonged to Reyes? Roman hesitated. All of it. Even I can't casually pull out 100 million in cash, Morin said, casually peeling an orange for Giselle. Cash on hand and total assets are two very different concepts. O'Connor nodded. Exactly. A huge portion of that money wasn't his, it was operating capital. And now it's gone, Toretto said, arms crossed. Without money, a drug lord can't function. No money means no deals. No deals means no buyers. No buyers means no subordinates, Toretto continued, voice steady. And no bribes means no protection. And the officials who once relied on Reyes. Morin added smoothly. Now he's just a liability. A hot potato. Roman swallowed. And don't forget, Morin concluded, a lot of that money belonged to other people. Powerful people. The room fell quiet for a moment. So even if we don't touch him, O'Connor finished, someone else eventually will. And trust me, what happens to him then will be far worse than a quick death. Roman stared blankly for a second. Okay, he said at last. All you conspirators and capitalists can stop talking about that definitely already dead drug lord now. He turned dramatically toward Tej. How about focusing on the important thing? Like whether Tej here can finally get this beauty to open her skirt. The beauty, of course, was the massive safe. You can do it, Roman added encouragingly, eager to escape a conversation he clearly hadn't understood in the first place. He hurried over to Tej. Open it. Open it. There's $100 million in there. Relax, Tej said, waving him off. I'm working on it. He placed the fingerprint mold onto the scanner, typed a few final commands into his computer, took a deep breath, and muttered, Come on. Beep. Beep. In the silence of the factory, the sound was absurdly loud. Then. Green. A beautiful, healthy, reassuring green light lit up on the safe. And suddenly. Musical note, Danza Kujiro musical note. Music exploded into the room. Everyone jumped and turned toward the sound. What? Morin said innocently, holding up a small speaker. Why are you all looking at me? Sure, I'm handsome, but I think you'd rather be looking at that 100 million right now. He grinned. Split the money. It's time. To the rhythm of the music, Tej smiled, shook his head, and pulled the door open. The safe's contents spilled out like a river, bundles upon bundles of cash, stacked so tightly they seemed endless. Roman froze. His eyes went wide, his brain completely shutting down. Giselle instinctively glanced at Morin and caught him smiling back at her. They exchanged a quiet, knowing smile. Hans stood off to the side, chewing gum. He glanced over, saw the silent exchange, and immediately looked away. He'd once had his eye on Giselle too, but Morin had moved first. After comparing the two of them, Han had wisely decided to back off. Besides, with $10 million, finding a beautiful woman wouldn't exactly be difficult. O'Connor pulled Mia into a hug. Toretto stood silently, looking at the money before lifting his gaze toward the sky, a faint smile on his face. Morin noticed. He knew exactly who Toretto was thinking about. Letty. Everyone believed she'd died in an accident. But Morin knew better. She was alive, rescued by a shadowy organization, her memory erased, now working for them. Morin had tried investigating but found nothing. He decided to wait. Fast and Furious 6. That was when things would change. Then another thought crossed his mind. Toretto would later get involved with Elena, the police officer. Which meant a love triangle. Morin's lips twitched. Yet. Definitely not telling Toretto yet. Some drama was worth preserving. Split the money. Split the money. Roman suddenly screamed, finally rebooting. Woohoo! I'm rich. I'm rich. Hold on, Morin said, shaking his head. Roman froze. What now? We still have to move the money, Morin replied calmly. Without proper channels, transporting this much cash is extremely difficult. Roman frowned, thinking hard. That's true, he admitted. But it doesn't stop me from enjoying my 10 million right now. 10 million. Morin raised an eyebrow. Roman's eyes widened. Isn't that right? Don't tell me you're planning to kill me and take my share. I knew it. You're obviously. Are you forgetting something? Morin interrupted calmly. Roman paused. Morin smiled. The bet. The $5 million racing bet. Silence. Roman slowly looked down at the money in his arms. In his mind, half of it suddenly sprouted wings. No. No. Roman's tragic wail echoed through the factory. Laughter erupted from everyone around him as they eagerly waited to see how Roman planned to win for sure against Morin this time. Chapter 17, Chapter 1, New World, New Profession, IRS Employee. 1 month later. The summit of Mount Everest. This time of year, the weather on Everest couldn't be called extreme, but it was still completely unsuitable for climbing. Unless someone wanted to die, no one would choose to climb during this period. Howling snowstorms swallowed the mountain, reducing visibility to almost nothing. Then, with a dull thump, a figure flew upward and landed steadily on the summit. In the distance, the rising sun pierced through layers of thick clouds. A golden ray broke through at the exact moment he landed, reflecting straight into his eyes. At this moment, in this place, only he was there to witness it. Let's call it a good omen, Morin said with a grin. He sat down and closed his eyes. Mechanic, Advanced, 1190/10,000. Title bonus H. Physique plus 1100. Intelligence plus 1100. Advanced car controller. Interdimensional advanced wrench. Advanced car driving skills. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. Morin. Number of professional titles held, 1. Available world opening opportunities, 1. Current world, the Fast and the Furious series. After receiving his share of the reward, the $2 million were counted as labor income for his mechanic profession. 200 experience points were added. The profession advanced from intermediate to advanced, and the upgrade bonus multiplied by 10. A tenfold increase in upgrade requirements. A tenfold increase in rewards. Over the past month, Morin had finished reorganizing his businesses, selecting people he trusted to manage them. Once everything was settled, he said his goodbyes to Toretto, Giselle, and the others, then came to Mount Everest alone. Of course, he hadn't told them the truth. He only said he wanted to leave for a while, find a remote place, challenge himself, maybe live in seclusion for a bit. His real purpose stayed to himself. Because the system had made one thing clear. Every time he returned to a world he had already visited, it would cost 10 experience points. So unless absolutely necessary, Morin had no intention of coming back anytime soon. Speaking of which, once his physique passed 1000, Morin clearly felt that he was no longer human. Wait, why did that sound like self-insult? But regardless, he could feel himself getting closer to something like Superman. He hadn't climbed Everest in the normal way. He'd jumped. Climbed. Leapt again. With a solid rock to push off from, Morin could jump over 10 meters with ease. His body had reached that level. That was also why he chose this season. Bad weather. No climbers. Even if he caused an avalanche, no one would be hurt. And no one would record it. Not that he really cared, but avoiding trouble was convenient. It's time, Morin murmured as the sun fully rose. With a thought, he activated his single world opening opportunity. In an instant, his figure vanished. When Morin regained awareness, he was standing in a starry sky. No matter how many times I see this, he muttered, it's still incredible. He was suspended within a galaxy, surrounded by endless stars. He wasn't sure what kind of power was protecting him, but he could breathe normally. No pressure. No discomfort. Randomly selecting a world. The stars seemed to stir, as if an invisible hand swept through them. Light shifted. Stars drifted. Finally, one star was left behind. It condensed into a small point of light and floated before Morin. World selected, Spy Film World. Mission Impossible, The Bourne Identity, Taken, Kingsman, etc. Please choose, Travel Destination. Please choose, New Profession. Morin's eyes widened. A spy film world? That sounded insane. Did that mean starting every day with a nuclear crisis? Choose. He wasn't completely lost this time. After a moment of thought, he reached out and tapped the star. Destination, Langley, Virginia, USA. As for her profession, he glanced at the options. CIA agent, FBI investigator, NSA agent. I choose IRS employee. That's right. Ignoring the first three perfectly reasonable options, Morin selected the fourth, a profession that looked completely unrelated to espionage. And he had his reasons. The system didn't allow him to choose a time period. But based on his previous experience, it would place him roughly a year before the main plot began. He suspected the same rule applied here. Location confirmed. New profession selected. Beginning transfer. The point of starlight brightened, expanding until it swallowed him whole. In the next instant, Morin found himself standing on a commercial street. In his hand was a plain satchel, unmarked. His clothes didn't stand out. He'd been wearing a standard down jacket while climbing Everest, and it happened to be winter in Langley as well. Everyone around him was dressed similarly. Nothing drew attention. Morin took a step forward, heading toward a phone store he'd just noticed, while checking the bonuses from his new profession. IRS employee, novice, 0/10. What do we do in the IRS? Let me tell you. We catch the people the FBI can't. We get intelligence the NSA can't. We deal with the people the CIA can't. In America, only two things are eternal death and taxes. Title bonus. Tax law expertise. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools. Novice spy skills. Sometimes necessary when dealing with special kinds of tax evaders. Novice weapon handling skills. A required skill for an IRS employee. In an instant, vast amounts of knowledge flooded into Morin's mind. With his current intelligence, absorbing it caused no discomfort at all. Everything settled perfectly. Chapter 18, Chapter 002, Sting Operation. In this world, there are three things you absolutely should not mess with, each in a different country. Tax evasion in America. Drug trafficking in China. Being a hostage in Russia. In America, if you're caught evading taxes, losing everything you own is the least of your problems. In China, drug trafficking gets you a bullet. No discussion. As for Russia, if you're taken hostage, there's a good chance the police or military will kill the hostages first, then inform the terrorists, the hostages are dead. You have no leverage. Surrender. As a hostage in Russia, asking the terrorists for a gun and joining them might actually give you better odds. The IRS. America's Tax Bureau. A department that strikes fear into every American. Its authority rivals and sometimes exceeds that of the FBI or CIA. From sending undercover agents to take down mob bosses the FBI couldn't touch, to assigning low-level staff to monitor a restaurant's income for an entire year over suspected tax evasion. Big or small, once the IRS sets its sights on you, people panic. That was one of the main reasons Morin chose this profession. What made it even more absurd was that it wasn't even a traditional state agency, it was a private company contracted by the federal government. Completely ridiculous. America really is a magical place, Morin thought, sighing. He walked into a phone store, asked about a model, opened his satchel, took out cash, and bought a phone. The satchel had been provided by the system. Inside were $10,000 in cash, along with a passport, green card, IRS employee ID, and other documents. All complete. All valid. All capable of passing scrutiny. Back in the previous Fast and Furious world, Morin had received a similar satchel. Aside from different licenses and IDs, everything including formatting and structure had been nearly identical, save for the dates. At the time, Morin had personally verified everything. The identity the system created for him was flawless. Any unverifiable information like parents were conveniently deceased. Only records remained. Unverifiable meant unquestionable. Fake, but real. I have to admit, this thing is thoughtful, Morin mused. Otherwise, I'd waste forever just getting an ID and a job. It doesn't talk back. It doesn't scheme. It doesn't throw mandatory missions at me with a threat of erasure. Compared to those flashy, trash-tier systems people talk about, this one is way better. Morin didn't know if the system was conscious. That didn't stop him from praising it. Gratitude cost nothing. As for why he chose to be an IRS employee, Morin stepped out of the store with his phone and SIM card. Then stopped. And turned back. His sharp hearing had picked something up. I can't believe this yellow monkey has so much money. Must have stolen it from somewhere. That crossed a line. Morin wasn't planning to use violence. He had better tools now. Power. This was a perfect chance to test something. The clerk looked confused when Morin walked back in. Sir, can I help you? To be fair, the man was a decent actor. No impatience showed on his face. Morin's expression turned cold. I'm an out-of-town special agent from the Langley City Tax Bureau, he said, taking out his badge. I'm here to investigate this store for tax evasion. He held up the badge. You accepted my cash and failed to issue a receipt. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. The clerk's eyes went wide. His face went blank. What the hell? This was just a small phone shop. He'd seen Morin was Asian and assumed he didn't understand how things worked here. So he schemed the tax on a single transaction. The saved money would have been half his bonus. Enough to take a girl out. And now? An IRS agent? Arrest? For tax evasion? If the clerk had known the term, he would have screamed internally. A sting operation. Of course, he didn't know that if he hadn't run his mouth, Morin wouldn't have singled him out at all. No sir, please, the clerk said, legs starting to shake. He couldn't tell if the badge was real. But what if it was? The IRS didn't need introductions. If this was real, he was finished. And he'd drag his boss down with him. You're the clerk, Morin said calmly. Where's the owner? Call him. I need to question him. I'll call him right now, the clerk stammered, dialing immediately. What? The boss on the other end sounded stunned after the rushed explanation. A special agent from the Langley City Tax Bureau. Yes, the clerk said, then added quietly, I just thought he was Asian, so I... He's Asian, the boss snapped. How can an Asian be from the tax bureau? Are you sure the badge isn't fake? I don't know how to tell, the clerk protested. Fine. Tell him to wait. I'll be there immediately, the boss said coldly. It's 90% fake. I'll bring a cop friend, expose him, and have this bastard arrested. Oh okay, boss. With his boss backing him up, the clerk gathered some courage. He was about to speak more firmly. Then he met Morin's eyes. Deep. Calm. Thoughtful. All courage evaporated. Our boss said he's on his way. The clerk said weakly. Hat. Morin sneered softly and ignored him. He leaned against the counter and started playing Snake on his new phone. Of course, he'd heard everything. But it wasn't surprising. White supremacy was deeply rooted here. Most people claimed they weren't racist. In reality, they were. Asians. Blacks. It didn't matter. Morin had encountered this plenty when he first entered the fast and furious world years ago. It only stopped after he got rich. Money solved most problems. Most of the time, money meant voice. And power. Not long after, a chubby store owner arrived. With a chubby police officer beside him. Chapter 19, Chapter 3, Between Black and White. So you're the one who's... The boss, Kieran, had just arrived and was about to start insulting Morin when the chubby police officer beside him stopped him. That officer was Brand. At a glance, Brand could tell Morin wasn't an ordinary person. As a veteran officer, judging people's backgrounds was a basic survival skill. It helped avoid provoking someone you couldn't afford to offend and ending up buried in trouble. The moment Brand saw Morin, he knew one thing. Whether this man was really an IRS special agent or not, provoking him was a bad idea. Mister, I'm Officer Brand from the Langley City Police Department, Brand said, extending his hand. We received a citizen report. I need to see your credentials. Since when do the police handle things like this? Morin said, not even looking up. At that exact moment, his game of Snake finally filled the entire screen. After eating the last piece of food in the final gap, the snake grew by 1 block, leaving no room to move. It died. But, Morin said, putting his phone away and handing over his badge, go ahead and check. While you're at it, you can help them verify whether it's real. Okay. Brand's heart sank. Morin's attitude alone was enough to make him believe it. When a police officer asked for credentials, anyone guilty would usually panic or run. Someone who calmly handed everything over either had absolute confidence or was an idiot. Idiots existed, sure. But the odds were low. Reality was often more absurd than fiction, but this still felt real. After checking, Brand was convinced. They had their own methods. No matter how he tested it, the result was the same. All the credentials were real. Valid. Which meant his old friend was in serious trouble. Everyone in America knew the IRS's reputation. Brand returned the documents with both hands, his tone noticeably more respectful. Seeing this, both the boss and the clerk turned pale. They were done. Well, Morin said, raising an eyebrow, since that's settled, if you have no objections, I... Sir. Brand interrupted. He didn't want to watch his old friend lose everything. It wasn't his responsibility, but since he was already here, standing by felt wrong. I think, there might be another way to resolve this. Oh. Morin smiled and looked at him. I'm listening. You see, Brand said, wiping sweat from his forehead and leaning closer, even if you shut this place down, you'll just get a bonus. Maybe not even that. It's a small phone store. If you choose not to report it, he continued carefully, maybe Kieran could offer a more generous compensation. I see, Morin said calmly. You're trying to bribe me. No, no. Brand shook his head immediately. Of course not. This is just becoming friends. And friends give each other small gifts. Yes, yes, just a gift. Kieran hurriedly echoed. Is that so? Morin nodded as if thinking deeply. Then what do you think is appropriate? $10,000. 10,000. Kieran's eyes nearly popped out. 10,000 to become friends with me, Morin said. Isn't that a good deal? Let me guess, he added casually. Your total assets are worth more than that, right? The meaning was obvious. Kieran felt blood rush to his head, but when he saw Brand desperately signaling him with his eyes, he swallowed his anger. That's a very good deal. The word good came out through clenched teeth. Perfect, Morin said, smiling and nodding with exaggerated enthusiasm. I can't believe I've made another friend so quickly. So, my friend, where's my gift? 10,000 was deliberate. Not too high. Not too low. Enough to hurt, but still payable. Enough for Morin to test something. Moments later, Morin counted the cash, nodded in satisfaction, and left the phone store. His IRS employee profession experience increased by 1. That confirmed his theory. As long as the reward was obtained through the profession, it counted whether it was legitimate income or grey income. He had noticed hints of this back in the Fast and Furious world. Before his businesses were fully established, he once modified a car for a Middle Eastern millionaire. The man, pleased, tipped him an extra $10,000. That tip had counted toward his experience. From that point on, Morin suspected something. As long as it was a reward legitimate payment, tips, bonuses, or even grey income it could all count. Later, he ran multiple tests and reached several conclusions. Legitimate rewards could be negotiated. Labor fees, costs, commissions all counted, as long as the other party wasn't forced. Violence or coercion invalidated everything. Extra rewards like tips and bonuses could also count, but only if given voluntarily. If forced in any way, they didn't count, and the total couldn't exceed the originally agreed compensation. As for grey income, what grey income could a mechanic have? Morin wasn't an employee. He was the boss. So it wasn't until today that he finally had a proper chance to test whether professional grey income could count. The result was extremely satisfying. The world was neither black nor white. It was grey. A delicate shade of grey. Morin suspected that was exactly why grey income worked. Of course, he also knew there would be rules and limits. But those could wait. There was plenty of time to experiment. Chapter 20, Chapter 4, I'm not sure which one you mean. Of course, this didn't mean Morin planned to become a small-time IRS employee, relying on scraps of money to slowly grind experience points. This was a spy world. If he was going to touch grey income, he would go big. For example, taxing terrorists. The phone store earlier was just coincidence. The clerk happened to run into Morin at a time when he was looking for something to test. So naturally, he became the unlucky one. Now that Morin had confirmed grey income counted toward experience points, how could he possibly be satisfied with pocket change that earned little and invited unnecessary trouble? He waved down a taxi and headed straight for the Langley City Tax Bureau. The system had already arranged a position nearby, and he was scheduled to start work that very day. Strictly speaking, Morin had just used his badge to extort money from the phone store owner. But there was no misunderstanding here. That owner had evaded far more taxes over the years. And although Morin hadn't officially started yet, the badge still represented authority. If he had seriously investigated, the shop would have been shut down on the spot, with fines heavy enough to bankrupt the owner. This wasn't exaggeration. IRS agents did this all the time. Otherwise, how would they have earned such a reputation? After completing the onboarding process, Morin was assigned his first role. In the tax bureau, employees could roughly be divided into two types. Desk clerks dared to investigate anyone. Field agents dared to investigate anything. Morin was assigned as a field agent and placed into a team. So, Morin, can I call you that? Duke asked while driving. Of course, Morin nodded. All right, Morin. Since it's your first day, I'll introduce you to the job and help you get familiar with the environment, Duke said, scratching his head. Despite only looking to be in his 30s or 40s, his hairline was already receding. Long bangs hid most of it. But whenever the wind blew, Duke hated the wind. First, we'll find you a place to live. After that, we wait for assignments, Duke continued. Usually there isn't much to do. Most of it's trivial. We're generally pretty relaxed. Morin nodded, glancing at Duke's hair. He didn't look relaxed. Those trivial things can be exhausting, Duke added. And in this line of work, retaliation is always a concern. Don't doubt it. Some people are crazy enough to attack government officials. If that happens, don't hesitate. If you suspect they're armed, you're allowed to shoot in self-defense. Duke was teaching him about workplace freedom. Oh. I see, Morin replied. By the way, your gun license is being processed. It should be approved tomorrow. We have a dedicated training range. You can practice whenever you're free. Your assigned firearm will be issued once the license clears. For now, you'll follow me to get familiar with future work, Duke said. But first, housing. Morin listened casually. The two of them weren't from the same world. Morin hadn't come here to be a small-time tax employee. He was here to do big things. So just over 10 days later, Morin was promoted after successfully taking down a drug dealer and collecting a massive amount of fines and back taxes. That's right. The IRS had the authority to tax illegal income, drug trafficking included. And the rate was far higher than for legal income. This was part of what made the IRS legendary. There had once been a notorious drug lord in Chicago the FBI couldn't touch due to lack of evidence. The IRS reviewed his records. No tax payments. He didn't pay taxes. All right. Let's get him. An agent went undercover, gathered evidence, and the drug lord was eventually arrested not for drugs, but for tax evasion. Almost all his assets were confiscated. A classic legend. Not long after, Morin solved several major tax evasion cases of his own. He became another IRS legend. By then, nearly a year had passed since he arrived in this world. Almost a year later. Inside an office. Time off. Morin's superior, Chris, asked. Are you sure? Yes, Morin replied. Long-term combat against crime has kept my mind in constant tension. My mental stress is too high. If this continues, I may develop psychological issues. I need therapeutic relaxation. Nerve tension? High mental stress. Chris looked puzzled. Is there something wrong with that reason? Are you talking about the stress from dating 5 female colleagues at the same time and getting exposed? Or using a drug dealer's money to stay in the most luxurious hotel in Dubai for a month? Or the time we watched a Hollywood movie and saw you in it, stealing the spotlight from the lead actor? Morin's mouth twitched. He didn't look embarrassed. A bit of all of them, he admitted. Fine. Chris shook his head. I don't know what you're planning, but Morin, try to restrain yourself. Everything you've done so far is technically within the rules, but I don't want to bail you out if you cross the line. You can trust me to handle my own business, Morin said, raising an eyebrow. Besides, even if I break the law, who's catching me? That's true, Chris nodded. Then he leaned in and lowered his voice. I heard you slept with a beautiful female FBI agent last time. How was it? Morin fell silent. He thought carefully. For a long time. What? Was it bad? No, Morin replied slowly. I'm just trying to figure out which one you're talking about. Chapter 21, Chapter 5, a name appears on the list. With Morin's physique and intelligence, tasks like digging up evidence on a specific drug lord or gang in this spy-filled world were absurdly easy. As for why Morin kept doing things that his superior, Chris, found strange and random. The time he spent indulging himself with the drug dealer's money was because Morin had discovered that grey income came with a lot of restrictions. That annoyed him. So he went and splurged to vent. Of course, Morin never intended to let the drug lord go. He hinted at a so-called protection fee, then immediately arrested the man. The switch was so fast the drug lord didn't even have time to react. He even wondered if the money he'd handed over was fake. As a result, that money didn't count toward Morin's experience points. This was extremely annoying. So Morin took the money and went on a revenge-fueled spending spree in Dubai. Afterward, Morin ran several experiments and confirmed that even grey income followed certain principles. He had to honor the agreement made at the time of payment for the income to be counted as experience. Morin had many complaints about this. It was grey income. Why did it still have morals? Why should he show morals to a drug lord? Taking their money and then turning on them was completely justified. But the system was clearly a no-fun guy. Heartless. It didn't care about Morin's reasoning and refused to budge. Morin continued experimenting. In another operation, he deliberately brought along a team member. To avoid exposing his true strength, he intentionally acted as though his physical abilities were no different from a normal person. The result, however, was that after Morin and the drug lord made a deal, the team member did absolutely nothing. He just watched as the drug lord ran away. In the end, Morin had no choice but to step in and capture the man himself. When Morin questioned him afterward, the team member responded confidently and with flawless logic. "You're the famous Morin. I trust you know what you're doing. I just need to follow your lead." Morin was speechless. After that, he abandoned this approach entirely. Thinking it through carefully, the problems were obvious. First, he couldn't tell the team member in advance that he planned to let the drug lord escape and then have them capture him. That would be invalidated due to intentional guidance. Second, most team members would assume his actions had some deeper meaning and wouldn't attempt to arrest the target at all. Third, even if a team member genuinely wanted to chase the suspect, it would be nearly impossible for one person to succeed without Morin's help. And the moment Morin intervened, it would count as a breach of contract, invalidating the grey income. So Morin gave up on team operations and returned to solo mode. Since these tricks weren't working, he went back to his original plan. He would involve himself in major events, nuclear crises, leaks of confidential lists, things like that. Then he'd strike deals with either the protagonists or antagonists to earn massive grey income. After all, given the protagonists' capabilities, they would eventually recover the item according to the original plot. If Morin participated as an insider, wouldn't things become even simpler? With that thought, Morin opened his interface. The mechanic interface only had 10 additional experience points. He'd earned those during missions where he had to temporarily play the role of a mechanic. He hadn't had many such opportunities, so there was little change. The IRS employee interface, however, was different. IRS employee, intermediate, 200/1000. Title bonus. Physique, 110, you need a strong physique to subdue tax evaders. Intelligence, 110, you need sufficient intelligence to understand all methods of finding tax evaders. Intermediate tax law mastery, a craftsman must first sharpen his tools if he is to do his work well. Intermediate spy skills mastery, sometimes, you need these to find enough evidence when dealing with a special kind of tax evader. Intermediate weapon handling skills mastery, as an IRS employee, this is a skill you must master. As for Morin's personal interface, there were no major changes. Except for physique and intelligence, which had each increased by 100 points. With his vacation secured, Morin officially began putting his plan into motion. Over the past year, he had successfully expanded his network of connections. Anyone willing to spend money would naturally have many friends. As for how reliable those friends were, as long as there was money involved, they were extremely reliable. Morin combined money with a certain degree of intimidation to build this network, mainly to obtain useful information. For example, right now. I found you. Morin murmured, smiling as he stared at an email on his computer. Ethan Hunt. Prague, the capital of the Czech Republic. Dressed in a suit, Morin entered the consulate with flawless posture and steady steps. Naturally, he wasn't using his real face. On the way there, he had ambushed a guest scheduled to attend the party, used a special device to create a mask, and paired it with a voice modulator. The disguise was nearly perfect. As for where he obtained the mask-making machine and voice modulator, what was a little secret to the CIA? Couldn't the IRS just audit them and take whatever they wanted? Of course, the IRS and CIA weren't openly hostile. They often exchanged small devices as mutually beneficial gifts. For example, the IRS wouldn't audit the CIA, and the CIA would provide some equipment in return. IRS, this is definitely not a threat. It's just a normal gift from the CIA. More importantly, the IRS Special Agent Department wasn't a group of idle bureaucrats. In some ways, they were even more powerful than the CIA. Some of the equipment Morin possessed was more advanced than what the CIA itself used. "Senator, what do you think of the opera?" the deputy consul asked. Quite boring," replied a white-haired yet energetic old man after a brief pause. At that moment, Morin was taking a glass of wine from a waiter's tray. He had deliberately sharpened his hearing and clearly caught the distant exchange. Normally, Morin would slightly suppress his hearing. Having senses that sharp meant being flooded with useless, chaotic noise. Although the boost to his intelligence allowed his brain to process everything instantly, Morin was too lazy to deal with it. Only things that could be reused had value. True garbage had none. And those meaningless sounds belonged squarely in that category. Chapter 22, Chapter 6, I'm an IRS Special Agent. Morin glanced at it, then stopped paying attention. He was only here to confirm one thing: whether Ethan Hunt was carrying out a mission today. As for getting involved, that would come later. At this point in time, Ethan was still just an ordinary CIA agent. He hadn't yet reached the level where he could independently plan and execute large-scale missions, let alone lead one. This operation had been assigned to their team leader, an agent named Jim. According to the briefing, the mission objective was to steal a list of agents from the consulate. That was why Jim had brought the team here, preparing for a stealth infiltration. But Morin knew the truth. The list was fake. The real purpose of this mission had never been to steal intelligence, it was a trap. The CIA had discovered that there was a mole inside Ethan's team. To flush them out, they deliberately fabricated a mission and planted a fake list as bait. And the mole? It was Jim himself. Jim was extremely cunning. Even though he didn't know the mission itself was a setup, he was fully prepared for betrayal. He staged his own death and that of his wife, Claire, while orchestrating the deaths of the other team members, leaving only Ethan alive. Then, everything was neatly reversed. Ethan became the sole survivor. And therefore, the sole suspect. After that, Jim arranged for his wife, Claire, who had supposedly died, to stay close to Ethan, feeding him information and subtly guiding him, all while secretly passing everything back to Jim. And as expected, Ethan and Claire. Morin shook his head. He had to admit, he admired people like this. To voluntarily cuckold yourself for a plan? That was beyond human comprehension. But then again, Morin imagined that plenty of people would be perfectly willing to call Jim a friend. Morin had no intention of directly interfering. Something about that just felt wrong. He wasn't a saint. If he could save someone easily, he might. But in this situation, there was no way to save Ethan's teammates without exposing abilities that didn't belong in this world. More importantly, this was an internal CIA operation. Another team was already watching them from the shadows. Morin had no interest in inserting himself into someone else's internal purge. And if he did act, there was a high chance he'd expose himself. Morin had absolutely no desire to become a research subject. At least not yet. Before he reached the point where he was completely invincible, say, capable of tanking a nuclear blast, he had only 2 rules to live by. First, avoid exposure as much as possible. Second, if exposure was unavoidable, make sure no witnesses survived and no evidence remained. Discretion was the foundation of longevity. Even if his usual behavior didn't exactly scream low profile, given the power he possessed, Morin was already being extremely cautious. He finished his drink, placed the glass back onto the waiter's tray, and calmly walked out. Now that he had confirmed what he needed to know, it was time to make some preparations. Ethan stared blankly at the computer screen, his mind in complete disarray. They were all dead. Everyone was dead. At the safe house earlier, after hearing his superior speak, Ethan had begun to understand some things, but at the same time, even more questions had surfaced. His entire team had been wiped out. Yet in Eugene Kittredge's eyes, Ethan was the culprit. The mole. The traitor. The one who leaked the intelligence. Even now, Ethan could clearly recall every word of his conversation with Eugene. After Ethan exposed the fact that headquarters had secretly arranged another team to monitor them at the consulate, clearly showing a lack of trust, Eugene stopped pretending. He laid everything out. The mission objective had been fake from the start. The list had never mattered. The real goal was to identify the mole inside the team. And now, a massive, untraceable sum of money had appeared in his parents' bank account. Everyone else was dead. And he was the only one who had survived without a single scratch. Ethan didn't need anyone to spell it out for him. In this situation, it was only natural for Eugene to suspect him. And worse, Ethan knew he had no way to prove his innocence. He knew he wasn't the mole. He knew he had been framed. But without solid evidence exposing the real traitor, his guilt was already decided. Ethan also knew one thing for certain. He couldn't go back to CIA headquarters with Eugene. As an agent, he was painfully familiar with their interrogation methods. He had no desire to test whether he could endure torture without confessing to a crime he hadn't committed. So he acted. A chewing gum bomb. An explosion. Chaos. Escape. Now, he was hiding in this temporary safe location, desperately searching for clues. Knock. 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 The sudden sound made Ethan's pupils constrict instantly. Every nerve in his body went taut. A place like this was supposed to be known only to team members, but with a mole involved, even that guarantee was meaningless. Ethan had expected to be found. But before entering, he had deliberately unscrewed the light bulb in the stairwell. He had shattered the glass and scattered the shards across the floor. Anyone approaching the door should have stepped on the glass. There should have been noise. So why? Why had he heard knocking, but no sound of crunching glass? Ethan frowned. He grabbed the pistol at his side and positioned himself behind the wall next to the door. If the person outside was listening for his position, he wouldn't give them a clear shot. "It's me," the voice outside said calmly, as if it already knew what Ethan was doing. "It's me." Ethan frowned. He stayed behind cover and spoke without exposing himself. "Who are you?" "I'm a special agent from the IRS," the voice replied evenly. "Ethan Hunt, you're involved in a tax evasion case. I need your cooperation to investigate a CIA mole who received illegal income and failed to pay taxes on it." Ethan. An IRS special agent. Tracking a CIA mole. Because of tax evasion. For a moment, Ethan didn't know whether to laugh or draw his gun. Can you come up with a slightly more believable excuse? He said dryly. Despite himself, he almost found it funny. Did this guy think he was stupid? Ha, the man outside chuckled. Believe it or not, Ethan. Our goals are the same. Chapter 23, Chapter 7, Everything is a Job for the FBI, continued. Ethan stared at the ID for several seconds. Then several more. The gun in his hand never lowered. An IRS agent. Ethan finally said, his tone flat but incredulous. Yes, Morin replied calmly, already peeling the rest of the disguise off and tossing it aside like a used napkin. And before you ask, no, I don't audit people like you for fun. I'm on a special assignment. Ethan slowly lowered the ID, his brows knitting together. Do you have any idea how ridiculous that sounds? He said. An IRS agent tracking me across Europe, identifying me as the mole, and then knocking on my door after I blow up a safe house. Morin shrugged. From your perspective, sure. From mine, it's just another Tuesday. Ethan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he walked a half-circle around Morin, keeping his pistol trained on him at all times. His eyes scanned Morin's posture, breathing, micro-movements habits drilled into him over years of fieldwork. Morin didn't react. He didn't tense up. He didn't track the gun. He didn't even look annoyed. That bothered Ethan more than open hostility ever could. You're too relaxed, Ethan said quietly. People don't act like this unless they're either very confident, or very dangerous. Morin smiled. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Ethan stopped. You said you've been watching me all day, he said. If that's true, you should know something. Morin tilted his head. Go on. I don't trust anyone right now, Ethan said. Not my team, not the CIA, and definitely not some guy who shows up wearing another man's face and flashes an IRS badge. Perfect, Morin said. Then we're on the same page. Ethan frowned. How do you figure that? Because I don't trust the CIA either, Morin replied casually. And unlike you, I don't even work for them. That made Ethan pause. The room fell silent. After a few seconds, Ethan spoke again. If you're really IRS, what's your interest in this operation? Morin walked over to the table, poured himself a glass of water as if he owned the place, and took a sip. Simple, he said. Someone in your agency has been laundering money through shell corporations tied to US assets overseas. Big money. The kind that eventually circles back to the States. Ethan's eyes narrowed. And that makes it my problem, Morin said. Because when the money crosses borders and disappears into tax havens, the IRS gets very upset. Ethan let out a short, humorless laugh. You're telling me this whole mess, moles, dead agents, blown safe houses started because of taxes? Morin raised a finger. Unpaid taxes. That's worse, Ethan admitted. Morin nodded approvingly. See? You get it. Ethan finally lowered his gun just a little. Assuming I believe you, he said, why help me? Morin leaned back against the counter. Because whether you like it or not, Ethan, you're the only one left who hasn't been compromised. That's not exactly reassuring. It should be, Morin said. You're alive. Ethan was silent for a moment, then asked, and what do you want in return? Morin smiled again, that same easy, infuriating smile. I want you to keep doing what you're doing, he said. Draw the mole out. Stir the water. Make mistakes if you have to. And you? I'll be the guy cleaning up the books afterward, Morin said. And maybe before. Ethan studied him carefully. You know, he said slowly, in my line of work, People like you usually end up being one of three things. Morin raised an eyebrow. Oh. A liability. A traitor. Or a monster. Morin chuckled softly. Which one do you think I am? Ethan looked him dead in the eye. I haven't decided yet. Morin pushed himself off the counter and walked toward the door. That's fine, he said. You don't need to trust me. He paused, hand on the doorknob, and added over his shoulder. But if I were your enemy, Ethan, you wouldn't be standing here right now. The door opened. Then closed. Ethan stood alone in the room, staring at the empty space where Morin had been. After a long while, he muttered to himself. An IRS agent. He shook his head. This world really is insane. Chapter 24, Chapter 8, The IRS is always polite. The ID is real. You can tell. If you still want to argue that a real ID can be faked, then there's nothing more for us to discuss. Morin didn't want to keep playing question and answer with Ethan. He went straight to the point. But what I want to tell you is this, Ethan. Time is running out. What do you mean, running out? Ethan frowned. In truth, he was already mostly convinced of Morin's identity, but his position forced him to stay cautious. There really is a mole on your team, Morin said, switching topics. And it's not you. You were framed. Why? Ethan realized this might be the day he asked that word the most. Because of the intelligence, Morin said, tapping his head. The mole wanted to frame you, and there are suspicious points surrounding you. But the problem is, they're too many. And too obvious. A huge sum of money was transferred directly into your parents' account, Morin continued, shaking his head. Out in the open. Honestly, I don't understand how someone could make such a stupid mistake. If you were the mole, would you transfer the money straight to your parents? Of course not, Ethan said immediately. I'd use an anonymous account, then launder it through cash withdrawals and deposits, or spend it somewhere untraceable. Exactly, Morin said, spreading his hands. The transfer was so blatant it was almost insulting. Of course, I think your superior probably noticed that too, maybe. But he still decided you were the mole. Do you know why? I do, Ethan said. His guard had lowered noticeably. Because I was the only one who survived. That's right, Morin said. You were the only survivor. That's why he concluded it was you. The money was just weak supporting evidence. Morin snapped his fingers. So here's what I'm telling you now. Someone on your team isn't dead. What? Ethan's eyes widened. What did you say? They weren't stupid enough to rely solely on that money transfer, Morin said calmly. They knew it wouldn't be convincing. So they arranged for everyone else to die except you. When you're the only one left, even circumstantial evidence becomes decisive. After all, a mole wouldn't kill themselves. As he spoke, Morin spread several files across the table. You're saying someone faked their death? Ethan said slowly. Who? Some people faked their deaths. Some really died, Morin replied. The one who faked their death is obviously the most suspicious. He gestured to the files. These contain detailed information on everyone on your team. For now, we can eliminate a few. First, the technician, Morin said, lifting one file and setting it aside. He died badly. But CIA agents recovered the body. At least he'll get a proper burial. Second, Sarah, he continued, pulling out another file. She was working with you. She's confirmed dead as well. Her body was recovered. Third, Hannah, Morin said, placing down another file. The remains in the car after the explosion were also collected. He stopped. And then? Ethan asked when Morin didn't move again. That's it, Morin said, picking up the remaining 3 files and handing them over. My rule is simple. A body must be seen. Me, Jim, and Claire. Ethan frowned. Jim was shot. I saw him fall into the water. And Claire was in the car when it exploded. If the shot was placed correctly, even hitting the abdomen, it would cause massive bleeding, not instant death, Morin said. Jim fell off the bridge and disappeared. As for Claire, she wasn't in the car. There was only one body in that wreckage. Hannah's. What? Ethan frowned. That's impossible. I saw. What you saw could be wrong, Morin interrupted calmly. I trust evidence. And right now, there's no proof either of them is dead. Ethan fell silent. After a moment, he asked, what did you mean earlier, about time running out? If my guess is right, and those two faked their deaths, then either both of them are moles, or at least one definitely is. Morin walked over to Ethan's desk and pulled out a small bug taped underneath. He placed it on the table. Your team was scheduled to regroup at 4 a.m., Morin said. He glanced at his watch. It's 3:30 now. I'm leaving. If one of them comes back, you pretend you know nothing. Understand? Morin took out a phone and handed it to him. It's encrypted. One number only. Mine. If someone returns, it means they have a bigger plan. One they'll need you for. So I pretend to cooperate. Ethan asked. Pretend I'm hunting the real mole. Not pretend, Morin corrected. Do exactly what you plan to do. Find the mole. Act like this conversation never happened. I'll be watching. I'll help when needed. And I'll collect evidence. Evidence for what? Ethan asked. You're not really an IRS special agent, are you? Morin put on his coat and gathered his files. All income, he said with a smile, legal or illegal, is taxable. We at the IRS are very friendly. As long as, you don't evade taxes. Chapter 25, Chapter 9, Are you seriously targeting CIA headquarters? It can't be, right? Ethan found it hard to believe. He knew what the IRS was. He knew what they were responsible for. But this mole hunting operation was a top-secret internal CIA matter. Even he hadn't known about it. So how did this IRS agent know? Then Ethan remembered the tiny bug Morin had casually pulled out from beneath the table. His thoughts immediately started drifting. If someone could plant a device like that in a classified location without being noticed, then knowing CIA internal intelligence didn't sound so impossible anymore. Ethan shook his head. He didn't dwell on it. There was no time to. He turned back to the computer and began searching. He still remembered the contact Eugene had mentioned. If he wanted to find the mole, that was the most logical place to start. Morin didn't pay attention to what Ethan was doing. He left quickly and returned to his own location, where he contacted his superior. Chris. The call connected. Chris. After a long silence, Chris finally spoke. All right. What kind of trouble are you in this time? He sighed. Who are you planning to arrest? Why do you always assume I'm arresting someone? Morin replied lazily. Can't I just be calling to say hello? Because every time you call, you've caught another big fish, Chris said, rubbing his head. He used to have hair there. Now it was half hair, half forehead. I've given up on the idea that you'll ever do anything quietly. You can't think like that, Morin said seriously. I'm not some mission addict. I enjoy life. I appreciate beauty. I like having fun. So who are you arresting? Chris cut him off. Someone from the CIA. What? Chris froze. You're going after the CIA now. His voice rose. The last time you arrested that FBI guy, I had to clean up a massive mess. So? Morin sounded calm. It's not like I haven't done it before. Same level, really. I only arrest people who deserve it. You know that. That's true, Chris admitted. His tone relaxed slightly. I hear the CIA's been working on some new equipment lately. We could use this opportunity to get a few things back from them. Then he paused. Who exactly are you arresting? A supervisor, Morin replied. A mole inside the CIA. He's selling an agent list to a Czech buyer for a large sum. Morin glanced at the time. Almost 4 in the morning. He walked to the window, pulled the curtain aside slightly, and looked out. Even at that distance, his sharp vision caught a woman slipping into the apartment building where Ethan was staying. But I need more evidence, Morin continued. I'll have to go to CIA headquarters in Langley. We still have dirt on them, right? Of course, Chris replied. But don't forget they've got dirt on us too. He paused. Are you sure you can pull this off? Of course, Morin said calmly. When have I ever done something I wasn't sure about? He let the curtain fall back into place. Claire had entered the building. That meant everything was still following the original trajectory. I'm confident this time, Morin added. I can make a lot of money. Morin, Chris said darkly, even though Morin couldn't see him, watch how you talk. We're a legitimate department. You make it sound like we're a gang of robbers. Then he hesitated. How much is this lot of money? There's not much difference, Morin replied. If I'm not mistaken, $10 million. What? Chris was stunned. How much did you say? It was 1996. Back then, $10 million was an astronomical sum. No mistake, Morin said slowly. 10 million. At this point, Morin's IRS agent experience sat at 200 out of 1,000. That was after taking down multiple major drug lords across the country, including income from confiscated illegal assets, plus bonuses and salary. And if this operation went as planned, he would gain another 10 million in grey income. More importantly, once the transaction was complete, he could let the other party go without concern. Because Ethan would simply arrest them afterward. Phew. Chris exhaled deeply. Then he asked the question. Are you planning to take down CIA headquarters? Not that far, Morin said, the corner of his mouth twitching. I'm just borrowing their agent list. All of it. All of it. Chris. How was that any different? Are you absolutely sure you can do this? Chris asked again. Of course, Morin replied. Relax. The list will just take a little trip. No one else will ever see it. I must be losing my mind, Chris muttered, rubbing his temples. When do you need my help? I just need an excuse, Morin said. A reason to investigate the CIA. A way into their headquarters. But not yet. I'll tell you when I'm heading to Langley. He paused. By the way, want to take a vacation there? You've brought me some truly wonderful news, Chris said flatly. Good news always comes with risks, Morin chuckled. To gain a lot, you have to take some necessary ones. I know, Chris said. But your vacation is over. Morin. Come on, boss, let's negotiate. The call cut off. Chris had already hung up. Morin didn't mind. A mission was basically a vacation to him anyway. And he understood just how much pressure Chris was under by backing him. After all, that was CIA headquarters. And a complete list of all CIA agents. The value of something like that was self-evident. And yet, even knowing the risk, Chris was still willing to support him. That trust mattered. Chapter 26, Chapter 10, On the Road to Langley. Of course, this level of trust had been built on the many successful missions Morin had completed for Chris in the past. If an ordinary agent suddenly walked into Chris's office and said he wanted to infiltrate CIA headquarters to steal a list of agents and needed cooperation, would Chris just kick him out? Getting kicked out would be the mild outcome. Chris might even fire him the next day for stepping into the office with his left foot first. To gain enough trust and support, ability and experience came first. Morin just happened to have both. Since that's settled, everything on my side is basically done, Morin thought. The rest depends on Ethan. If everything goes smoothly, those 10 million will be converted into experience points. I can unlock the next world. When I come back, I'll just jump directly to the major time nodes and harvest a huge amount of experience. The author has set the timelines of these movies based on their release dates. Returning to other worlds required experience points. For example, going back to the Fast and Furious world would cost 10 points. But it also came with benefits. He could choose any known time node. Morin had already confirmed that these so-called known time nodes were actually the release dates of the movies he had watched in his previous life. For instance, he could jump to any time between Fast and Furious 6 and Fast and Furious Presents, Hobbs and Shaw. If he were currently in the Fast and Furious world, this wouldn't be possible. But from the spy world, he could jump back to Fast and Furious at a specific time node, skip straight to the big events, and earn massive experience. In simple terms, it was like having multiple games, each with numerous checkpoints. If he stayed in one game, time only moved forward. But if he switched games, he could choose which checkpoint to load into and dive straight into the main content. Aside from being unable to load a save he had already played, meaning he couldn't return to a time he personally experienced, everything else was perfect. Of course, the system wouldn't explain where Morin was during the periods he disappeared. After thinking about it, Morin concluded he'd probably be living in seclusion in the mountains and forests quite often in the future. That was fine. Given how he operated, he didn't get deeply entangled with people anyway. And if necessary, he could even return to the time node he had just left. For example, if he ran into a life or death situation in one world, he could instantly leave, grow stronger elsewhere, and then come back. So after this, I can unlock the next world and a new profession. I'm actually looking forward to it. Morin paused. The more I think about it, the more I sound like a robber. Morin put on his headphones and continued monitoring Ethan's movements. Ethan had indeed taken the bug Morin planted. But Morin had never said he planted only one. That bug had merely been removed so Morin could explain how he knew about the IMF's internal mission details, making his story sound more credible. As for the other side, Ethan removed Claire's coat. Claire was Jim's wife, the team leader's spouse, and a team member herself. He patted her down, then pushed her onto the bed. As for why the CIA allowed two married agents to remain in the same team, Morin, listening from afar, still couldn't understand it. But he could ignore that for now. It didn't matter. And Ethan's movements just now, so smooth and practiced. Ethan, of course I'm checking whether Claire is carrying any weapons, to prevent her from hurting me. Straight face. In the original plot, Ethan was probably thinking exactly that. But now, after Morin had spoken with him and shared some intelligence, Ethan already had a few suspects. That suspicion peaked when Claire returned to the rendezvous point at 4 in the morning. Exactly as Morin had predicted. In Ethan's mind, Claire was almost certainly the mole, or at least one of them. If Claire was the mole, then what role did Jim play? Her husband. Missing. Team leader. At the time, Ethan had been trapped in the emotional shock of his team being wiped out due to leaked intelligence. He hadn't been thinking clearly. Morin's appearance had forced him to re-examine the situation and handed him new information. And once Ethan started thinking again, the suspicious details piled up quickly. Each one pointed more clearly at Jim. Ethan didn't want to believe it. But he had to admit it. The person he respected most. The one who guided him onto the path of an agent. Jim was the most suspicious of all. All Ethan needed now was decisive evidence. That, however, was something for later. For now, Ethan used this opportunity to vent his frustration and anger in a controlled way. He also knew where to draw the line. After confirming Claire wasn't carrying any weapons, straight-face Ethan pinned her to the bed and aggressively interrogated her about who sent her. Tisk, tisk, Morin muttered as he removed his headphones. Looks like Ethan isn't as upright as he pretends. Morin knew Ethan's actions had little to do with him. The phone Morin gave him could indeed be used for contact, but it was just one method. Ethan would naturally remain cautious and withhold some information. But Morin didn't need Ethan's intelligence to proceed. In terms of information channels, personal strength, and the resources he could mobilize, Morin was far ahead of Ethan. It's time. Morin began packing. Soon, everything was ready. He sent a message to the phone he had given Ethan, picked up his luggage, and left Prague, boarding a flight back to the United States. Langley, the city where CIA headquarters stood. He was going there to prepare in advance and make sure everything unfolded smoothly. Chapter 27, Chapter 11, Get in the car. Are you serious? The plane had just landed. The moment Morin stepped out of the airport, his superior Chris, the bald man walking straight toward him, dropped that line. What else? Morin smiled. When have you ever seen me mess around? When have you not been messing around? Chris wasn't surprised by Morin's shamelessness. Ever since Morin had taken a full month to return from Dubai, Chris, then still the head of the operations department, had realized one thing. This subordinate was completely out of his control. Chris was smart. Once he understood that, he stopped trying to suppress Morin and chose cooperation instead. Requests? Approved. Messes? Cleaned up. Morin wasn't ungrateful. Since Chris was so easy to work with, Morin didn't mind helping him climb a bit higher, as long as it meant continued convenience for himself. That was how things ended up the way they were now. In just 1 year, Morin became a top agent. And Chris? From head of operations to director of the IRS. When a subordinate is capable, the boss naturally benefits. That only reinforced Chris's decision to back Morin all the way. But this time, he really was a little panicked. That was why he kept asking if Morin was sure. If Morin had said he was going after a few drug cartels, Chris wouldn't even blink. He'd approve it, allocate resources, and casually ask when Morin planned to come back from his vacation. To Chris, that kind of mission was a vacation for Morin. But now, Morin was talking about breaking into CIA headquarters. Stealing an agent list. Even ignoring the fact that they frequently cooperated, the CIA was still the world's top intelligence agency. If this went wrong, if it leaked, Chris wasn't confident he could keep the lid on it. So yes. Asking again made sense. How can something I'm sure about be called messing around? Morin rolled his eyes. They had reached the car. He opened the door and got in. Relax. I've got someone on the inside. Very capable. You're in the wrong seat, Chris said helplessly. I am. Morin patted the steering wheel. This isn't the driver's seat. No. I'm driving, Chris's face darkened. Last time you drove, I got hit with dozens of speeding tickets. I was only going a little over 100, Morin said innocently. That was in the city. Chris emphasized. Not a racetrack. I know, Morin waved him off. That's why I didn't even hit 200. Get out, Chris said coldly. The keys are with me. He raised the key in his hand, smiling smugly. Learned my lesson this time. Power's on my side. Are you sure? Morin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Chris froze, instinctively checking the key in his hand. Look at my hand, Morin said, extending his right hand. Chris stared. There's nothing there. Correct, Morin nodded. Then he flipped his palm. A silver car key appeared. Before Chris could react, Morin inserted it into the ignition and turned it. The engine roared to life. "Get in the car. Chris! How did you do that?" Chris scrambled into the passenger seat and buckled up on instinct. "This is a new car. I just got the keys myself." "In the hands of a racing god," Morin said calmly, "there's no difference between new and old." Chris twitched. "This is a skill only I possess." "You're completely full of it," Chris snapped. "What is it, a universal key? Some new R&D toy? Why don't I know about it?" No, Morin said seriously. "It's my special ability. I can instantly take control of any car and extract the key. I am the god of cars." "I don't believe a word of that," Chris said darkly. "Looks like I need to pay R&D a few surprise visits." "Unnecessary," Morin replied, already shifting gears. "Why would they report frontline tools to someone who sits at a desk all day? That actually makes sense." Chris was still processing when his body slammed back into the seat. The acceleration hit like a punch. "Morin! What are you doing?" Chris shouted. "This is Langley." "Same thing," Morin said easily. "I've driven in New York." He shifted into fifth and floored it. "This car's specs aren't bad. This is my new company car," Chris yelled, gripping the seat. "Of course the specs are good." The windows were down. At this speed, they had to shout just to hear each other. "Trust me," Morin laughed, weaving cleanly through traffic. "Even with an old car, I'd still be faster than all of them." Chapter 28, Chapter 12, The Stomach-Clearing Attack, continued. Chris stared at Morin for a long time. He stared so hard that Morin started to wonder if the man was still dizzy or if his soul hadn't fully returned to his body yet. "You know," Chris finally said, rubbing his temples, "every time I think I've figured you out, you say something that makes me question all my life choices." Morin smiled politely. "That means I'm doing my job well." "No, that means you're dangerous," Chris corrected him bluntly. "And not in the usual way." Morin shrugged and leaned against the desk. "Danger is relative. Compared to me, the CIA is far more dangerous." Chris snorted. "That's the first time I've heard someone say that so casually." Morin zipped up his bag and tapped it lightly. "That list you mentioned, the one involving all CIA agents. You already know what kind of chaos it would cause if it leaked." Chris's expression darkened. "International chaos. Trust collapses. Allies start suspecting each other. Agents get burned overnight." "Exactly," Morin said. "Which is why I'm not the one stealing it." Chris frowned. "You keep saying that, but you're the one walking into Langley." "Yes," Morin agreed. "With a badge that says IRS." Chris's mouth twitched. "You make it sound like a universal skeleton key." Morin raised a finger. "Not universal. Just, extremely persuasive." Chris sighed heavily and leaned back in his chair. "You realize," he said slowly, "that if anything goes wrong, the first people they'll investigate are us." Morin nodded. "Which is why it won't go wrong." "That's not reassuring." "It should be," Morin said calmly. "Because if something does go wrong, it means things have already gone so far off the rails that an investigation won't matter anymore." Chris went quiet. After a few seconds, he muttered, "I hate that I understand what you mean." Morin grinned. Chris flipped through the remaining documents, then shoved them back into the drawer and locked it. "Fine," he said. "I'll authorize temporary access credentials. Limited scope. Limited time." "That's all I need," Morin replied. Chris hesitated, then asked, "You still haven't answered my question." "Which one?" "Who's the guy on the inside?" Chris asked. "The one you're providing cover for." Morin paused at the door. For a brief moment, just a fraction of a second, his usual relaxed expression vanished, replaced by something sharp and unreadable. A professional, Morin said at last. Someone who does impossible things for a living. Chris raised an eyebrow. That narrows it down to half the intelligence community. Morin smiled again, the easy smile returning. Then you'll never guess correctly. He opened the door, then stopped and glanced back. Oh, and Chris. What now? Morin gestured vaguely toward the window, where the distant echo of sirens could still be heard. Next time you pick me up, he said sincerely, you might want to fasten your seatbelt a little tighter. Chris's eye twitched. Get out. Morin chuckled and stepped into the hallway. Behind him, Chris sank back into his chair, staring at the ceiling. An IRS agent providing cover for a CIA break-in, he muttered. After a moment, he added. I really should have retired earlier. Chapter 29, Chapter 13, Beauty isn't exclusive to women. A few days later. Ethan stared at the contact name on his phone in silence, then pressed send. Tom, I've met the arms dealer, Max. I'm going along with the plan. Get the CIA agent list, pretend to sell it to her, and use that to dig out the mole job. Can you provide any help? Morin glanced at the message and replied. FBI employee, I think you already have a plan. Tom was the contact name Morin had given Ethan. FBI employee was the name Morin had preset on the encrypted phone. Anything that could become evidence needed protection. Contact names included. Tom went without explanation. As for FBI employee, everything was an FBI job anyway. Perfectly reasonable. Ethan frowned, thought for a moment, then typed again. Tom, I do have a plan. But with your help, it'll be simpler. Instead of guessing when Morin might intervene, it was better to bring him in from the start. At least then, Ethan would know what to expect. That was his thinking. FBI employee, before that, recruit your helpers. When you reach Langley, message me. We'll talk. Ethan stared at the screen. How did he know? He subconsciously looked around, scanning his surroundings, wondering if Morin was nearby or if there was a listening device. FBI employee, relax. No surveillance devices. I'm not nearby either. Go recruit your helpers. I'm ready. Ethan. I don't remember telling you any of that. And you say you're not monitoring me? Do you think I'm stupid? But he didn't have time to search for bugs or disguised listeners. He was on a train, in a private compartment, preparing to meet the two helpers he had selected. In reality, these two came from an internal CIA discredited list. It was a list of people with special skills and criminal records. The CIA kept track of them. Updated their files. When needed, or when they crossed the line again, they could be found or caught. Every intelligence agency had something similar. Different people excelled at different things. Sometimes, those without formal training were better at certain tasks. Used properly, they could be extremely effective and cheap. Ethan made use of that. He needed technical support. After all, he was about to break into CIA headquarters and steal the most important list of agents from the most heavily guarded server room. That kind of operation demanded caution. Anything less was disrespect not just to his own life, but to the CIA itself. Even if what he was about to do could hardly be called respectful. A few days later. Tom, I'm in Langley. FBI employee, okay. Send me a location. Let's meet. Soon after, Morin drove to the cafe Ethan had chosen. It looks like you've been enjoying yourself, Morin said as he sat down across from him. Find yourself a rich sugar mama. You mean Max? Ethan replied. I guess that counts. An arms dealer who can casually spend 10 million definitely qualifies. Ethan glanced out the window, habitually scanning the area. After finding nothing unusual, he looked back. I thought you'd bring people. Was that necessary? Morin said calmly. Why would I go through the trouble of getting you to Langley just to let the CIA catch you? He ordered a mocha, tipped the waiter, and waited until they left. If I wanted to, Morin continued, I could have taken you in Prague. You're right, Ethan said, taking a deep breath. I looked into you. You really are IRS. A top agent. You've been. Did I come here to hear my resume? Morin interrupted. That's all public information. I'm sure you know I've done plenty more under the table. Yes, Ethan nodded. Which is why I don't understand why you didn't act back then. With your authority, you could have arrested all of us first and sorted out the evidence later. I could have, Morin said, leaning back. But I don't do that. Why? Ethan asked. If you knew, Morin replied, you wouldn't be sitting here. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, cutting cleanly across their faces. Light and shadow divided the table perfectly. Two different kinds of handsomeness. Balanced. Like a painting. Men could be beautiful too. Strong. Clean. Precise. Because. Morin raised an eyebrow and waved to the female waiter, who had just delivered his coffee and was staring at them blankly. After she hurried away, Morin took a sip. There wouldn't be enough profit. What? Ethan tilted his head. Profit, Morin said. Money. Ethan was quiet for a moment. That's blunt. What else would it be? Morin smiled, set the cup down, and leaned back again. What do you work for? Ethan thought for a moment. Before, I'd say the thrill, he said. Now? After my team was killed by a mole, it feels meaningless. That's your answer, Morin said. Mine is money. With money and a good life, you have the time to think about things like ideals. That's my answer. Of course, it wasn't the real one. The real reason was experience points. But that didn't stop Morin from serving Ethan a bowl of philosophical chicken soup, healthy or poisonous, it didn't matter. So. Ethan frowned. You're going to embezzle it? Yes, Morin replied without hesitation. That 10 million. Yes. Morin looked at him. Ethan, let me ask you something. If I told you that in the past year I'd kept more than $10 million, and you knew exactly what I'd done and you had the power to stop me. If you were the director of the IRS, what would you do? Chapter 30, Chapter 14, A deal where everyone gets what they want. Ethan froze for a moment. After thinking it over, he said slowly, I wouldn't do anything. I'd probably pretend I didn't see it. That's the correct answer, Morin said, nodding. My current director does the same. Over the past year, we've reached an understanding on these things. That's how he went from department head to director. And I get to do whatever I want, as long as I don't cross the bottom line. But that's not right, Ethan frowned. It isn't, Morin agreed. Which is why even if everyone does it or most people do, it's never done openly. Everyone's like this, Morin said, crossing his arms. Me included. As long as it isn't discovered, the income is legal. If it is discovered, then you accept the punishment. Simple. Is that why you didn't arrest us directly? Ethan asked. What else would it be? Morin replied. Why would I waste manpower and resources just to help you collect airtight evidence on the mole? If I arrested you outright, I'd be forced out of the matter entirely. That would have made it impossible for me to intervene later. This is an internal CIA issue. If the IRS got openly involved, it wouldn't look good, Morin continued. After all, the IRS and the CIA have a friendly, cooperative relationship. And most importantly, he said, finishing his coffee and extending his hand, our goals don't conflict. You want evidence to catch the mole. I want $10 million. We can cooperate. Ethan hesitated briefly. Then he reached out and shook Morin's hand. I need the best support possible. You'll get it, Morin said, tapping the table. Equipment. Intelligence. And I'll personally be at CIA headquarters to support your operation. You. Ethan looked surprised. How are you getting in? Over the years, the IRS and the CIA have had minor friction, Morin said, pulling a CD from his inner pocket and holding it up. This is enough for me to enter legally. As for you and your team, he added calmly, I'm sure you've already figured something out. Of course, Ethan said, glancing at the CD and immediately understanding. Didn't you just say the IRS and CIA are friendly partners? Friendly cooperation means mutual benefit, Morin replied with a laugh. And where there's benefit, there's always friction. So friction just means you can stir up trouble, Ethan said, thinking quickly, and settle it later with another exchange. Exactly, Morin nodded. Friendly cooperation is just a nicer way of saying it. You learn fast. I don't have a choice, Ethan said with a bitter smile. It's something you have to experience, Morin replied casually. He patted Ethan on the shoulder, then stood up and left. In truth, Morin really did have experience. Counting his previous life, he was nearly 30. And thanks to the system's physical bonus including longevity, his appearance hadn't changed much at all. After Morin left, Ethan stared out the window and let out a long breath. Morin's blunt honesty had put him at ease. As a field agent, Ethan wasn't naive, especially after experiencing betrayal from a mole and watching teammates die. If someone offered help without motive, how could he trust them? When Morin had first claimed his goal was tax investigation, Ethan hadn't fully believed it. Only now did he understand. Morin's real objective was the $10 million. That motive was concrete, reasonable, trustworthy. And Ethan didn't object. That money belonged to the enemy anyway. His real target had always been Job the Mole, responsible for his teammates' deaths. As long as their final objectives didn't clash, cooperation was possible. That was why he had shaken Morin's hand. A partnership where both sides got what they wanted. A few days later, after receiving Ethan's message, Morin immediately got into his car and drove toward CIA headquarters in Langley. Several checkpoints lay along the route, but none posed a problem. He showed his IRS identification and the action permit personally signed by Director Chris. He was waved through without delay. Driving the new company car Chris had just arranged, Morin arrived smoothly at the main entrance of CIA headquarters. If there was one thing Morin genuinely enjoyed, it was this. Legitimately. Openly. Showing up to cause trouble and no one could stop him. Compared to Ethan's covered infiltration, this kind of frontal approach was far more satisfying. The moment Morin stepped out of the car, a man in a suit bald enough to make Chris look modest approached him. Mr. Morin, the man said, I'm Dal M. Starr, head of the CIA's administrative department. His introduction alone took more than 10 words. May I ask what brings you to our agency today? I'm here to investigate certain matters, Morin replied calmly. Concerning the CIA's activities over the past few years. Mr. Morin, Dal interrupted quickly, wiping sweat from his back, this isn't the best place to discuss such topics. Why don't we go inside first? The director was not currently at headquarters. He was already on his way back. Until then, Dal was responsible for handling Morin. And Dal wanted nothing more than to delay. Morin wasn't just an IRS employee. He was driving Chris's car. And he held an active action permit personally signed by the IRS director. That meant Morin represented more than himself. He represented Chris. Anything involving a director was serious. Far beyond what an administrative head like Dal wanted to deal with. Naturally, the CIA director had to take over. Dal didn't want to touch this. He didn't want to be the one sacrificed. So before Morin could even explain his purpose, Dal changed the subject, doing everything possible to stall until the director arrived. Morin didn't resist. He followed Dal inside without comment. After all, his goal was to stir things up, draw attention, and provide cover for Ethan's team. Dal's behavior aligned perfectly with that. If Dal hadn't stalled, Morin would have simply proceeded with investigating the contents of the CD Chris had given him. At worst, the exchange of benefits between the IRS and the CIA would just have to be a little larger afterward. Chapter 31, Chapter 15, If this isn't a bluff, then what is? Soon, Morin followed Dal into CIA headquarters. The moment they stepped inside, the sound of a fire alarm grew closer. Then, a fire truck pulled up in front of the building, instantly drawing attention. "We received an alarm from sections 3, 7, and 12, the lead firefighter said to the front desk. The man was an imposter, Ethan. "Did you receive it here?" "We did," the front desk replied, staring at the screen with a confused look. "But the alarm didn't activate." "Which section houses the air conditioning system?" Ethan asked. "Section 21. "But there's no alarm there," the front desk answered. "I need to go in and check the situation," Ethan said. "I'm sorry, but you can't enter a section without an alarm," the front desk refused. "Do you want the entire building to catch fire?" Ethan asked. "I'm sorry, but that's the rule. No one is allowed to enter a section without an alarm unless there's a..." Before the sentence could finish, the technician Ethan had specifically recruited for this mission, Luther, seated in the back of the fire truck, successfully hacked the alarm system. The alarm went off. "This equipment is incredible," Luther muttered. Where did Ethan even get this stuff? What Luther didn't know was that the gear had been freshly developed and picked up directly by Morin from the IRS R&D department. Of course it was good. "Hey," another front desk employee tapped the colleague who had been speaking with Ethan and pointed at the screen Luther had just hacked. "There's an alarm now." At that point, there was no reason to stop them. "Follow me," the front desk said immediately, leading Ethan and his team inside. This was Ethan's entry plan. First, hack the fire department's system and trigger an alarm at CIA headquarters. Then intercept and replace the real firefighters on the way. Finally, use a skilled technician to hack the internal alarm system and gain access. But to be honest, the plan was riddled with holes. So many that Morin couldn't even be bothered to count them. First, when the fire alarm went off, the entire building didn't evacuate, nor did anyone seriously check the situation. Second, when the firefighters arrived, only one front desk employee was sent to handle it. Was manpower really that tight? Third, Ethan and his team were going to take quite some time. The fact that no one checked on them after such a long period was absurd. It was as if everyone had simply forgotten they existed. Fourth, the air vents. This was the biggest and most classic flaw of all. Whether they were wide enough for multiple people to pass through, strong enough to support several grown men, or clean enough that someone could still find a rat inside, Morin didn't even want to complain anymore. The most ridiculous part was that the CIA installed a laser security system at the air vent exit in the main server room. If you already suspected someone might use the vents, why not just make them smaller? Or shrink the exit? Even if the headquarters was so crowded that it needed such massive air vents, whose vents were just empty tunnels with no fans. Was it natural ventilation? It was completely preposterous. Honestly, Morin felt insulted. But they weren't his teammates. And the dumber the opposition, the better. Even though the CIA wasn't truly his enemy, they were currently standing in the way of what he wanted. That was enough. Morin hoped the entire CIA staff stayed blind, that Ethan smoothly obtained the list, and that he himself got the 10 million. After that, he'd catch Jim the Mole and hand him over to Ethan. Transaction complete. So despite all the complaints running through his head, Morin showed nothing on his face. He simply turned to Dal. "Dal, what were you saying earlier? Hey! Dal blinked, momentarily lost, then snapped back. Alright. We were talking about the CIA's renovation plan for next year. Morin, hey! When did that happen? Yes, you might not know yet, Dal continued smoothly, but we're planning a large-scale renovation next year to modernize the old building. Dal's storytelling skills essential for the head of administration kicked in immediately, including the air ventilation system and several other areas. It's going to require a significant amount of funding. As he spoke, Dal led Morin toward the reception room, completely unaware that he had just brushed past a life-or-death moment. The moment Morin heard the words renovating the air vent system, his first instinct was that he'd been exposed. For a split second, he was already weighing whether to make a move. But he quickly calmed himself. Dal wasn't that smart. It wasn't contempt. From any angle, Dal simply didn't have the ability or the information channels to know about Ethan or his plan. A bluff. This had to be a bluff. Besides, Morin hadn't noticed anything unusual on Dal's face. And even if he had been exposed, Morin wouldn't immediately resort to killing. The objective was just to get the list. If things escalated and someone died, it would benefit no one. Morin wasn't afraid. He just preferred less trouble. Ethan also spotted Morin standing off to the side, but with his current disguise, there was no way to greet him. He followed the front desk employee and hurried toward Section 21. Inside a car speeding toward CIA headquarters, a man tried calling again. Just like the dozen times before, there was no answer. Fuck. He threw the phone aside. What the hell are they doing not picking up? The man was the CIA director. Brown query. After receiving Dal's call and hearing the situation, he had immediately ordered his driver to head for headquarters. As the head of such a massive intelligence agency, Brown knew exactly what the CIA did on a daily basis. He also knew just how disastrous an IRS investigation could be. But under normal circumstances, the IRS wouldn't come knocking without reason. Both sides held plenty of leverage and plenty of dirt on each other. They existed in a delicate balance. At most, there were small frictions. But this time, what was happening? Were they really turning on each other for no reason at all? Brown was furious. And completely in the dark. Chapter 32, Chapter 16, Language is an Art. After all, under normal circumstances, they didn't interfere with one another. Sometimes they even cooperated. But today? Someone had suddenly kicked in the door and started rummaging through their house. Who wouldn't be confused? Who wouldn't be dumbfounded? Face-changing didn't happen this fast. Well, maybe Trump could manage it. Naturally, Brown immediately tried to call Chris, the director of the IRS. But Chris, having been warned in advance by Morin, had already unplugged his phone. The phone is off, so I can't hear it. Won't pick up, he, how frustrating. Chris lay comfortably on his couch at home, repeating Morin's exact words from earlier. The more he thought about it, the funnier it became. Then, I'm kind of hungry. Chris stood up, strolled to the fridge, and started rummaging around for something to eat. As for the chaos at CIA headquarters, not his problem. Meanwhile, Ethan and his team had successfully slipped inside. They knocked out the front desk employee in the storage room where the alarm system was located, changed clothes, and began preparing for the mission. As for why no one had come to check on them? Because we've decided to fundamentally reform the CIA's internal management system. Dal had just finished explaining, in great detail, all the places the CIA was supposedly planning to renovate. Seeing that he was about to run out of filler and that Morin looked like he might finally ask about the real reason for his visit, Dal had a flash of inspiration and immediately switched topics again. Oh! Morin, more than happy to let time tick away, asked casually. And how do you plan to do that? Dal seized the opening like a drowning man grabbing a life raft. Right now, our management system has many problems, he began solemnly. For example, responsibility distribution. Many tasks are handled by only 1 or 2 people. While accountability is clear, efficiency is extremely low. He launched into a flawless performance, drawing on years of administrative experience. We plan to implement a cross-management structure to improve efficiency, optimize personnel deployment, strengthen security, and patch existing loopholes in our system. Of course, this will require significant funding. Morin looked at Dal with a complicated expression. At this point, he genuinely couldn't tell. Was this man pretending to be stupid, or was he actually stupid? If he was actually stupid, then his ability to accurately identify CIA's internal flaws was impressive. If he was pretending? That didn't make sense. Because if Dal really knew the details of Ethan's mission and knew Morin was cooperating with Ethan, then there was no reason for him to be stalling like this. Which meant another bluff? Morin listened quietly, nodding now and then, occasionally offering a vague response. Inside his mind, however, dozens of contingency plans were already forming. No matter what Dal was really up to, Morin wasn't worried. In this world, he was essentially superhuman, never mind the high-tech toys provided by the IRS R&D department. Self-preservation was not an issue. And a direct confrontation was unlikely. After all, Morin's identity alone was something even Brown, the CIA director, had to tread carefully around. After trying Chris's number again and still failing, Brown finally gave up. He clenched his jaw and muttered to himself. Since you're the one who wants to turn against me, don't blame me. Then he called Dal. At that moment, Dal was still in full performance mode, rambling enthusiastically while Morin played the perfect audience. Both men had their own agendas, and both were very satisfied with how much time they were killing. Then, ding, ding, ding. Dal's phone rang. My apologies, Dal said reflexively, without even looking at the screen, and silenced it immediately. Let's continue discussing. He was convinced he had Morin completely fooled. The conversation had already drifted from CIA renovation to organizational optimization, and now it had wandered into daily life, entertainment, and bizarre anecdotes. Dal was confident. As long as Morin didn't bring up the real purpose of his visit, Dal could keep talking until midnight without repeating himself. After all, as the head of administration, wasn't this his specialty? Changing topics. Dodging questions. Calling a deer a horse. Borrowing authority. Making things up on the fly. Dal was very good at his job. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang again, persistent this time. As Dal reached out to silence it once more, he glanced at the caller ID. And froze. At the same time, he almost sighed in relief. Finally, the scapegoat, no, the savior has arrived. Dal immediately turned to Morin. My apologies, Mr. Morin. The director is calling. I'll need to step out for a moment. Please do, Morin replied calmly, lifting his coffee cup. Morin hadn't seen the caller ID, but he didn't need to. Dal had ignored the call before. Now he couldn't ignore it. Which meant the person on the other end could absolve Dal of responsibility and, more importantly, make the tax issue disappear. The identity of the caller was obvious. Morin sipped his coffee, unhurried, waiting patiently. Outside the reception room, Dal closed the door and answered the phone. Director. Dal said respectfully. I was just speaking with the IRS agent, Morin. That's why I was late in answering. He couldn't make Brown take the blame too obviously. That would come back to haunt him later. So his wording was careful, subtly conveying I'm doing exactly what you told me to do. Although Brown's order had been to stall, probe, and get Morin to leave, what Dal had actually done was slightly different. But Language is an art. With a few skillful sentences, Dal neatly summarized his actions, making them sound perfectly aligned with Brown's intentions. And that was why. No matter the country, no matter the system. If you want to climb the ladder in a bureaucratic organization, the most important skill is not strength, not intelligence, but knowing how to speak. Chapter 33, Chapter 17, I'm here for a friendly exchange, continued. Dal's smile stiffened so badly it was on the verge of cracking. For a moment, he seriously suspected that the man in front of him was deliberately humiliating him and by extension, the CIA. A friendly exchange? Between the IRS and the CIA? In this situation? If Morin were holding a knife right now, Dal would have believed him more if he said, I'm just here to borrow some blood. Mr. Morin, Dal said slowly, choosing every word with extreme care, your explanation is, quite unexpected. Morin nodded solemnly. I get that a lot. Dal took a deep breath. You're saying that the Internal Revenue Service wants to conduct technical and managerial exchanges with the CIA? Yes, Morin replied without hesitation. In-depth, hands-on, face-to-face exchanges. Dal's eyelid twitched. Face-to-face. Hands-on. Every word sounded increasingly dangerous the more Morin spoke. And, Morin continued helpfully, since your agency has such rich experience in intelligence work, information security, covert operations, internal management, and counterintelligence. Dal felt his scalp tighten. We believe there's a lot worth learning from, Morin finished, smiling politely. Learning? You already dismantled half our internal security and walked into the conference room like it was a cafe. Dal instinctively wanted to ask, what exactly do you still need to learn? But he didn't dare. Because Morin's tone was calm. Too calm. This was not the tone of someone asking for permission. This was the tone of someone announcing a decision. And how, Dal asked carefully, do you propose we carry out this exchange? Morin brightened slightly, as if pleased he'd finally been asked the right question. Oh, that's simple, he said. We start with observation. Observation. Dal repeated. Yes, Morin nodded. We observe your workflows, your data management systems, your internal authorization logic, your response mechanisms. Dal's brain began screaming. And then, Morin continued smoothly, we compare them with ours. Dal swallowed. Compare. Yes, Morin said thoughtfully. To see where we're lacking. And where you might improve. Improve. Dal felt like he'd just been told that a burglar wanted to critique the quality of his locks after breaking into his house. Before he could respond, Morin added casually, of course, this is a two-way exchange. Dal latched onto that phrase like a drowning man grabbing driftwood. A two-way exchange, he asked quickly. Naturally, Morin said. We're very fair. Dal straightened slightly. And what exactly would the CIA gain from this? Morin looked genuinely surprised. Well, he said, you'd gain peace of mind. Peace of mind? Yes, Morin nodded seriously. Because once we fully understand your systems, there will be far fewer misunderstandings between our departments in the future. Dal. That was not comforting. That was terrifying. Before Dal could formulate a response, the conference room door suddenly opened again. A man with a shiny bald head, sharp eyes, and a visibly suppressed temper strode in. Brown. The CIA director had arrived. The moment he entered, his gaze locked onto Morin like a missile acquiring its target. So, Brown said coldly, you're the IRS man. Morin stood up immediately, his expression respectful and professional. Yes, sir, he said, extending his hand. Morin. A pleasure to finally meet you. Brown did not shake his hand. He stared at it for 2 seconds, then looked Morin straight in the eyes. A friendly exchange, Brown said slowly. That's what you're calling this? Morin nodded sincerely. Yes, Director Brown. Friendly, constructive, mutually beneficial. Brown laughed, but there was no humor in it. You walked into my headquarters uninvited, tore open internal defenses, scared my staff half to death, and now you're telling me this is friendly. Morin thought for a moment. When you put it like that, he admitted, it does sound a bit abrupt. Brown's eyebrow twitched. But, Morin added calmly, we didn't leak anything, break anything irreversibly, or arrest anyone. That already shows goodwill. The room fell silent. Dahl felt like he was watching two apex predators slowly circle each other. Brown stared at Morin for a long time. Then he spoke again, his voice low and dangerous. And if I refuse? Morin met his gaze without flinching. Then, he said politely, this exchange will become less friendly. The silence deepened. Brown's fists clenched. Dahl's heart skipped a beat. Morin, however, simply smiled. Relax, Director Brown, he said reassuringly. We prefer cooperation. Then he added, almost as an afterthought. But we're very good at unilateral learning, too. Chapter 34, Chapter 18, When the question mark appears. While Brown was on the phone with Dahl, saying a whole lot of nothing, Morin received a message from Ethan. Ethan Hunt, I have the item. Clean getaway. FBI employee, contact me once you leave. Don't forget our partnership. Ethan Hunt, I have a good memory. FBI employee, just in case. After giving Ethan a subtle warning and receiving confirmation, Morin put his phone away and waited for Dahl to return. Even if Ethan decided to run off with the item or stab him in the back, Morin already had countermeasures prepared. He wasn't worried about things going sideways. It would just be troublesome. Morin didn't fear trouble, but he disliked unnecessary hassle. So issuing a preemptive warning to eliminate potential risks was simply standard procedure. Since Ethan already had the item, Morin's task here was finished. Ethan had moved too quickly. Morin hadn't even reached the real point of his visit yet. If he had already revealed his true purpose, he would have been forced to follow through. Abruptly changing topics would only invite suspicion. But the situation worked in his favor. Up to now, Morin had just been chatting casually with Dahl, never once getting to the point. Which meant now, he could say whatever he wanted. As long as it sounded reasonable. So Morin calmly stated that his purpose was a friendly exchange. No more need to stall. And compared to investigating the CIA's tax issues, this new purpose was far safer for both sides. It didn't hurt anyone. Unfortunately, it hit Dahl like a truck. If this were a cartoon, several large question marks would already be floating over his head. Not the kind that meant new quest available. The kind that meant, when I type, it's not because I'm asking. It's because I think you have a problem. And right now, Dahl thought Morin had a very big problem. Mr. Morin. Dahl said carefully, emphasizing the words friendly and exchange while struggling to maintain his professional smile. Since that's your purpose, why didn't you say so earlier? I was going to, Morin replied matter-of-factly. But you never asked. Besides, I never even got the chance, he continued. Mr. Dahl, weren't you the one who kept talking to me about CIA systems and building renovations? Well. Dahl's face stiffened. It was a little strange that you kept bringing up funding issues, but I assumed you were offering management advice. Wasn't that the case? Dahl was completely dumbfounded by Morin's words. I was stalling for time to wait for the director so I wouldn't have to take responsibility. I brought up high costs to preemptively justify tax issues because I also took a little for myself. Who's giving you advice? Am I so bored that I'd teach you how to do my own job? He almost blurted it all out. Years of experience in saying one thing while thinking another barely saved him. "Aren't you here for tax matters?" Dahl asked, his smile noticeably strained. After all that back and forth, they were back at the starting point. Only this time, their roles were reversed. Now it was Dahl trying to steer Morin toward the CIA's tax problems. He knew he was in trouble. As administrative director, he had spent an hour talking to Morin and still hadn't figured out his true purpose. That alone was dereliction of duty. If Morin's purpose really had been debt collection, like Dahl and Brown believed, it wouldn't have been so bad. But now? Morin wasn't here to collect anything. He was here for a friendly exchange. Which meant Dahl's stalling had caused a massive misunderstanding and needlessly worked Director Brown into a rage. Thinking about Brown's earlier irrational fury, Dahl could already imagine what would happen once Brown arrived and realized everything had been for nothing. He'd explode. Whether it was for negligence, trying to push responsibility onto Brown, or simply being the closest target for Brown's anger, Dahl knew his ending wouldn't be pleasant. At this point, he was actually hoping Morin was here to investigate the CIA's tax issues. That way, everyone would share the blame. Brown's anger would shift to the IRS. Even if the CIA took heavy losses, at least Dahl wouldn't have to face Brown alone. Morin understood Dahl's little scheme perfectly. But why would he cooperate? The item was already secured. Morin's objective was complete. Why would he suddenly claim he was here to investigate CIA taxes? That would just waste time. As for Dahl's fate? That had nothing to do with him. Dahl brought this on himself. He could deal with it himself. With that thought, Morin frowned slightly, looking confused. What? The CIA's tax problems? Yes. Dahl was visibly anxious now. He didn't know how soon Brown would arrive. If he could redirect Morin before then, he could minimize his own losses. "I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Dahl," Morin tilted his head. "Does the CIA have tax problems?" This Dahl's eyes widened. "I've been this obvious and he still doesn't get it. Did he really have to spell it out?" There was a world of difference between Morin bringing it up and him bringing it up. The conference room had recording devices. What he'd already said was risky enough. If he stated it outright and it was recorded, he'd be finished. Dahl froze. Then Brown arrived at CIA headquarters. Stepping out of his car, he glanced at the fire trucks leaving the area, dismissed it, and strode toward the conference room. His momentum was building. He was preparing for a dramatic entrance. An assertion of authority. But just as he reached the door and pushed it open, he heard a voice say, "Well, it's been a pleasure working with you." Chapter 35, Chapter 19, A Heartless Man is a Beast. Brown was confused. "A pleasure working with you." What was going on? Weren't they supposed to be at each other's throats? He watched Dahl shake hands with a man, a strange smile on his face. It looked almost tearful. Brown was completely lost. He didn't know whether to storm over and confront them, or pause and ask what was happening first. All the anger and momentum he'd built up on the way here evaporated in an instant. "Director." Dahl greeted him reflexively, still wearing that odd smile. "You're here?" "Yes." Brown paused, deciding not to explode yet. "What's going on?" "I heard you mention a partnership." "What partnership?" "Hello," Morin said, stepping forward with a polite smile and extending his hand. "I'm Morin, an IRS employee." "You must be Director Brown." "Yes." There was a saying Dante hit a smiling man. Brown didn't understand the situation, but he still shook Morin's hand. "It's like this," Morin said smoothly after the handshake. "I'm here on behalf of our IRS director, Chris." Brown's eyes narrowed at once. "Wolf in sheep's clothing. He's smiling to lower my guard. Next, he'll reveal his real goal and catch me off balance." But I've already seen through you. Brown snorted inwardly, full of confidence. Look at that hair. Just a young man. These tricks are childish. He braced himself, ready to counter the moment Morin revealed his true intent. Then Morin spoke again. My purpose here is to conduct a friendly exchange between the IRS and the CIA, he said calmly. Management systems, technology, agent training. To demonstrate sincerity, our director sent me to negotiate in person. If this were a cartoon, Brown would have turned to stone and shattered on the spot. The words echoed in his head. Friendly exchange. After a long pause, Brown slowly turned his head to look at Dahl. His neck cracked loudly. Brown said stiffly. I almost made a complete fool of myself. Dahl lowered his head, feeling a sharp gaze burn into him. He stared at the floor tiles as if they were the most fascinating things he'd ever seen. Morin acted as though he noticed nothing. Director Brown, he asked casually, what do you think? Awkwardness wasn't Morin's problem. Well then, Morin said a while later, standing up. I look forward to our exchange with the CIA. He bid farewell to Brown, who was smiling far too stiffly, and to Dahl, who was still studying the floor. Then Morin got into his car and drove away. Brown's smile faded with every meter the car put between them. By the time it vanished from sight, his face was dark as a storm cloud. Dahl, Brown said after a long silence. Why yes, Director, Dahl replied weakly. Do you have anything you'd like to explain? In his car, Morin drove a short distance before pulling over. Humming softly, he casually located several listening and tracking devices, removing them one by one and tossing them into the back of a passing truck. Only then did he return to his seat and drive off calmly. It was the CIA. An intelligence agency. Of course they would try something. But trying it on Morin, a so-called master automotive mechanic, was insulting. Advanced Automotive Master wasn't just a decorative title. As he drove, Morin opened his phone. Several new messages from Ethan. Ethan Hunt. I'm heading to England next. I'll be making a deal with Max on a train. If you want that 10 million, you'll need to get involved. I'll need your help to make sure things go smoothly. Ethan Hunt. If you need me to do anything, let me know early so I can plan. Morin smiled and replied. FBI employee. Stick to your plan. I need to make a quick trip to Wisconsin. I'll be on the train when you make the deal. Ethan replied almost immediately. Ethan Hunt. Wisconsin? Why there? Morin steered, accelerated, and wove through traffic as he typed. FBI employee. You don't think the CIA will just sit still, do you? If I'm not mistaken, your parents live in Wisconsin. Another instant reply. Ethan Hunt. They wouldn't actually hurt them. FBI employee. No. But they'll find a reason to arrest them and make it international news. That's the only way to be sure, you know. Ethan went silent for a moment. Then. Ethan Hunt. What are you planning to do? Ethan had clearly considered the possibility. Who would want their parents framed, jailed, and plastered across the world's headlines? A person needed face, just like a tree needed bark. Ethan knew the CIA wouldn't truly harm his parents as long as the list wasn't leaked. But emotional damage still counted. Unless someone was heartless. A heartless man was a beast. Of course, there were rare cases where family ties were beyond repair. But Ethan wasn't one of them. He cared deeply about his parents. FBI employee. There are many ways to jail people. But for something big enough to make global news, the excuse is narrow. Drug trafficking. Terrorism. In Wisconsin, the first two are the easiest. Both involve money. Ethan Hunt. So you're going to steal them? Or get there before the CIA? Morin typed calmly. FBI employee. Please don't make me sound like a bandit. We're a legitimate organization with a license. We're simply exercising the legal authority granted to us by the federal government. How much authority did the IRS have? Enough to arrest proven tax evaders. Enough to pull suspects directly out of FBI or CIA custody. And now, Morin intended to exercise that authority. Chapter 36, Chapter 20, Partners, Not Friends. Ethan Hunt, I don't care what you do, but you have to make sure they're safe in the end. FBI employee, I can guarantee that. Ethan Hunt, thank you. FBI employee, you're welcome. It's a pleasure working with you. Ethan Hunt, it's a pleasure working with you. Morin closed his phone and skidded the car into the yard, tires screeching as he parked. Ethan's words in the messages sounded a bit rude, but they were completely acceptable. Otherwise, Morin wouldn't have bothered replying so patiently. After all, Morin was the one blackmailing Ethan. The adult world wasn't a fairy tale, and things were never that simple. The most appropriate way for Morin to protect Ethan's parents in Wisconsin was either to arrest them himself or take custody of them from the CIA. Either way, they would end up in Morin's hands. The difference was that Morin wouldn't make it public. The CIA would. Morin and Ethan were partners. They didn't trust each other. So how could Morin be sure Ethan wouldn't suddenly decide to do the right thing and refuse to hand over the $10 million at the end? If he didn't get the money, how would he recover it? And that was $10 million that could be converted directly into experience points. Of course Morin would use every bit of leverage available to protect his interests. Ethan understood this. He knew Morin only wanted a guarantee. As long as they didn't fall out and continued cooperating, it would remain just that, a guarantee. And compared to the CIA's open threats, Morin's approach was clearly the better option. So after receiving Morin's assurance, Ethan thanked him again. He knew that if their partnership held, Morin's actions would simply be seen as protecting his parents. A few short messages. A large amount of information exchanged. My lawn. As Morin was still processing the messages and planning how to secure Ethan's parents, the villa door flew open and a man's howl echoed out. Morin. Director, calm down. Your lawn. Morin glanced at the green grass, now decorated with 2 black skid marks. He paused. Doesn't it look more artistic now? Artistic my ass. Chris was furious. Don't think I didn't see you do that skid just to show off. Oh. Morin nodded thoughtfully. How many times do you want to try it? Try it a few times. Chris almost laughed from anger. Do you think I'm a kid? I wouldn't care about a few flashy moves that are completely useless. I'll teach you. Deal. Chris's eyes lit up as he agreed instantly, as if afraid Morin would take it back. What was a lawn, anyway? Did the director of the IRS really care about a bit of grass? It was a trivial expense. Chris was clearly interested in Morin's driving skills. He'd asked about them more than once before, but Morin had always refused. Until today. Wait. Something was off. Chris suddenly became wary. Why had Morin agreed so easily this time, after refusing so many times before? He's up to something. Who are you planning to arrest this time? Chris asked cautiously. How can you make such baseless accusations? Morin widened his eyes. Why would I be arresting someone? Do you think all I do is arrest people? Don't you? Chris replied after a brief pause. Morin thought it over. I guess so. Fine, you're right. I do need to arrest 2 people. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Chris said. You only warned me ahead of time when you were going to raid CIA headquarters. This time you're offering driving lessons as payment. Tell me, are you planning to raid the White House or the Pentagon? Morin rolled his eyes. When did I ever raid CIA headquarters? Don't slander me. And don't make me sound like a terrorist. I have a legitimate job. Yet, Chris said, indulging him. Then he lowered his voice. Right, how did it go? Only then did Chris realize he hadn't actually asked about Morin's trip to CIA headquarters. It went fine, Morin said. The CIA side kept stalling, so I didn't get to state my purpose until my partner got the item. Chris fell silent. So it really succeeded. The list of all CIA agents had just been taken. He mourned for the CIA for half a second before forcing himself to stop thinking about it. So what did you say afterward? As for what Morin planned to do with the list, Chris didn't care. That thing was a hot potato. Knowing more about it would only cause trouble. Besides, he had already helped Morin. Trust went both ways. On your behalf, Morin said calmly, I reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with Director Brown of the CIA. A friendly, comprehensive exchange between the IRS and the CIA. He listed it casually. Technology. Equipment. You should understand these things better than I do. There's something like that. Chris was shocked. He knew exactly what a friendly exchange meant. In reality, it was a large-scale trade of interests where both sides benefited. But this time, Morin had stolen their agent list. It was like robbing someone's house. And the owner not only didn't notice, but patted you on the back afterward and called you a friend. Chapter 37, Chapter 21, I'm the IRS. I'm making an arrest. Understand? Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRiu right bracket. You. Chris had been admiring Morin's handiwork when a thought finally caught up to him. He slapped his forehead. I almost let you fool me. You said earlier you were going to arrest 2 people. Who are they? And don't pull something like this again, Chris added with a warning tone. You'll make things very difficult for me. Relax, Morin waved it off. When have I ever acted without a plan? I won't cause you trouble. I'm heading to Wisconsin. This time, I'm only arresting 2 ordinary people. Ordinary people? Chris was puzzled. Then why even report it to me? They're ordinary, Morin replied calmly. But the person close to them isn't. Their son is the CIA agent I'm working with. Once the CIA realizes the list is gone, they'll move fast. The intelligence is too sensitive. They won't hesitate to use extreme measures. So you're arresting his parents first, to protect them. Chris immediately got it and nodded. Go for it. I like how straightforward you are, Director, Morin smiled. I'll teach you how to drive when I get back. Chris grimaced. Can you not say that in such a disgusting way? And that when I get back, don't you always say that's basically planting a flag? Morin paused. You're right. But that rule doesn't apply to me. Why? Because I'm strong enough, Morin said as he walked away. And solid enough. Wisconsin. A clothing factory. Clough Hunt and Maggie Hunt stared in horror at the armed agents who had stormed in. What do you want? Clough forced himself to ask. The lead agent ignored him. He pulled out a photograph and compared it carefully. Are you sure? Another agent asked. Positive. Exact match. The lead agent handed the photo back and looked at Clough. Clough Hunt. Maggie Hunt. You are suspected of being the ringleaders of an international drug trafficking syndicate. The CIA is placing you under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Hold it. Put your guns down. Which department are you from? Shouts erupted from outside. The lead agent stopped mid-sentence and frowned. An agent rushed in through the door. What's happening? The IRS, the agent said stiffly. The IRS is here. What? The lead agent froze. Before he could process it, the factory gate was rammed open. A squad of fully armed agents in uniforms marked IRS stormed in, moving in clean, tactical formation. "Who's in charge here?" Morin asked flatly. "I'm CIA Level 3 Agent Steve Ross," Steve said, frowning. "Who are you?" "IRS Armed Division. Level 4 Agent. Worsley Baba." Morin produced a freshly made badge. "You're CIA?" Morin continued. "Where's your badge? And what exactly are you doing here?" To ensure nothing could be traced back, Morin was wearing a hyper-realistic human skin mask. His voice was altered. The badge was authentic. Even if the CIA investigated later, they would find nothing. Which meant Morin could act without restraint. "You don't have the authority to question me," Steve replied after checking the badge. His tone softened slightly. "This operation is classified." He didn't understand what he was dealing with. He didn't realize that if IRS agents were ranked by how dangerous they were to offend, the man in front of him would sit alone at the very top. "Listen carefully," Morin said, stepping forward. He pressed the muzzle of his gun against Steve's chest. "I'm asking you a question. I'm being very serious. I'm also exercising extreme restraint. I am the IRS. And I'm here to arrest someone. Understand?" He pointed at the stunned Hunt couple. "Explain your mission. Now. Unless you'd like to be charged with obstructing a federal investigation. Or shot." Steve's heartbeat spiked. He hadn't expected this level of aggression. For a split second, both IRS and CIA agents raised their weapons, guns locking onto guns. The air turned rigid. "Our mission," Steve said quickly, "is to arrest the Hunt couple. According to reliable intelligence, they may be the leaders of an international drug trafficking syndicate." Secrecy didn't matter anymore. Faced with the possibility of an armed clash, talking was the only option. "Oh," Morin nodded, lowering his gun. His tone relaxed. "You should have said that earlier." "All right. You can leave now." "Okay, wait. Leave." Steve froze after instinctively agreeing. Why should he leave? "What else would you do?" Morin asked calmly. "These two are under IRS arrest. We've monitored them for over a year. They are not drug kingpins. Your intelligence is wrong." "And even if it wasn't," Morin continued, voice steady, "do you really think the CIA has the authority to take tax evaders we've been investigating for a year, right out of the IRS's hands?" Steve hesitated. "Tax evaders," he repeated. "Yes," Morin said. "Severe tax evasion." He gestured, and one of his agents stepped forward with a thick file prepared long ago. "So I'm confident your intelligence is incorrect," Morin said. "Do you have any evidence proving they're drug syndicate leaders?" Steve fell silent. He was just an arresting agent. Evidence wasn't his responsibility. "Since you don't," Morin waved his hand. "We're taking them." IRS agents immediately moved in. "And with all due respect," Morin added, not even looking back, "your CIA intelligence department needs retraining. Mistaking factory owners for international drug lords. That's embarrassing." He took the people. And mocked them while doing it. This time, Morin didn't bother pretending to be reasonable. Chapter 38, Chapter 22, All Grey, continued. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRiu right bracket. Knock. Knock. The sound was light, almost polite. Eugene froze. For a split second, his mind went completely blank. Then, a dozen terrible possibilities surged in at once. Director Brown? Internal Affairs? Someone from the Inspector General's office? Or worse, someone who already knew everything? Come in, Eugene said, forcing his voice to remain steady. The door opened. A familiar figure stepped inside. Director Eugene, the man said calmly. Busy. Eugene's pupil shrank. Morin. The IRS agent stood there casually, hands in his pockets, looking like he had simply wandered in after getting lost in the hallway. His posture was relaxed, his expression polite, but Eugene felt a chill crawl up his spine. How did you get in here? Eugene demanded. Morin tilted his head slightly. Through the door. Eugene slammed his palm onto the desk. This is CIA headquarters. You can't just... I can, Morin interrupted gently. And I did. Eugene's mouth opened, then closed again. He realized, belatedly, that shouting at this man was pointless. If Morin could walk into his office unannounced, then arguing about procedure was already meaningless. What do you want? Eugene asked through clenched teeth. Morin smiled faintly and walked over to the chair opposite Eugene's desk, sitting down without being invited. I came to have a chat, he said. A friendly one. Those two words again. Eugene felt his blood pressure spike. Let's skip the pleasantries, Eugene said coldly. If you're here to gloat, get it over with. Morin shook his head. No gloating. That's inefficient. He leaned back slightly. I'm here to help you clean up, Morin continued. Eugene laughed harshly. Help? You took my leverage away. I took away an illegal leverage, Morin corrected. That was going to explode in your face sooner or later. Eugene stared at him. You don't understand anything. Oh, I understand very well, Morin said calmly. You lost the agent list. You covered it up. You sent people to grab Ethan's parents off the books. You're now trapped between exposure and failure. Each sentence landed like a hammer. Eugene's face went pale. Who told you? He whispered. Morin shrugged. Does it matter? The silence stretched. Finally, Eugene slumped back into his chair, exhaustion suddenly overtaking his anger. So what? He muttered. You're here to threaten me. Morin shook his head again. No, he said. I'm here to offer you a way out. Eugene's eyes snapped back to Morin. You? Yes, Morin replied. Because despite everything, I don't actually want this mess to blow up. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. Ethan gets what he wants. His parents stay safe. The list disappears quietly. And you, Morin paused, then smiled thinly, get to keep your job. Eugene laughed bitterly. You expect me to believe that? I don't need you to believe, Morin said softly. I just need you to choose. Choose what? Whether this stays grey, Morin replied, or turns black and white. Eugene clenched his fists. In a black and white world, laws were clear, lines were sharp, and people like him went to prison. In a grey world, rules bent, records vanished, and inconvenient truths were quietly buried. What do you want from me? Eugene asked hoarsely. Morin stood up. Nothing complicated, he said. You stop chasing Ethan. You pretend none of this ever happened. And you let the CIA eat the loss in silence. And if I don't? Morin looked at him, his gaze calm but absolute. Then this stops being an IRS matter, he said. And becomes a public one. Eugene broke into a cold sweat. He knew what that meant. After a long silence, Eugene finally closed his eyes. Get out, he said weakly. Morin smiled, turned, and walked toward the door. Oh, he added casually, stopping at the threshold. One more thing. Eugene looked up. Next time you decide to play in the grey, Morin said, make sure you're not standing under a spotlight. With that, he left. The door closed softly behind him. Eugene sat alone in his office, staring at the wall, his hands trembling. For the first time in his career, he realized something terrifying. In a world that was all grey, he had just met someone who decided how dark it could get. Chapter 39, Chapter 23, My Original Intention, Never Forgotten. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/riorayu right bracket. Didn't I say not to disturb me right now? Eugene shouted at the door. The knocking stopped. Then it started again, louder and more forceful. F. Eugene stormed over and yanked the door open. Don't you understand? You know, I'm a man for all seasons, and... Hello, Director. Brown stood outside, his face dark. Eugene's anger froze. Then it instantly reshaped itself into a smile. You're very arrogant, Director Eugene, Brown said after a long pause. Although the whole thing had been a misunderstanding, Brown couldn't just leave without doing anything since he was already here. So he decided to conduct a round of inspections and casually mention the friendly exchange with the IRS to the relevant departments. The CIA's Elite Agent Division, the IMF, naturally couldn't be skipped. After making his rounds, Brown arrived at Eugene's office. And then, what just happened, happened. Director. It's just a small issue. Eugene desperately searched for an explanation using the last scraps of his brain power. It really was a small issue. Thank you. London. Ethan thanked Morin once more. You're welcome, Morin replied with a smile. I already told you. This was just the foundation of our partnership. We don't know each other well yet. We needed some assurance. If this works out, we won't need to do this next time. Isn't $10 million enough for you? Ethan raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Morin's appetite. You can never have too much money, Morin said calmly. Besides, when I get the money, I'll give some to my director, keep some for myself, and give some to you. To me? Ethan shook his head. I don't need it. That won't do, Morin said, looking at the rain streaking down the window. You have to take it. I see. Ethan understood and smiled bitterly. So those money laundering methods I mentioned earlier will be useful very soon. See? Morin laughed. It's always good to have more skills. I think you can show your director what real money laundering looks like. Real money laundering? Ethan smiled. Isn't that when he doesn't even know it happened? Morin laughed. Then Ethan suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. In that case, I have a question. What? Morin leaned forward slightly. This money? Ethan asked. Do I have to pay taxes on it? Ha ha ha. Both of them burst out laughing. What decent person pays taxes? Morin said casually. As an IRS employee, do you want me to explain the 100 legal ways to evade them? Interesting, Ethan said. I thought you'd just abuse your position. No, Morin shook his head. That's low level. As a dedicated IRS employee, I've thoroughly mastered tax law. I use it to catch tax evaders. Naturally, in the process, I also learned how to exploit legal loopholes. What do you call that? Ethan's smile faded, his tone sharpening. He gestured lightly. A dragon slayer becoming a dragon. He still wasn't used to this grey area and was venting his frustration over Morin's blackmail. Morin's smile disappeared. No, he said slowly. The tone was serious. The people you're talking about did change. Their hearts were corrupted by profit. Their eyes were blinded by greed. They forgot their principles. They flattered the powerful and trampled the weak. That's how heroes become dragons. But I'm different. I admit I've used my position to obtain grey income. But every cent I took came from drug dealers, gamblers, smugglers, and people who deserved punishment. As for everyone else, if they haven't done anything illegal or unforgivable, and they haven't deliberately crossed me, I've never taken a single cent. I'm not a good person, Morin continued. But I'm not a bad one either. I'm just a normal person. I have sympathy, anger, greed, desire. And I have my own principles. Ethan, there's money that can be taken. And there's money that, even if it's right in front of me, I'll never touch. Likewise, there are things I'll do. And things you shouldn't even mention in front of me. Those are my principles. My bottom line. My original intention. I will never become a dragon. Because my original intention will never be forgotten. After Ethan left, deep in thought, Morin stood by the window for a long time, staring at the London night. That sudden, heartfelt confession stirred an emotion he had avoided for years. Homesickness. Morin knew he was ordinary. Not especially noble. Not bad either. Moderation described him well. And now, this ordinary person had suddenly gained immense power and crossed into another world. No restraints. No limits. He worried about becoming the very dragon Ethan spoke of. One day, he still wanted to return home. To see his parents. His sister. His family and friends. So he couldn't allow himself to fall. Once you start falling, it's hard to stop. He didn't want to become the person he despised most. So he chose to follow his heart. Extremes were easy. Balance was hard. The more he feared falling, the more he had to face it. Because becoming a saint was just as dangerous as becoming a demon. One mental collapse was all it took. One thought to become a demon. One thought to become a Buddha. Two extremes. Equally easy to reach. So Morin never shackled himself too tightly. He helped good people. Punished bad ones. He got angry. He felt joy. He had desires but chose his targets and never hurt the innocent. He earned grey income but only from people like drug dealers. He followed his heart. But never crossed the line. Those were the rules he set for himself. He was still himself. He had never changed. After all. When he finally returned home someday. He wanted to go back as himself. Chapter 40, Chapter 24, A Ridiculous Deal. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. On the speeding train, inside one of the carriages. A phone rang. A man in a suit answered it, then handed it to Max, who was reading a newspaper beside him. "This isn't what we agreed on, Ethan," Max said into the phone. "Our deal was for you to be here. Face to face." "Please forgive my rudeness, Ms. Max," Ethan replied from the other end. "I have to do this for my own safety." And so, their deal began on the train. A blond man sitting behind Max rubbed his forehead. Morin. He was wearing a human skin mask, disguised as an ordinary tourist. At this moment, he felt helpless. And absurd. He had too many things to say. "You people. You're way too brazen. You're doing an illegal deal in public? There are ordinary passengers everywhere. No soundproofing. No security. Is a $10 million deal really this casual? At least get a private room. Are you that short on money?" Morin ranted internally, but his expression didn't change. He still looked drowsy. Dispirited. Meanwhile, Max and Ethan's clean, efficient illegal transaction continued. Morin listened while continuing his silent commentary. "Ethan, the list is on a disc under your seat. Taped there with black tape." "Great," Morin thought. A complete CIA agent list. Under a train seat. Held on by black tape. Max reached under her skirt. Under her seat. She pulled out a disc and handed it to the suited man beside her to verify. Great, Morin continued. They're opening a laptop and checking the CIA agent list on a train. In plain sight. No attempt to hide it. I wish I could see you in person and thank you properly, Ethan, Max said with a smile as the file unlocked and names filled the screen. I'd rather see the 10 million, Ethan replied. End job. I'm willing to pay, Max said. 10 million. You deserve it. The money is in a silver briefcase in the luggage compartment. Rack number 3. Combination 314. Amazing, Morin thought. She just announced the location and combination for $10 million. Loud and clear. What about job? Ethan asked. I'll tell him where you are, Max said calmly. You'll have the money. He'll come to you. Someone who'd sell you out for 1 million, what wouldn't he do for 10? Then we're done, Ethan said. Have a pleasant journey. You too. After the call ended, Max gestured for her subordinate to begin transferring the file. A warning appeared on the screen. No signal. What's wrong? Max frowned. There's a signal problem, the subordinate said. I can't transfer it. I have eyes, Max snapped. I know that. I'm asking why. Battery issue. Impossible, he said immediately. That can't be it. Then fix it, Max urged. We need to send it before the tunnel. Morin glanced to his left. Luther sat there with his own laptop. A line of code had just been entered. On the screen. Interception successful. Morin mentally gave him a thumbs up. You could literally stand up and show her, Morin thought. You're intercepting her signal from 1 meter away. If they just turned around. Morin covered his face. I can't watch this anymore. My intelligence is being insulted. He stood up and walked over to Max, looking down at her. Max and her subordinate both looked up. After a brief pause, Max asked cautiously, Sir? Do you need something? She was on guard. The man looked listless, but his timing was strange. You're too loud, Morin said, eyes slightly widened. I'm trying to sleep, he continued. Do you understand? Be quiet. Please. Max froze. Oh okay. Humph. No manners, Morin said in flawless London English. Then he turned and went back to his seat. Max and her subordinate exchanged glances. What are you looking at me for? Max hissed. Hurry up and transfer the files. And just like that, the farce of a deal came to an end. A short while later, Morin stood and muttered something about a stomach ache as he headed toward the bathroom. He called me rude. Max rolled her eyes. That fake Englishman. A phony gentleman. The oppressive feeling of being watched was finally gone. She turned back to her subordinate. Hurry. Morin walked straight past the bathroom. He headed for the luggage compartment. Inside, Ethan, Jim, and Claire were locked in a standoff. More precisely, Jim was pointing a gun at Ethan and Claire. Jim, the cuckold, had played his role well. He had pushed his wife toward Ethan, intentionally or not. And now, Claire was leaning slightly toward Ethan's side. That wasn't surprising. Jim was old. Unattractive. Ethan was young. Strong. Handsome. The gap was too wide. If not for the money, Claire would have been in Ethan's arms long ago. During this mission, Claire and Ethan had grown close. After receiving Morin's information, Ethan already knew Jim was the mastermind. He felt no guilt playing along with Claire's advances. A few days ago, they had even shared a genuine heart-to-heart. Not for the first time. And just earlier, Ethan wearing a human skin mask had pretended to be Jim and met with Claire. She had suggested they take the money and leave without killing Ethan. So when Ethan removed the mask, Claire's emotions were complicated, indescribable. Right after that, Jim had entered the luggage compartment with a gun. Feel the wrath of a cuckold. He raised the gun, ready to shoot. And then... knock. 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 Someone knocked on the door of the luggage compartment. Chapter 41, Chapter 25, As a mechanic, carrying a wrench is only reasonable. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRiu right bracket. Just as Jim was about to pull the trigger, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Ethan tried to seize the opening and disarm Jim, but Jim kept the gun moving between him and Claire. He wasn't confident he could do it without someone getting hurt. As for drawing his own gun, thanks to some equipment Morin had provided, Ethan wasn't as helpless as he had been in the original timeline. He did have a gun. But with Jim already aiming at them, Ethan had no chance to draw it. Jim was a top-tier special agent. His reactions were fast. "Who's in there?" someone shouted from outside. "This is the baggage compartment. I'm the conductor. Passengers aren't allowed in here." "You open the door," Jim said, gesturing with his gun at Claire. He slowly shifted position, choosing an angle where he wouldn't be seen immediately when the door opened, but could still threaten both Ethan and Claire. "Don't try anything funny. My gun is faster than you think." Jim knew that no matter who was outside, the priority was stopping them from causing a scene. If more people were drawn in, things would spiral out of control. So the best option was to lure the troublemaker inside. And make sure they never caused trouble again. After all, a dead person couldn't make noise. Claire walked to the door and slowly opened it. "Hello, Agent Claire," Morin said from outside, smiling faintly. He stepped straight into the baggage compartment and closed the door behind him. "Who are you?" Jim's guard instantly shot to its highest level. This man knew Claire was an agent. Which meant he knew their identities. That alone proved he wasn't a conductor. "Who am I?" Morin replied calmly. "Who do you think I am?" "CIA." Jim blurted out instinctively, then snapped back to reality and aimed his gun at Morin. "Forget it. It doesn't matter who you are. Once you're dead, you're nobody." Jim had no intention of dragging this out. Keeping a single handgun trained on 3 people was already difficult, especially with Ethan there. As Ethan's former team leader, Jim knew exactly how dangerous he was. The moment he finished speaking, Jim aimed at Morin's chest and pulled the trigger. Bang! Clang! No! Ethan's eyes widened. The shout barely left his throat before freezing there. "I have to say," Morin said, unmoving. He glanced down at his chest and smiled. "You have excellent aim, Agent Jim." There was a hole in Morin's shirt. Beneath it, something silver-white gleamed. "You see, I used to be a car mechanic," Morin continued casually. "And I was pretty good at it. So I get nostalgic sometimes." He reached into his shirt and pulled out a massive wrench. "As a car mechanic, it's perfectly reasonable for me to carry a wrench, isn't it?" The dimensional high-level wrench revealed itself. Morin had walked in openly because he was confident. A wrench that could appear anywhere on his body was one of the reasons for that confidence. Jim frowned. This guy was insane. Who carried a wrench on their chest? Even if someone did carry one, wouldn't it go in a waistband? Wasn't that uncomfortable? He pushed the thought aside and fired again, this time aiming for the head. "Let's see you block this one." Bang! Clang! This time, Ethan, Claire, and Jim all stared wide-eyed. Ethan even forgot to take the chance to grab the gun. "Your aim really is good, Agent Jim," Morin said, holding the wrench steady and tilting his head slightly. "You manage to hit my wrench every single time. Who the hell are you?" Jim's voice finally cracked. I told you. I used to be a car mechanic, Morin replied, idly spinning the wrench. Oh. You mean my current profession? You should have asked earlier. My current profession is... Morin started walking toward Jim. Don't come any closer. Jim shouted, panic creeping in. Morin didn't stop. Jim fired again. Bang. Clang. The same sound. The bullet struck the wrench once more. You're too slow, Agent Jim, Morin said, advancing step by step. Your gun is too slow. Jim was using a revolver. Bullet speed, roughly 300 to 400 meters per second. The generally accepted limit of human reaction speed was about 0.1 seconds. In professional racing, anything faster than that counted as a false start. There might be faster reactions hidden in the human body, but none had been confirmed. Morin was different. His reaction speed and physical capabilities had both been enhanced. Hardware and software. More than 12 times beyond human limits. This wasn't something you could calculate with simple arithmetic. Morin had tested himself before. His reaction speed in a normal state was 0.0008 seconds. The distance between him and Jim kept shrinking. By the time Jim had fired all 6 bullets, the distance had only closed to 1 meter. At 400 meters per second, a bullet took 0.0025 seconds to travel that distance. In other words, Morin wasn't exaggerating. As long as he wanted to, he could clearly see the bullet's trajectory and place the wrench exactly where it needed to be. Bang! Clang! Bang! Clang! Bang! Clang! Bang! Clang! Click! Click! Even standing face to face with Morin, Jim kept pulling the trigger out of instinct. Unfortunately for him, this wasn't the legendary infinite ammo handgun everyone talked about in main space. He was completely out. My current profession, Morin said calmly, pulling out an ID card, is IRS Special Agent. I'm responsible for investigating your tax evasion and illegal income. Are you even human? Jim stared at him in disbelief. At this point, he didn't care about the IRS. Or taxes. Or anything else. His worldview had already collapsed. Ethan and Claire stood nearby, silent spectators. They felt the same. Of course I'm human, Agent Jim, Morin said, smiling as he peeled off the human skin mask from his head. But whether you are is something we'll need to examine carefully. Oh, and you shot me 6 times. It wouldn't be too much for me to hit you once, would it? Without waiting for a response, Morin swung the wrench. He restrained the force. Otherwise, what followed would have been red, yellow, and white everywhere. A dull thud echoed. Jim collapsed to the floor. Chapter 42, Chapter 26, The Wrench, the Money, and the Arrest. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. How did you do that? Ethan asked. He didn't even spare Jim a glance on the floor. Morin's actions had already smashed his understanding of what was normal. As you saw, Morin said, casually spinning the wrench in his hand, I predicted the bullet's trajectory and swung accordingly. Then he added, want to see a magic trick? Hey! Ethan froze. Clang, clang. Morin suddenly clapped his hands together. When he opened them again, the wrench was gone. All right, he said calmly. Magic trick's over. So, where's the thing I need? Morin had no intention of explaining anything to Ethan. Was he supposed to say his physical body was fundamentally different from a normal human's? That could wait. Right now, $10 million mattered more. What thing are you looking for? Claire finally found an opening. Money, Agent Claire, Morin replied, shrugging. Did you forget what I said earlier? I'm IRS. I'm here for money. What else would I be here for? Claire instinctively looked at Ethan. Something was off. When did Ethan contact this IRS agent? When did they make a deal? Why did she know nothing about it? For the first time, Claire realized the situation was far more complicated than she had assumed. It's here, Ethan said, ignoring her. He bent down, pulled an envelope from Jim's chest bag, and handed it to Morin. 10 million US dollars. US Treasury cash coupons. Including interest. Can be redeemed at any time. Excellent. Morin opened the envelope, checked the contents, nodded, and slid it into his coat. In reality, it went straight into his storage space. It seems our cooperation has concluded successfully. He looked at Ethan. Your parents are currently vacationing in Hawaii. I gave them enough money and assigned full-time protection. You don't need to worry. As for your innocence, Morin smiled lightly, the IRS will soon have a friendly exchange with the CIA. This operation is the opening act. An IRS agent and a CIA agent working together to capture a CIA traitor. Everything ends cleanly. How does that sound? Sounds good, Ethan replied. His gaze dropped to Jim's unconscious body. But honestly, he added, I don't really want to go back. This isn't about what you want, Morin said, patting his shoulder. Once they realize what you're capable of, your superiors won't let you go. Running solves nothing. You can only learn to face it. He paused. For example, you're about to face a problem right now. Morin lowered his voice slightly. It's up to you to decide what role Agent Claire played in this operation, Ethan. With that, he turned and walked out of the baggage compartment, closing the door behind him. He still had something else to handle. Morin walked toward Max. In truth, even without Luther intercepting the signal, Max never had a chance. Inside the backpack Morin had left at his seat was a signal jammer. He had activated it the moment he went to the baggage compartment. The latest IRS model. 20-meter radius. Total signal blackout. Unless Max's people planned to run around the train waving the computer in the air, transmission was impossible. They currently believed the equipment was malfunctioning. With Morin's intervention, Ethan never contacted the IMF. Eugene never arrived. Which meant someone else had to arrest Max. That someone was Morin. The 10 million was part of Morin's deal with Ethan, not Max. Arresting her wouldn't affect the conversion of money into experience points. The plan had gone exactly as intended. As for why the 10 million hadn't yet been added to his experience, Morin assumed the system was waiting for the entire transaction to fully conclude, including Ethan's parents being safely returned. He wasn't concerned. The money was already in his hands. The experience wasn't going anywhere. Morin returned to his seat, picked up his bag, and sat down across from Max, who was anxiously urging her subordinates. He opened the bag and began rummaging through it. Max glanced at him a few times. Was this man sitting here earlier? The train had been moving for a long time. He couldn't have just boarded. Ma'am, Morin said calmly, why do you keep looking at me? Although I am handsome, staring is rude. He pulled out a black, speaker-like device and placed it on the table. My apologies, Max said after a moment, forcing a polite smile. It's fine, Morin replied generously. I'll forgive you if you buy this. What? You don't need it? Morin asked. It's very useful. No, Max hesitated, then shook her head. Given her status, being pitched a product like this was unfamiliar territory. Perhaps I should explain it first, Morin said evenly. Once you hear what it does, I believe you'll be willing to pay a high price. High price? Max asked, faintly amused. She could throw around $10 million without blinking. The phrase sounded almost funny. Morin smiled. I mean $10 million. The air froze. The subordinate operating the computer subtly shifted his hand toward his waistband. That number was far too precise. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Max said carefully, clinging to a thin strand of hope. That's fine, Morin replied. Let me introduce the product. He patted the device lightly. This is a next-generation signal jammer developed by the IRS Equipment Department. It blocks all signals within 20 meters. Portable. Powerful. 10 hours of continuous operation. More than enough to get you to an IRS interrogation room. He looked at Max. With those features, do you think it's worth $10 million? Chapter 43, Chapter 27, A Clean Ending. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. If its effect is really as you say. Max asked carefully. Then may I be so bold as to ask who you actually are? My apologies. I forgot to introduce myself earlier, Morin said, as if only just remembering. But it's not too late. He reached into his coat where his storage space was and took out his ID, holding it up in front of her. Who do you think would be carrying the latest weapon developed by the IRS Equipment Department? I see. So you're from the IRS. Max glanced at the ID, visibly calming down. That explains a lot. She paused, then asked, but this doesn't seem to fall under your jurisdiction, does it? Normally, no. Morin pulled out 2 pairs of handcuffs and placed them on the table. But this situation is special. You were involved in an illegal transaction with a U.S. agent. That agent failed to pay taxes. On that basis alone, we have a legal reason to intervene. And we're cooperating with the CIA, he added. So yes, we have jurisdiction. He pushed the handcuffs forward slightly. So, would you like me to put these on you, or would you prefer to do it yourself? You mean Ethan? Max said flatly. Ethan. Morin turned and looked behind her. Are they talking about you? Ethan, come here. I think so, Ethan said calmly as he walked over. Morin stepped aside and let him sit opposite Max. You're working together. Max's expression changed completely. Please don't use such an unprofessional term, Morin said, idly playing with the handcuffs. This is a friendly partnership. More precisely, an international collaboration between the CIA and the IRS. Yes, Ethan nodded. Ms. Max, as you wished, I'm sitting right in front of you. I suddenly don't want to see you anymore. Max's face darkened. She finally understood she had been completely played. That's unfortunate, Ethan said, shrugging. I thought we had a lot to talk about. For example, the $16 million you traded with Agent Jim. Also known as Job. What? Max blurted out. No, I didn't. The 10 million. She stopped mid-sentence and looked at Ethan, her gaze sharp. To obtain the CIA agent list, you traded with the traitor Agent Jim, Morin said calmly. 6 million up front. Another 10 million afterward. Ethan discovered your illegal transaction, came to me for help, and we stopped it together. How does that version sound? It's accurate, Ethan said. And during the arrest, Agent Jim resisted. He killed Agent Claire. Then, realizing he couldn't escape, he destroyed the $10 million in U.S. Treasury cash coupons. In the end, he was killed by Agent Morin and me. Max's eyes widened. You're pocketing the 16 million. She finally understood. They weren't just covering things up. They were closing the case and taking everything with them. Would you like me to add slander of public officials to your charges? Morin asked quietly. Or should I explain who's commanding this operation and why you'll be held in an IRS-controlled facility? Max's blood ran cold. I just want to ask one thing, she said stiffly. If I paid another 10 million, would you sell me that device? This. Morin patted the jammer. The price has gone up. 100 million. Max didn't hesitate any longer. She surrendered. Ethan put the handcuffs on her. Morin leaned back and looked up at the ceiling of the train car. What is it? Ethan asked. I think I forgot something, Morin said. There's still a little fly up there. Above them, Franz Krieger was following the train in a helicopter. He was confused. Where was Jim? Where was the meeting? He wasn't worried about Jim's safety. He was worried about the $10 million. Morin thought for a moment. Then shook his head. Forget it. Let him go, he said. The effort isn't worth the return. He turned back to Ethan. I have to say, your choice impressed me. I didn't have a choice, Ethan said after a brief silence. He knew exactly what Morin meant. If they lived, I couldn't face my teammates. Good, Morin said. Being able to be ruthless is part of being qualified. You also preserved Agent Claire's reputation and stayed true to your principles. He patted Ethan's shoulder. You've grown. Ethan looked at him. You don't look that much older than me. Why do you always talk like a senior? Morin stared at him. Silence. Then. It seems you still need training, Morin said, placing his hand on Ethan's shoulder and squeezing. Especially when it comes to speaking. Okay. After the train arrived, the bodies of Claire and Jim were quietly taken away by Morin's people. Ethan's innocence was never questioned. The two of them aligned their statements, refined the details, and finalized the operational objectives. Morin drafted the report and submitted it to Director Chris. After reviewing and stamping it, Chris forwarded it to IMF Director Eugene. Eugene nearly cried when he received it. After reading carefully, he finally understood the full picture. Ethan had been framed. Jim was the real traitor. Ethan, unable to prove his innocence, sought help from the IRS. The agent list was taken as bait. Max was arrested. Jim was lured out. Claire died in the process. The report stated that Eugene had been aware of everything and that Ethan had acted under orders from the beginning. It was a way out. A compromise. Eugene could keep his position. And the IRS and Ethan would have something over him. Eugene took a deep breath. Then signed. Just like that, the case closed. The first major joint international operation between the IRS Special Agent Division and the CIA's IMF Division was a complete success. Chapter 44, Chapter 28, Preparing to Leave. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. Director, enjoying your vacation. On the beach, Morin lay on a lounge chair in his usual beach outfit, casually speaking to Chris beside him. What vacation? Chris replied darkly. Don't talk nonsense. I heard you sent people to protect Ethan's parents, so I came personally. Didn't I? Yes. I'm sure Ethan is deeply honored, Morin chuckled. The IRS director personally came to Hawaii to protect his parents. Morin looked off to the side. Not far away, Ethan had already found his parents, but he could only stand awkwardly nearby, not daring to approach. First, his father was arguing with his mother because she caught him staring at girls in bikinis. Second, Ethan couldn't exactly wear a suit to the beach, so he had changed into beachwear as well. Now, he was surrounded by a group of girls asking for his contact information. Muscle. Looks. A perfect combination. That was what a true heartthrob looked like. All right, get away from me. Chris snapped, shooing Morin away from the chair beside him. When you're next to me, the girls don't even look this way. Director, you can't say that with a straight face, Morin replied smoothly. You know, if I weren't sitting here, no one would be looking this way at all. Get lost. Chris said, both embarrassed and annoyed. I'll go enjoy myself then. Seeing he'd pushed enough buttons, Morin stood up, stretched casually, and his muscles and joints cracked audibly. His muscle lines became even more defined, clean, controlled, not exaggerated. Perfect. With just that stretch, dozens of women nearby subconsciously swallowed. Beauty, regardless of gender, was appetite-inducing. As Morin walked toward his chosen target, he checked his newly updated IRS panel. IRS Employee, Senior, 1200/10,000. Title bonuses. 1 Physical plus 1110. 2. 3 Intelligence plus 1110. 4. 5 Master of Senior Tax Law. 6. 7 Master of Senior Agent Skills. 8. 9 Master of Senior Weapon Technology. 10. 11 Storage space 10 cubic meters. 12. At the same time, his personal status updated. Morin. Active professional titles, 2. World Unlock Opportunities, 1. Visited Worlds, Fast and Furious Series, Spy Movie World. Physical, 2301. Intelligence, 2303. Magic, 100. With these stats, Morin thought, if I became a mage, I'd be a grand wizard instantly. So, where will the next world be? The next day. The so-called friendly exchange between the IRS and the CIA didn't require Chris's personal involvement. The IRS administrative director handled it smoothly. Pure experience. Anyone in that position who didn't know how to fight for benefits wouldn't last long. The joint report submitted by Morin and Ethan was sent to CIA Director Brown. After reading it, Brown was full of questions. When did this operation even start? Why didn't I know about it? No, fine, it's normal I wouldn't know. But why didn't Eugene mention it when I tore into him last time? Was he deliberately keeping it secret? Did he think I'd leak classified information? The more Brown thought about it, the angrier he got. He summoned Eugene, who had been expecting praise, into his office and lectured him again. Although Eugene was showered in spit, he didn't feel particularly wronged. Even without a reward, his position was secure, and the missing agent list issue had been completely buried. For him, that was already a good outcome. Morin didn't involve himself further. There was nothing to gain. And he wasn't bored enough. He had preparations to make. Preparations to leave this world for a while. So, naturally, he had to. What? Chris stared at him and immediately stood up, backing away. Vacation. Wait, why are you backing up? Morin asked, genuinely confused. Hold on, Chris said, stepping aside. He took out a box of pills, smoothly popped one out, poured hot water, and completed the entire process with practiced ease. All right, Chris said. You can talk now. Is that for heart problems? Morin glanced at the label. Even if my heart was fine, you'd still give me one, Chris replied, holding the pill and water, ready to swallow. Tell me. What are you planning to take down this time? The Pentagon? Or the White House? I said vacation, Morin said helplessly. Vacation. Don't you understand? A very normal, no, very casual vacation. Traveling. Relaxing. I understand perfectly, Chris replied flatly. But last time you said vacation, you turned around and dismantled the CIA. That was an accident, Morin said weakly. Who knew I'd run into something like that while traveling? Exactly, Chris said bitterly. I'm worried you'll run into something like a nuclear crisis next. If it escalates, I won't be able to cover for you. It won't, Morin said. This time I really just want a vacation. Do you think the organization will believe that? Chris waved his hand. Forget it. Whatever you're planning, just warn me next time so I can take my medicine. Oh, and I might be gone for a long time this time, Morin added. You probably won't be able to contact me. Be careful, Director. You're one of the few people I can talk to. I don't want to come back and find the IRS director replaced. Chris dropped the exaggerated act and turned serious. Where are you really going? You'll be out of contact. What are you planning to do? I've been scheming for too long, Morin said seriously. It's affecting my mental state. If I don't relax properly, something will go wrong eventually. So I need to go somewhere secluded. Appreciate nature. Cleanse my soul. So your soul can be purified in nature? Chris asked skeptically. How did you know? Morin blinked. Because that's exactly what you said last time, Chris snapped. And then you took down the CIA, you bastard. Chapter 45, Chapter 1 Assassin World, Templar Knight. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. A month later. It was Mount Everest again. Morin's vacation was a real vacation. He traveled around, relaxed thoroughly, and even expanded his network a little. Even though he was about to leave this world, just like with the Fast and the Furious world, Morin would eventually return. The main events hadn't started yet. Which meant there were still plenty of chances to harvest massive experience points. As for when they would start, Morin opened the system interface and focused on the star representing the Fast and the Furious world. 5 bright points were clearly visible on its surface. Based on the fact that he had left after Fast 5, those points corresponded to Fast and Furious 6, Tokyo Drift, Furious 7, The Fate of the Furious, and Hobbs and Shaw. By spending 10 experience points, he could return to the Fast and the Furious world at any of those time nodes. But Morin wasn't planning to go back yet. Once a timeline was experienced, it was truly over. There was no restarting. He preferred to have people he considered friends, people who really were friends waiting for his return. A life with no attachments was like a weed without roots. As expected, Morin said softly, gazing at the sunrise over the sea of clouds. No matter how many times I see it, it's still spectacular. Most of what he had told Chris was made up. But the part about cleansing his soul wasn't. Morin wanted to keep himself grounded. Clear-headed. Aware of his limits. Relying on self-suggestion alone wasn't enough, especially in a world full of ordinary people, where no one stood on the same level as him. When people couldn't feel awe naturally, they needed to borrow it from nature. Nature's power was beyond humanity. Standing at the summit, staring at the endless sea of clouds, imagining the vast universe. He felt smaller than dust. And that feeling filled him with reverence. I still have to play it safe, Morin thought. Unless I'm 100% certain, I won't act recklessly. After forcefully suppressing the confidence that came with his nearly doubled physical fitness, Morin activated his one opportunity to open a new world. The scenery shattered. In the next instant, he stood within the familiar star sea. Come to think of it, Morin muttered, watching the stars rotate endlessly, this scene is even more shocking. Who created this system? Why does it have such terrifying power? And why did it choose me? Thinking along those lines, arrogance became impossible. Every effect had a cause. Since the system existed, something must have created it. There was no way such a thing came into being naturally. Every gift of fate has a price secretly marked, Morin thought. What will I have to pay? What can I pay? He considered it briefly. Then dropped the thought. Speculating without evidence was meaningless and a waste of mental energy. All he could do was seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Strong enough to uncover the truth one day. The star sea stopped spinning. Just like before, one star separated and floated toward him. Chapter 1, World Selected, Assassin Movie World. Wanted the Mechanic John Wick the Mechanic, Resurrection Assassin's Creed John Wick, Book 2 John Wick, Book 3, Parabellum. Chapter 1. Note, the sequence follows story arrangement. If films do not specify an internal timeline, release dates are used. Please select a travel location. Please select a new profession. It's another bundled world, Morin muttered. An assassin series. Will all future worlds be like this? He shook his head slightly. Let's choose. I choose the alley closest to Wesley's home. After confirming the location, Morin looked at the profession options. FBI agent. CIA operative. He schemed past them. Then his eyes stopped. Templar. Knight. He didn't hesitate. Less than a second later, Morin made his choice. Profession selected, Templar Knight. Location confirmed. Travel begins. The world blurred. Then solidified. Morin found himself standing in an alley. He decisively shut off his sense of smell. Then walked out while opening the Templar Knight profession panel. At the level of physical mastery he had reached, this kind of control was trivial. Perfect control meant exactly that. There was no issue at all. Speaking of wanted, one had to mention its protagonist, Wesley. At the start, his life was beyond miserable. A cramped 10-square-meter apartment beside a railway. Woken up every time a train passed. Endless arguments with his girlfriend. A so-called best friend who constantly came over to take care of that girlfriend when Wesley wasn't home very thoroughly. At work, he was bullied by his obese female boss. Because of his assassin bloodline, he constantly suffered from symptoms resembling mental instability, actually extreme adrenaline secretion. He took tranquilizers daily. Yet even after years of medication, Wesley's bloodline was still strong enough for him to clash with a top-tier assassin almost immediately. That alone proved his terrifying talent. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Morin. No matter how strong Wesley was, he was still just a slightly stronger ordinary person. Compared to Morin, one punch was enough. What Morin needed to understand now was this new profession. He hadn't chosen FBI or CIA because they felt too similar to the IRS. And frankly, not as interesting. If that was the case, why not pick something that sounded far more intriguing? The opposite of an assassin. A Templar Knight. The moment Morin opened the profession panel, he fell silent. Profession, Templar Knight, Novice, 0/10. The Templars, an organization that has existed for countless years, have fought the bloodiest wars against the fraternity of assassins to preserve human order. Every Templar Knight is an elite among elites, capable of rivaling an assassin master. Title bonuses. 1 Novice Knight bloodline. The assassin bloodline is similar to ours? Absurd. Ours is obviously superior. 2. 3 Novice stealth technique. A knight must act like a knight. If you can't even sneak, how can you call yourself one? 4. 5 Novice backstab technique. This is a righteous backstab. 6. Morin stared at the panel. Speechless. What kind of Templar Knight was this? This was clearly a Templar assassin. And what exactly was this profession supposed to do? Aren't special professions supposed to come with professional explanations? Why didn't it explain anything about how to make money? Damn it! Chapter 46, Chapter 2 When every class breaks the rules. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. Calm down. Analyze slowly. Deduce based on what I already know. Morin walked as he thought. First, the Templar Knight bloodline is said to be similar in function to the Assassin bloodline. Let's test that. With that thought, Morin activated the so-called Knight bloodline. The moment it activated, something extra appeared in his mind. At the same time, subtle changes spread through parts of his body, a faint but unmistakable enhancement. When Morin followed the unfamiliar memories in his mind and guided those body parts, the effect became obvious. The boost was real. Vision, hearing, strength, speed. There were no visible changes, but the enhancement was undeniable. The side effects that accompanied activation, faster heartbeat, increased blood flow, were all firmly under his control. For Morin, regulating his body like this was simple. Basically, it stimulates the human body through hormone secretion, pushing it into a physical state and even beyond normal limits. That was his conclusion. A special gene. An innate ability. The boost is small for me now, but what happens at higher levels? Then there's stealth and backstabbing. Morin mentally reviewed the stealth technique and backstabbing technique. Are they really just two techniques? That didn't feel right. How did techniques level up? Were there advanced versions? Morin frowned, thought briefly, then put the issue aside. Guessing wouldn't help. He'd understand once he leveled up. Right now, something else mattered more. Making money. More precisely, making money that counted as experience points. Earning money itself wasn't hard for Morin. The problem was how to do it as a Templar Knight. Templar Knight. Morin stared at the profession panel, analyzing every word of the description. A vague idea formed. Not complete, but workable. I'll try everything. He memorized a nearby street sign, waved down a taxi, and decided to handle necessities first. Sir, where to? The driver asked. The nearest commercial street. Morin sat in the back, opened the bag the system provided each time, and checked its contents. $10,000. ID. What's this? He pulled out a book, puzzled. Revelation. Morin paused, then opened it. He had a feeling the answer he was looking for might be inside. The Templar Knights and the Fraternity of Assassins originated from the same ancestor, the same organization, before gradually splitting apart. Their missions and characteristics diverged completely, even becoming opposing. The Assassins are unruly and yearn for freedom. They believe in fate and the guidance it provides, upholding the philosophy of killing one to save thousands. The Templar Knights adhere to rules and maintain order. They believe humanity's destiny should be decided by humans themselves, not by a so-called loom of fate. They uphold human civilization and order, which inevitably led to conflict with the Assassins. When the first Templar Knight Elder appeared on the Fraternity of Assassins' loom of fate, the two sides entered a bloody struggle that has lasted thousands of years. Morin read quickly. By the time the taxi reached the commercial street, he had finished the entire book. He finally understood what the Templar Knight profession expected of him. But before that, Morin walked into a phone store. I need a phone first. He didn't want to admit it, but even though he had two phones in storage, neither worked in this world. This wasn't just a SIM card issue. After completing the paperwork, he bought a computer, hailed another taxi, returned to the intersection where he first appeared, and walked toward the alley. There was almost a year before the official plot began. But there were things he needed to do in advance. For example, finding Wesley's father. The top assassin known as the Cross. Carlos. Morin didn't know where Carlos was right now. But he knew where Wesley lived. He also knew Carlos had been watching his son the entire time, never daring to approach him, unwilling to drag Wesley into the assassin world. In the end, it hadn't mattered. Wesley still walked the assassin's path. The worst part was how it happened. He was brought back to the fraternity of assassins by Fox, sent by the very organization Carlos betrayed and trained into a new generation assassin. Then he was misled into believing Carlos had killed his father. And Wesley killed him. Only later did Wesley learn the truth. After that, he went on a rampage and wiped out the entire fraternity of assassins. Assassins go on a rampage. Knights use stealth. Mages swing big hammers. Warriors cast forbidden spells. It was an old tradition. Perfectly normal. That was the original story. Right now, Wesley was still a miserable office worker, crushed by life. Morin lingered nearby for a while, occasionally glancing toward Wesley's apartment, then left and checked into a hotel. I just need to repeat this a few more times. He opened his laptop, plugged in the network cable, and typed 175 Fifth Avenue Manhattan into the map. The result appeared instantly. The New York Continental Hotel. Morin stared at the screen, deep in thought. So the organization from John Wick exists too. If that's the case, I can A knock interrupted him. Morin stood and opened the door. The moment it opened, a dark gun barrel was pressed toward his head. Don't move. The man's voice was cold. Step back quietly. Hands up. I can't guarantee there won't be a bullet through your head in the next second. Chapter 47, Chapter 3. When Carlos finally looked away. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRiu right bracket. Morin looked at the man in front of him. His eye twitched slightly. He was surprised. Even he was surprised by how fast the man had found him. It wouldn't have shocked Morin if the guy had a dozen cameras set up around Wesley, watching him non-stop. That was right. The man holding the gun was exactly who Morin had been looking for. The fraternity of assassins' top assassin. The Cross. Carlos. Wesley's father. You're very fast, Carlos, Morin said as he slowly backed away. I thought I'd need to do this for several days. A few times, at least. So, you really are watching Wesley all the time, aren't you? You really are here for Wesley. Carlos followed him into the room, shut the door, and lowered his voice. Who are you? Who sent you? What are you planning to do? Don't get so worked up. I'm not here for Wesley, Morin said, shrugging. I'm here for you. You're just hard to find. So I found Wesley instead. You coming to me was inevitable. Then you found me, Carlos said, tightening his grip on the gun. What do you want? Calm down. I said calm down, Morin replied, gesturing casually. I'm not here to do anything bad. There's no need to point a gun at me. Empty words, Carlos said. He wasn't about to believe that. Sigh, all right, Morin said. A friendly conversation needs equal footing. Looks like I'll have to show you something. Then you'd better be careful, Carlos warned, shifting the gun barrel. My gun is faster than you think. You sound like someone I met before, Morin said with a light smile. He said the same thing. Want to know what happened to him? I don't, Carlos said, his assassin bloodline activating as he entered combat mode. He definitely wasn't faster than me. You're right, Morin nodded. He wasn't. But... Before he could finish, Morin pushed off the floor. The marble cracked. A small pit formed beneath his foot. Bang! Carlos fired. The bullet glowed faint yellow under the light, spinning as it tore through the air with a sharp whoosh. Bullets were different depending on who fired them and from what gun. This one came from a modified handgun in the hands of an assassin master. It could have taken one life. Or several. But the instant it left the barrel, its target was Morin. Which meant it was already doomed. In Morin's vision, the bullet slowed to an absurd crawl. And his body moved faster than it. Before the bullet reached where Morin had been, the force from the floor had already carried him to where the bullet came from. At least it didn't miss everything. It struck the wall. But Morin said calmly, his back now to Carlos as he inspected the handgun he had just taken. You're not faster than me. Carlos didn't move. Who are you? This was the first time he had ever experienced something like this. As an assassin master, Carlos had mastered combat techniques, gunfu, and his assassin bloodline abilities that let him do what normal people never could. But what Morin had just done was beyond anything he had imagined. Shattering marble with a kick. Dodging a bullet fired from less than half a meter. Moving behind him faster than his bloodline-enhanced perception could register. Carlos abandoned the idea of fighting. He knew he couldn't win. And Morin had said he wasn't here for anything bad. The fact that he could have killed Carlos but didn't he made those words far more believable. It looks like we can finally talk normally, Morin said, tossing the gun back. Nice piece. Modified. Yes, Carlos answered without thinking. Faster bullets. More penetration. Longer range. Then he remembered Morin had dodged one without blinking, and the words felt awkward. Setting everything else aside, Morin said, your people really are impressive at modifying guns and ammo. He recalled two scenes from the movie. The extreme long-distance precision shots. And the curved bullets from gunfu. The most unscientific parts of all. You said your people. Carlos caught the implication. Yes, Morin replied. The fraternity of assassins. I see, you want to join. Carlos guessed. No, Morin said. Then corrected him. I want to destroy it. Carlos froze. What? You want to wipe out the fraternity of assassins? Yes. And you came to me. That's right. You know who I am, don't you? My identity. Of course, Morin said. The fraternity's strongest assassin. Codename the Cross. And a voyeur. Stop. 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 Carlos interrupted quickly. I'm not a voyeur. You might be strong, but you can't just make things up. Oh. Morin tilted his head. So you're not a peeping Tom? Of course not. Then why did you come looking for me just because I walked past Wesley's house a few times and glanced at it? He's my son. That's a reasonable amount of concern. Your reasonable concern involved binoculars from less than 20 meters away. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. All right. Fine, Morin said, waving his hand generously, as if choosing to believe him. Let's get back to business. He looked at Carlos. Do you know about the Templar Knights? Chapter 48, Chapter 4 Passing the Torch to Carlos. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. Morin expected Carlos to immediately turn serious and say something like, so you're the legendary Templar Knight, the mortal enemy of us assassins, or something along those lines. Instead, the scene went quiet. Not just for a second. After a while, Carlos frowned and asked cautiously, are you talking about the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon? No. I'm not talking about that, Morin said, shaking his head, a little helpless. It seems you assassins have done a good job concealing the existence of the Templar Knights. What? Carlos said. He clearly didn't understand what Morin was talking about. All right. Looks like I need to play history teacher today. But before that, Morin pointed at the gun in Carlos's hand. Put it away. Let's get a drink. We can talk while we're at it. Are you telling the truth? Carlos asked after Morin finished explaining the history of the Templar Knights and the Fraternity of Assassins. But I know nothing about any of this. The Templar Knights declined because of the Assassin's Loom of Fate, Morin said with a shrug. Can you imagine the damage caused when something that decides who must die is placed under someone's control? Under control. Carlos's pupils contracted slightly. The names are generated by a special code, Morin said calmly. And anything coded can be deciphered and manipulated. When the assassins started using that mechanism, they broke their own rules and began ruthlessly targeting the Templar Knights. The Templar Knights didn't even have time to respond. Their elders were wiped out in large numbers. Starting at a massive disadvantage, combined with internal divisions. After thousands of years of conflict, they were completely defeated. So, you're... Carlos hesitated. I'm probably the last Templar Knight in this world, Morin said. That's why I came to find you. But I'm an assassin. Assassin? No. Morin shook his head. When the assassins altered the Loom of Fate and added profit to their goals, they stopped being assassins. They became killers. What's the difference? The difference is fundamental, Morin said seriously. Assassins act for belief. Killers act for money. So in my view, the Fraternity of Assassins today should be called the Killers' Alliance. We've always followed the guidance of the Loom of Fate, Carlos argued. Oh? I don't quite believe that. Morin finished the wine in his glass and asked the waiter for paper and a pen. He wrote down his newly acquired phone number and handed it to Carlos. I don't want a pointless argument. And I'm not going to force you to help me or join the Templar Knights. So I'll let you see for yourself. If you believe the fraternity still follows the Loom of Fate, then fine, Morin said. Go back. Find a way to get a list of recent assassination targets and send it to me. I'll investigate the financial motives and relationships behind those names. Evidence can be faked. Do you not trust your own judgment and observation skills, Assassin Master? Morin asked with a quiet chuckle. The reason I'm not asking you to investigate yourself is simple. Have you ever considered who is controlling the Loom of Fate within the fraternity right now, if what I'm saying is true? Sloane. Carlos muttered. Old details surfaced in his mind. Those inside are biased. Outsiders see more clearly, Morin said. This alone might make you question things, but it's still not enough. And the real reason I don't want you investigating is this. If you move too much and get discovered, Sloane will put your name on the Loom of Fate. Morin spoke slowly. Even as an assassin master, you'd struggle against that kind of pursuit. But if you get discovered? Carlos asked subconsciously, then stopped. If I get discovered, you shouldn't worry about me, Morin said with a laugh. You should worry about the people sent to kill me. I'm far stronger than you imagine. If that's the case, Carlos asked, why not confront them directly? Because my goal isn't to destroy the Fraternity of Assassins, Morin said. I want to correct their mistakes. And fix some of what's wrong with this world. That sounds like something a religious fanatic would say, Carlos said, frowning. The Templar Knights have always been firm atheists, Morin replied. I just want to restore balance and order to a chaotic world. That's why I can't do this alone. I need to spread the glory of the Templar Knights again. So, Carlos, Morin said, pass the torch now. Once you've confirmed the truth inside the fraternity, join the Templar Knights and bring proper order back to this world. Carlos was silent for a moment. Isn't that just another form of proselytizing? Of course not. Our purpose is fundamentally different, Morin said, giving him a disdainful look. And if you can, you should also find time to meet your son. At a moment like this, shouldn't you be pledging loyalty? Morin sighed inwardly. To be honest, he wasn't a Templar Knight who truly believed in order. But after reading the records in Revelation and interpreting the system's explanation of the Templar Knight profession, Morin had reached a conclusion. If he wanted to make serious money with this class, he had to recruit people and rebuild the Templar Knights. This step was unavoidable. Chapter 49, Chapter 5 The Continental's First Rule. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. What do you want to do? Carlos immediately became alert. I can consider joining the Templar Knights, but it cannot involve my son, Wesley. This isn't a matter of what I want, Morin said, examining the wine glass in his hand. You don't think Sloane doesn't know you have a son, do you? If you betray the fraternity of assassins, what do you think Sloane will do? Won't he target your son? Will he do things to your son, like using him to threaten you, or even taking him back to the fraternity of assassins, training him, misleading him, making him believe you are his enemy, and then making him fight you? If everything I've said happens, will you hurt him, Carlos? When you're facing Wesley, your son, what will you do? Do you think he'll believe your words, or the words of the fraternity of assassins who raised him? Then I won't betray the fraternity of assassins, Carlos said after some thought. We're all adults. Don't talk so childishly, Carlos. I know what kind of person you are, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you, Morin said. In my opinion, you're one of the few people in the fraternity of assassins who still believes in the kill one to save thousands philosophy, and who wouldn't betray or run away for profit or to save their own life. So when you discover Sloane's problem, whether I'm here or not, whether you're thinking about Wesley or not, you will oppose Sloane. And when you face Sloane, who controls the loom of fate, you will become a so-called traitor. That's why I came to you. Carlos stayed silent for a long time, staring at Morin. If everything you said is true, Carlos finally spoke, his voice a little hoarse. What do you plan to do with my son? It's not about what I want to do with your son, but what you need to do with your son, Morin said, shaking his head. Don't you realize you've been a negligent father, Carlos? A father who has never let his son see him, and. Enough, Carlos interrupted. I just don't want to drag him into this cruel world. So you'd rather stand by and watch him, Morin said, watch him sink into a mediocre life. With a terrible job, a terrible boss, a terrible girlfriend, a terrible friend. In that environment, slowly, his entire life is wasted until he dies. Morin's words left Carlos with no room to argue. His mother begged me, Carlos said softly, as if trying to convince himself. That was her last wish. No one can decide another person's life for them, Carlos, Morin said seriously. Gold will always be gold. Wesley's talent is no less than yours, and even stronger. This kind of talent means he's destined not to fit into a normal life. So why don't we give Wesley a chance? Morin continued. Put all the possible choices in front of him, and let him make his own decision. Besides, Morin said, his voice sounding like a tempting devil. You also want to formally meet him, acknowledge him as your son, and hear him call you Dad, right? Morin watched Carlos leave, a little lost. He drank another glass of wine before returning to his hotel room. Now that he had successfully contacted Carlos, he naturally had to start preparing for the next step. As for what choice Carlos would make, Morin wasn't worried at all. The options he offered were absolutely the most beneficial to Carlos. If Carlos chose something else, it would mean there was something wrong with his brain. Next, I need to go there. The next day. 175 Fifth Avenue, Manhattan. A triangular skyscraper stood there. It had a name. The Continental Hotel. The Continental Hotel was, in truth, a killer organization. There were 12 Continental hotels around the world. In each one, killers could stay, and in exchange for a special currency, a gold coin, they could receive top-tier services. Cars, women, money, status. All of it could be obtained with these coins. With such value, the coins were naturally difficult to acquire. They circulated only among killers and were stained with the blood of countless murders. Saying each coin carried a tormented soul would not be an exaggeration. Morin came here for one reason. The best way to dismantle an enemy was to attack from within. He walked into the Continental Hotel, moving unhurriedly, meeting the gazes of killers resting in the lobby or checking in. "Sir, are you checking in, or?" the black man at the front desk, wearing glasses, asked. "If dollars are acceptable," Morin replied. His answer made several nearby killers chuckle quietly. With his hearing, Morin caught comments like "still a newbie," and "what a waste of that face to come here to die instead of selling it." He ignored them and looked calmly at the front desk. "Sir, if this is your first time at the Continental Hotel, there are a few things I need to inform you of," the clerk said, his professional smile unchanged. "First, the hotel uses a special gold coin as its currency. Second, no conflicts or bloodshed are allowed inside the hotel. Third, if you wish to stay, you need a new identity. Only with this identity can you learn the subsequent rules." "Oh?" Morin asked, as if unaware. "What kind of identity?" "A killer," the clerk said. "A professional killer, sir." "So how do I obtain this identity?" Morin asked. "If you are certain," the clerk replied, "I will apply for a temporary killer identity for you. In addition, the hotel will temporarily provide you with 5 gold coins as assistance, so you can complete your assessment mission." Chapter 50, Chapter 6 Before the Legend Retires. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. Sounds a bit low. When you realize the value of a single gold coin, I think your perspective might change, sir. "Then, I'll be waiting," Morin said. "If you're sure you want to register as an assassin, I'll need your identification for some paperwork, sir." The receptionist placed a tray in front of Morin and gestured for him to put his identification on it. "Okay." Morin took his ID out of his satchel and placed it on the tray. "Is there anything else?" "Please wait a moment, sir. You can have a seat over there. Our staff will verify and register your information for you." The receptionist pressed a button. Within 5 seconds, a man in a suit walked over, took the tray, and headed toward a side door. "You can wait over there." The receptionist was mid-sentence when his eyes shifted past Morin, locking onto something behind him. The rest of his words caught in his throat. Morin felt a flicker of curiosity. His sharp hearing caught the sound of the Continental Hotel's front door opening behind him, followed by footsteps entering the lobby. He hadn't cared before. But the receptionist's reaction made it hard to ignore. Who could cause a Continental Hotel receptionist, someone who had seen every kind of assassin and gone through rigorous training, to react like that? Morin waited. Only when the person stopped behind him did he turn slightly to look. Keanu Reeves, no. In this world, it should be the boogeyman, John Wick. Or maybe the strongest dog lover on Earth was more accurate. The protagonist of the John Wick trilogy. But those events were supposed to happen a few years later. Morin paused, recalling the plot. The movies took place 5 years after Wick had retired. Which meant that right now, Wick was still an active assassin under the Continental. At that thought, Morin's eyes narrowed slightly. Wick was going to leave the Continental eventually. What if he tried to win him over now? With that in mind, Morin gave Wick a small nod and a faint smile, then turned away. He headed to the rest area and took a seat. Wick looked at Morin for a moment. He thought it over and confirmed he had no memory of the man. "Sir," the receptionist asked. "Will you be staying for 2 nights?" His tone was no longer purely formal. There was a trace of admiration and respect mixed in. Yes, 2 nights, Wick said, taking a gold coin from his pocket and handing it over. Room 613, sir. The receptionist accepted the coin and passed over a key card. Is that a new guy? Wick glanced toward Morin, who was watching them, and asked. That gentleman is preparing to register as a new assassin, sir, the receptionist replied. I can't reveal anything more. Is he a problem for you? No. Just asking, Wick said. Preparing to register, hat. He took the keycard and walked toward the elevator, pressing the button as he waited. At the same time, the side door opened. The man in the suit returned, tray in hand. Sir, please come get your identification, the receptionist said politely. Wick, still waiting for the elevator, turned his head and looked toward Morin. It wasn't that he felt any particular connection. He was here to find the owner of the New York Continental Hotel and discuss revoking his assassin status. A few days earlier, Wick had met a woman he felt was worth protecting for the rest of his life. So he planned to retire. He wanted to leave the assassin world behind and become a normal person. Be with her. Get married. Have children. Live a life completely different from one defined by killing. Here is your identification. The receptionist handed Morin his documents. Your information has been recorded. Congratulations. You are now a probationary assassin. Once you complete one qualifying mission, you will be officially registered and gain access to all of the hotel's services. He continued without pause. Also, here are your 5 gold coins. The receptionist placed 5 gold coins and a small white booklet in front of Morin. The gold coins are extremely valuable and difficult to obtain, but their purchasing power is immense. This booklet contains the hotel's rules and the privileges you currently have. Please read it carefully. I need to emphasize one more thing, the receptionist said. Fights and bloodshed are absolutely forbidden inside the hotel. He stressed the words inside the hotel. Sounds good. Morin nodded and picked up 4 of the coins. How long can 1 coin get me a room? 5 days, sir. The receptionist glanced at the coin. Did I not tell you they were very valuable? You did. Don't doubt yourself, Morin said. He rolled the 4 coins between his slender fingers, tightened his grip, then opened his hand. They were gone. But aren't gold coins meant to be used? You're right. The receptionist smiled and accepted the coin Morin left behind. How Morin chose to spend his money wasn't his concern. He had already given the warning. His responsibility ended there. Hey, kid. You don't look like you'd survive a mission anyway. Why not give me those 4 gold coins and I'll take you along? What do you say? A bearded man stepped up and grinned at Morin. I guarantee I can get you through a mission. How do you know I can't? Morin asked calmly, a faint smirk forming. Are you that strong? Can you beat that guy over there? As he spoke, he tilted his chin toward Wick. You. The bearded man went silent. He hadn't expected such a direct response. More importantly, he didn't dare claim he could beat Wick. Not even as a joke. The title boogeyman wasn't something you boasted about. It was earned through killing. Exactly. How can you say that? A woman walked over, deliberately lowering her voice as she leaned close to Morin's ear. The little brother is very confident. How about we step outside and talk? Old woman, please stand back. Morin didn't look at her. I really don't want to smell the cheap perfume you bought for a few bucks. The blunt remark instantly wiped the expression off the female assassin's face. After a brief pause, Morin spoke again. But you do have a point. He stood up. Let's go outside and have a nice, long talk. Chapter 51, Chapter 7 Charlie the Vulture. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. Alright. We should have a nice, long talk. The bearded man rubbed his hands together, joints cracking. The female assassin scowled and nodded. Fighting wasn't allowed inside the Continental Hotel. Their original plan had been to threaten Morin, trick him out of his gold coins, or wait until he left the hotel to make a move. They hadn't expected Morin to provoke them directly, or to suggest going outside to talk. They knew he probably had some confidence. But there were two of them. There was no reason to think they'd fail. In their eyes, Morin was just an unknown kid. Not even a full assassin yet. Handsome, sure, but sloppy. Relaxed posture. Casually flashing gold coins. The bearded man and the woman were reckless by nature. Otherwise, they wouldn't have approached him without knowing his background. And they weren't particularly skilled either. If they were, they wouldn't be targeting 4 gold coins. Morin led the way. The bearded man and the female assassin followed closely. The three walked out together. As they stepped outside and the hotel door opened, then closed, the elevator arrived with a crisp ding. Its doors slid open. The person who had called it stepped inside, then paused. He withdrew his foot. Then he slowly walked away. The elevator waited. No one came back. After a long moment, the doors closed, waiting for the next guest. Behind the desk, the receptionist and the assassins who had been watching the situation showed rare looks of surprise. The hotel door opened once more. Then slowly closed. "Should we talk here?" Morin said after walking a short distance, stopping and turning around, "or find a better place to finish things?" The bearded man sneered and stepped forward. "That depends on where you want to end up as a corpse, kid. If you don't want that, hand over your gold coins and we can have a nice talk about your options." He never finished the sentence. A fist slammed into his forehead with a dull thud. The force sent him flying back nearly 10 feet. He hit the ground and didn't move again. "For the record," Morin said calmly, "I don't think I have anything to talk about with you." Bang! The female assassin snapped out of her shock, drew her pistol, and fired. There was no sound of flesh being pierced. No body falling. Just a crisp clink. Metal rang sharply in the quiet street. "Good shot." Morin looked at the slightly deformed gold coin in his hand and sighed. "Let me ask you something, Mr. Wick. Can a gold coin like this still be used?" Bang! 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 She ignored him and fired again and again, desperate to kill him. She was terrified. John Wick stepped out of the shadows. "It seems you don't need my help." "What interests me more," Morin said, flicking his wrist, "is why someone like you would help a person you've never met." The gold coin flew. The female assassin collapsed. A probationary assassin who just registered. "I wanted to try something new," Wick said, already taking out his phone. "This is Wick. 2 dinners. 3 blocks left of the Continental. Something new?" Morin smiled. "Yes." Wick nodded. "I was going to advise you to quit this line of work. Now, that seems unnecessary." "I appreciate the thought," Morin said. "Can I ask why?" "You talk too much," Wick said, his tone impatient, almost scolding. "In this business, people who talk too much don't live long. No matter how strong they are." Morin's eye twitched. "Is he showing off? Is he really showing off to me?" "I don't like owing people," Morin said. He pulled a pen and a sheet of paper from the inside of his suit, actually from storage, and wrote quickly. He handed it over. "My business card. If you ever need help, call me." A business card. Even Wick was briefly at a loss. Then he noticed the other line beneath the number. Templar. "That'll be my code name," Morin said. "And the name of an organization that will oppose the Continental." Oppose. Wick repeated. I didn't join the Continental to be an assassin, Morin said. I joined to understand it. Then dismantle it. I think you'll find that number useful someday. You have big ideas. Wick was silent for a moment before slipping the note into his pocket. If he hadn't seen what just happened, he wouldn't have listened at all. But he had. And he knew that as long as Morin didn't grow careless or die early, he was bound to reach the same level. Maybe higher. That alone made the number valuable. Wick had once killed 3 men with a pencil. But just now, in front of him, Morin had killed someone with a gold coin. Casually. Effortlessly. Wick didn't believe he could do that. So despite Morin's lack of reputation, despite his probationary status, Wick already regarded him as an equal. As for being superior, that was impossible. Wick still had his pride. The pride of the boogeyman. A few seconds after he pocketed the note, a van pulled up. An old man in a top hat stepped out, followed by several burly men. Your 2 dinners, Mr. Wick. The old man removed his hat and bowed. Charlie the Vulture is honored to serve you. The men moved immediately. Efficient. Professional. They searched the bodies, packaged them, and loaded them into the van. In the distance, police sirens wailed. When the patrol car spotted Charlie's van, it braked hard, stopped far away. Then turned around and left. Chapter 52, Chapter 8 Specs That Forgot Their Place. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRiu right bracket. Here's the dessert, sir. After a moment, Charlie's burly men placed the valuables taken from the bearded man and the female assassin onto a tray and brought it to Wick. It's his, Wick said, gesturing toward Morin. My apologies. Charlie bowed to both Morin and Wick, then motioned for his men to bring the tray over. This gentleman looks a bit unfamiliar, Charlie said as he handed Morin a business card. If you ever need anything, you can call and order dinner. We'll arrive on time, no matter when or where. Thanks, Morin said, nodding. He picked up 9 of the 10 gold coins from the tray. Your service is excellent. Charlie said apologetically. My apologies, sir. I may not have explained earlier. 1 dinner, 1 person, 1 gold coin. That's right, Morin said, pointing to the remaining coin on the tray. There's 1 here. Then he pointed at the female assassin who had already been packaged by Charlie's men. And there's 1 there. Again, my apologies, Charlie said, shaking his head. I trust my men completely. There are absolutely no valuables left on that woman. Ha, Morin chuckled. Then you missed a spot. Oh. Charlie paused and looked at his men. I mean the one in her head, Morin continued calmly. The one I punched in. The men froze for 2 seconds, then rushed back to double-check. Charlie quickly left with them, making sure to remember Morin's name. Anyone who could make Wick personally call for a body disposal service official, assassin or not, was someone whose future didn't require much imagination. Lions didn't share a language with jackals. And they didn't become friends. Reality wasn't a fairy tale. Especially after Charlie's men reported back with another detail. The fatal injury was a severe blow to the head. Based on the marks, it was caused by a fist. Most likely a single punch. They were professionals. Their judgment carried weight. 1 punch to kill someone. Charlie muttered. Another monster on the rise. He shook his head. Why am I even thinking about this? I'm just a vulture. Vultures only clean up the dead. Want a drink? Morin asked, casually tossing the 9 gold coins in his hand. No, Wick replied. I have things to do. You tried to talk me out of it because you want to leave this world, Morin said evenly. And you found it almost impossible. Then you saw me, a newcomer about to step in. That's why you reacted the way you did. Wick kept walking. Morin stopped playing around. Regardless of everything else, Wick was strong. And his reputation was solid. If Morin could bring him into the Templars, it would be invaluable. That alone made this worth a bit of time. But not more than necessary. So, Morin said, let's skip the warm-up. Wick stopped. He turned and frowned. Have you been investigating me? No, Morin replied calmly. Before today, I only knew your reputation. And a few stories. He paused. Everything else is basic behavioral psychology and deduction. Lying convincingly while sounding professional was something Morin had mastered long ago. You're trying to recruit me, Wick said. He connected it instantly to Morin's earlier remark about joining the Continental just to dismantle it. It seems you've figured it out, Morin said, putting the coins away. So before you go looking for answers that'll only make you feel more hopeless, how about a drink? And a conversation? In the end, Wick went to a bar with Morin. The Continental wasn't a place for that kind of discussion. As Morin had predicted, even Wick felt a sense of powerlessness toward what lay ahead. After Morin revealed his real goal, Wick was willing to listen. In his view, Morin's ambition was far more unrealistic than his own. Wick wasn't reckless. He had once paid an information broker for records of assassins who had successfully retired from the Continental. The conclusion could be summed up in one sentence. No one enters this world and leaves alive. After Wick said this, Morin clinked his glass against his. History exists to be broken, Morin said. You want to quit? I want to overturn the table. Why? Wick asked. Now that he was here, he stopped holding back. His words were still concise. Because my mission, Morin replied, the mission of the Templars, is to protect order. And this world is almost out of it. Order. The police know assassins exist, Morin said. They still don't arrest them. They watch murders happen in the street. Then they see a certain car, and they turn around and leave. The world's order is already cracking. What do you plan to do? Wick asked. It's simple, Morin said with a quiet laugh. Turn what everyone thinks is normal into something unacceptable. All it takes is a short amount of time. And a few people. You're insane, Wick said after a moment. Morin laughed. That's only because there's never been a real leader. He glanced around the bar. Wick. Look around. Everyone here, how many are assassins? None, Wick answered immediately. Exactly, Morin said. The world is like this. Ordinary people are the majority. Assassins are so few that calling them a drop in the ocean is generous. And yet, he continued, those grains of sand think they can tower over the sea. Do you think that's normal? People are just holding everything in, Morin said. Waiting for someone to guide them. One assassin, how many people can he kill? Tens? Maybe more. The Continental has ties to the government. We both know that. But inside that government, there are plenty who hate this situation. They're afraid. Afraid for their lives. They're waiting for someone to move first. Do I need to kill every assassin in the Continental? No. I just need to light a fire. Establish a leader who can't be assassinated. And give people courage. Courage creates a tide. Hatred pushes it forward. And once the ocean moves, Morin said calmly, those specks of sand will be swallowed. Drowned. And sent back to where they belong. The corners of the sewer. Chapter 53, Chapter 9, When Fate Answers. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. How do you plan to make sure you won't die? You wouldn't believe me if I just told you, Morin said calmly. So I'll let time prove it instead. So, Mr. Wick, Morin continued, why do you want to quit? Wick hesitated. Because of someone. A man, or a woman? Morin smiled. All right. A woman. Love. Not bad. That's one of the few emotions powerful enough to make people face death. I'll drink to that. Are you really a psychologist? Wick asked, suspicious. He hadn't answered Morin directly, but Morin had already drawn a conclusion. Wick, of course, had no idea Morin was cheating. A little, Morin said. Just a hobby. Looks like I guessed right again. You did, Wick admitted. Meeting her made me realize there were other, more meaningful things in this world. Then for now, our goals overlap, Morin concluded. We both want to oppose the hotel. What I want isn't as hard as what you want, Wick said, shaking his head. I just want out. That's enough, Morin chuckled. What kind of conditions do you think they'll give you? If it were me, Morin continued, I'd give you an impossible mission. One that gets you killed. That way it's justified, and the Continental Hotel keeps its dignity. So do I. So what do you want to do? Wick asked. Morin's reasoning was solid. Based on Wick's understanding of those people, it was exactly something they'd do. I think you already know, Morin raised his glass toward him. I want to invite you to join the Templars. I don't see a reason to, Wick replied, unmoving. You're strong, but compared to what you're trying to do, it's still not enough. Not even close. This is just a preliminary agreement, Morin said, his hand still extended. A sign that you're willing to consider it. You can decide after I show you enough strength, he continued. But for now, I need an answer. Otherwise, you're not worth my time. You're very confident, Wick said. Why? Because when something reaches its extreme, it reverses, Morin replied evenly. When darkness peaks, light follows. I'm the Templar who will bring that light back. You sound like a religious fanatic, Wick sighed. But... He paused. Who says I'm not about to do something only a madman would try? The glasses clinked, sharp and clear. The Fraternity of Assassins. Carlos stepped into a hidden chamber. He wasn't supposed to be here. Only Sloane, the leader of the fraternity, was permitted entry. But rules meant little to an assassin master. To cross Carlos, this was trivial. He came here looking for an answer. Fate. Carlos murmured, staring at the massive loom at the center of the room. The loom of fate. The fraternity's inheritance for thousands of years. Kill one to save 1,000. The creed every assassin believed in. They believed in fate. In the list the loom provided. In the righteousness of their actions. But when fate is controlled by humans. Carlos stepped closer, gently brushing the threads. The hand that once held a gun moved carefully, reverently. Are you still fate? He asked softly. Or have you become a tool for selfish desires? He stopped. After a long silence, Carlos spoke again. If you are still fate, then guide me. Tell me who is the true enemy of the Fraternity of Assassins. His words faded like a breeze across the threads. Nothing happened. Disappointed, Carlos turned to leave. Click. The faint sound froze him in place. Slowly, trembling, he turned back. Click. Click. The sound continued. The bobbin. The shaft. The rollers. All of them began moving. No power source. Under Carlos's gaze, the loom of fate activated itself, weaving a strip of fabric. He approached carefully, cut the thread, and placed it beneath a microscope. 1, 0, 1, 0. The binary patterns aligned in his mind, assembling into meaning. Finally. Sloane. A sigh echoed through the room, then vanished. Anger. Regret. And relief. So, Morin said slowly, my words reminded you of certain details, you went to the loom, and it answered you. He was genuinely baffled. Morin had always known the loom of fate was special. Anything passed down for thousands of years by assassins had to be. But weaving on its own? Without power? Magic? Or something closer to actual fate? Ideas surfaced rapidly in his mind. Still, he didn't lose composure. At most, it was surprising. He had seen plenty of things that defied science. What people called unscientific was often just science beyond current understanding. The idea that the end of science resembles theology wasn't wrong. At that level, it naturally appeared godlike. Yes, Carlos said, unaware of Morin's thoughts. I deciphered the code. It gave me Sloane's name. Chapter 54, Chapter 10 Perfect Stealth. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. Okay, if that's the case. Morin thought for a moment before speaking. I still need you to give me the list I asked you to investigate. Why? Carlos was stunned. I already believe what you're saying. First, that list is very useful to me, Morin said. I can check which organizations benefited from those assassinations. That will help me deduce which factions Sloane is working with. Second, I don't really understand how you assassins think, he continued. But for me, an answer from the loom alone isn't enough to convince me. So I need more detailed, more crucial, and more practical evidence. Your job is simple, Morin added. Get the list. Don't do anything else. If you investigate too deeply, with your skills, you'll likely be discovered. If you're exposed too early, it will have a huge impact on my plan. Okay. Carlos hesitated for a moment, then still agreed. He knew his own abilities very well. When it came to killing close combat, curved bullets, ultra-long-range precision sniping, he was top tier even within the fraternity. But gathering intelligence without being discovered was another matter entirely. Based on his past experience, his usual solution was simple. Kill everyone who saw him. Several of his previous missions had ended as large-scale massacre scenes. After that, he had a very clear understanding of his own limitations and chose not to handle such tasks again. If Morin knew this, he would definitely say that Carlos was a true assassin master. After all, perfect stealth meant not being seen by anyone. By that logic, killing everyone who saw you even if you walked in during broad daylight could still be considered perfect stealth. Morin hung up the phone, stood up, stretched, and walked out of the room. After reaching a preliminary agreement with Wick, the two of them had returned to the Continental Hotel. It was worth noting that the assassins who saw Morin come back together with Wick wore very different expressions. Let's see, how far have things spread already? Morin thought to himself and headed toward the hotel's dance floor. Wick was also there, standing in a corner and talking with the hotel's owner, Winston. You want to retire? Even Winston gasped when he heard Wick's reason for coming. He had to take several sips of wine before he could calm himself. Wick, have you really thought this through? Winston asked. Are you sure you've given this serious consideration? Winston knew Wick wasn't joking. Still, after hearing this, he couldn't help asking a question he already knew was pointless. It was simply unbelievable. Of course, Wick said, taking a sip of his drink. Tell me. What do I need to do to quit? You need to complete a mission, Winston said after a moment of silence. An impossible mission. People have tried before. All of them failed. Tell me, Wick said. What is it? Morin was on the dance floor, chatting casually with two female assassins. With his looks, physique, and flirting skills, he had both the hardware and the software to make it effortless. Of course, rumors played a role as well. The stories about Wick helping Morin had grown more and more exaggerated, branching into dozens of versions. Some said Morin was Wick's relative. Some said they were old friends. Some even claimed they were sworn brothers. There was one version that made Morin want to punch someone. Wick was actually gay and had taken a liking to him. In short, Morin had been in trouble, Wick had followed him out, and yet Morin returned safely with Wick. That alone gave people far too much room for imagination. If it had been any other assassin, it would have been nothing more than idle chatter after dinner. But this was Wick. John Wick. The boogeyman. Because of that, even though Morin wasn't an official assassin yet, he had already gained a certain level of fame within the Continental. Of course, most people weren't just curious for fun. They wanted to avoid stepping on a landmine. And more importantly, they wanted to know whether Wick finally had a weakness. The name Boogeyman was an absolute threat. No assassin wanted to face him directly. But if the invincible Boogeyman had a weakness, no one wanted to provoke Wick, but everyone wanted to know how to leverage him. That was why the assassins were so excited. Morin understood this perfectly. Naturally, he took full advantage of it. Not doing so would be a waste. He had always been fond of the tactic of playing dumb to lure the tiger out of the mountain. With his arms around the two most beautiful female assassins in the room, Morin headed toward the upper floors, under gazes that were hidden, direct, angry, or jealous. "I heard that kid has something to do with you," Winston said, taking another sip of wine. Earlier, Winston had already finished explaining the impossible mission. After thinking it over, Wick had chosen to give up for now. It wasn't that he lacked courage. He simply didn't believe it was possible. More importantly, he now had another option. His agreement with Morin gave him breathing room. He decided to wait and see Morin's true strength before making a final decision. With Wick temporarily giving up, the atmosphere between him and Winston relaxed immediately. Putting their different statuses aside, they were friends. As they chatted, Winston saw Morin leaving with two female assassins and remembered the rumors he had heard. "Yes," Wick said, glancing at Morin's departing figure before looking back. "You could say he's a friend." "You don't have many people you call friends," Winston said, cutting a cigar. "But I heard he only registered today. A probationary assassin. Did you know him before?" "No," Wick replied, shaking his head. "We met today." "That makes me even more curious," Winston said. "Why? And aren't you worried? Those two women are the definition of femme fatale." "The ones who should be worried are them," Wick said, a faint curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. "That man's skills are on the same level as mine." "You're not joking." "Of course not. To be honest, that's hard to believe." "Then let's wait and see." Chapter 55, Chapter 11 A Very Expensive Friendship. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. Early the next morning, Morin left his room with steady steps, feeling refreshed. Carlos had already sent him a list. It contained the names of people assassinated by the fraternity. What Morin needed to do was investigate who had benefited from those deaths. Those people were the most likely to be working with Sloane. Morin planned to complete his qualifying mission, become an official assassin, and then begin investigating the list. Once he became official, he could accept more missions. He could also check whether any of the people connected to Sloane had bounties at the Continental Hotel, and eliminate them one by one. That would weaken Sloane's faction, uncover key evidence of Sloane betraying fate, earn mission rewards, and raise his assassin rank. At the same time, he could build his reputation with Wick, demonstrate his ability, and slowly bring Wick into the Templar organization to pass on the torch. No. To maintain order in the world. It was a deal with 3 clear benefits. After Morin left, one of the female assassins spoke up. Can you move? I can, but I don't want to. Me neither. I wish it could always be like this. Will you please stop being so horny? Are you serious? You were the one last night. The 2 so-called femme fatale lay on the bed, bickering weakly before drifting back to sleep. There was a saying, a bull could only die of exhaustion, never ruin a field. This time, it was clearly the other way around. Physical fitness couldn't be generalized. A pleasant evening, sir. The receptionist in the lobby smiled at Morin. Guests in the rooms nearby complained about the noise from your room last night. Morin shrugged. Doesn't that just mean your hotel's soundproofing is faulty? You're right. The receptionist maintained his smile as he handed over a set of car keys. This is a gift from the hotel as an apology for not providing you with the best experience. We hope you'll forgive us. That's very nice. Morin took the keys. Then I forgive you. Thank you for your understanding. The receptionist bowed slightly. We will continue striving to provide you with a more comfortable experience. He paused. So, may I ask if you are here to inquire about your official assassin qualification? Of course. To qualify, you must accept and complete 1 D-rank mission within a month. After that, and once you pay 5 gold coins as the official registration fee, you will become an official assassin. He explained calmly. Missions can be accepted in person or online. You may do so at the front desk of any continental hotel, or through our confidential official website. Would you like to accept a mission now? I'll handle it myself, Morin said. Tell Wick I've left. And don't forget my agreement with him. I will, sir. Morin nodded and walked out of the hotel. A luxury sports car waited outside. A man in a suit stood by the door, holding it open for him. Thank you. Morin nodded. He got in, started the car smoothly, and drove away. He planned to find an information broker. Compared to spending his own time investigating, Morin preferred to pay for information. The Continental Hotel's intelligence network was powerful. As long as you paid enough gold coins, you could get what you wanted. After obtaining the detailed information he needed, Morin returned to the hotel. Sir. The receptionist looked confused. I suddenly realized a serious problem, Morin said. My home isn't here. I'm sorry, sir. And? The receptionist was clearly puzzled. So when you gave me this car, did you consider that I have nowhere to keep it? Morin placed the keys on the counter. Please convert it into US dollars and transfer it to my card. Thank you. The receptionist. He had never seen someone so shameless. Sir. I'll need to ask my superior for approval, the receptionist said, forcing a smile. Go ahead. Morin waved his hand. I'll be leaving soon to do my mission. I have a flight to catch. Very well, sir. If you miss it, we'll arrange the fastest private jet for you. The receptionist left to report the situation to Winston. In reality, while the Continental would compensate assassins for bad experiences, it would never go so far as to give away a luxury sports car. The guest who had complained only received a room change and some free accommodation. Morin's compensation was on an entirely different level. Naturally, this was because Winston had instructed it personally. After hearing Wick's evaluation of Morin the previous day, Winston had ordered a full investigation. However, Morin's background was completely ordinary. It wasn't hidden. It was clean, verifiable, and could withstand scrutiny. That was exactly why Winston felt uneasy. Wick's assessment alone was enough to pressure him. After all, it was praise from the boogeyman himself, someone who openly admitted Morin was superior. And yet such a person had a background this ordinary? Who would believe that? Who would dare to believe it? Winston didn't. He believed there was a powerful force behind Morin, one capable of rendering the Continental's intelligence network useless. So he chose goodwill. Until he understood the truth, it was better not to offend him. Then he heard the receptionist's report. And Winston felt even more confused. A man who appeared completely ordinary except for his looks. Someone Wick acknowledged as superior. Yet also someone who would haggle over a luxury sports car. What kind of person was this? Keep the car for him and give him the money, Winston said after a moment. Transfer it to his card. Also add a message. This is a gift from me. I hope we can be friends, Mr. Morin. Back in the lobby, the receptionist spoke respectfully. Mr. Morin, $1 million has been transferred to your account. The car remains yours. You may store it at the hotel free of charge while you're not in New York. Additionally, this is a gift from Mr. Winston, the owner of the hotel. He hopes to be friends with you. Friends? Morin raised an eyebrow. Great. I like friends like that. He paused. Tell Mr. Winston that from now on, he can consider me his friend. Chapter 56, Chapter 12 When an Assassin Becomes a Templar. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRiu right bracket. Morin understood Winston's intentions perfectly. He wouldn't refuse this kind of goodwill. Winston was already on his list of people worth winning over. Of course, even if someone on Morin's must-kill list showed the same friendliness, he would still accept it without hesitation. And then, when the time came, he would choose a swift and painless method. He always acted when it was time to act. Back in his previous world, he had taken money from drug lords and gang leaders, then turned around and arrested them. Principles? Letting them go would have violated his principles. So, Carlos, Morin asked, have you thought about it? I'm willing to join the Templars. Carlos answered after a moment of silence. In truth, a thought had flashed through his mind just now. Expose the assassins in the fraternity who had betrayed fate. Kill them. Stay an assassin himself. But he dismissed it immediately. He knew Morin wasn't a good person. Morin wouldn't agree to a deal that resulted in a net loss. And Morin had already made it clear the goal of the Templars was to restore order to the world. If it weren't for his faith, Carlos wouldn't have remained an assassin for so many years. Wouldn't it have been better to live as a normal person? A rich normal person. Get married. Have children. Carlos had longed for that life for a long time. But he couldn't have it. He had hardened his heart and abandoned his son, hoping Wesley would never step into this world and could live normally. However, to be honest, Carlos also felt helpless about Wesley. Can't you stop being such a loser? Carlos had always been torn. If he didn't teach Wesley, his son would probably stay a loser forever. But if he did teach him, wouldn't that go against his mother's wishes and drag Wesley into this dangerous world? So he hesitated. Struggled. Stayed stuck. If Morin hadn't appeared, Carlos would only have made his choice after discovering Sloane's manipulation of the loom, falling out with him, and leaving the fraternity. But now, he could make that choice earlier. And he was willing to. Because now, there was a better option. I know this sounds sudden, Carlos said before Morin could respond, but for an assassin, using fate is the one thing that can't be tolerated. He continued. I've been tired for a long time. For years, I wanted a way out of this world, but I never saw hope. It wasn't until you found me that I realized something. The only way to become a normal person, is to destroy this world. You showed me hope. The Templars stand for order. Only by restoring order can we completely destroy the assassin-dominated world. The Templars will bring the holy fire of hope to this world. Carlos spoke with passion. Morin stayed silent. Morin. What's wrong? Carlos asked, suddenly uneasy. Did I say something wrong? No. Nothing's wrong, Morin said sincerely, patting Carlos on the shoulder. That was excellent. Truly. My decision was correct. An assassin who betrays his organization to become a Templar really does understand the Templars best. I've decided. You'll be in charge of writing slogans for the Templars. Assassin Master equals Veteran Templar. The equation held true. If he weren't a veteran Templar, he couldn't have said something like that. Morin hadn't even passed on the fire yet, and Carlos was already lighting it himself. Hey! Carlos froze. No, Morin, don't. He panicked. Cough. Just kidding, Morin said, waving his hand. Relax. I'm better at slogans than you. Then he turned serious. So. When are you planning to contact Wesley? Do we have to? Carlos shrank back again. If you want your son to be taken by the fraternity, trained, and misled into becoming our enemy, Morin said casually, while you become a Templar and fight them, go ahead. All right. Carlos sighed. Do you have a plan? Morin. Wait. Wesley isn't my son, Morin said, baffled. You're the one going to get him. Why are you asking me? Because I don't have a plan, Carlos said calmly. That's why I'm asking. You really are. Morin sighed. Still, he understood Carlos's dilemma. Fine. Since I'm the one who brought you into the Templars, I'll give you a detailed plan. Over the past few days, Wesley had felt like someone was watching him. Every time the feeling surfaced, he looked toward it. Every time, he saw nothing. Nothing abnormal at all. It made him think his anxiety was acting up again. Just like now. He was walking down a dark street. He'd just finished overtime under his unreasonable, fat boss and was heading home late. His body was exhausted. His stomach was empty. Enduring his boss's verbal abuse had left him in a terrible mood. And then, that feeling returned. The feeling of being watched. Who? Wesley's breathing turned ragged. His heart raced. Blood surged. His vision began to overlap. Sounds and sights slowed down. Damn! He leaned against the wall and pulled out a bottle of sedatives. Empty. Fuck. Wesley threw it away, forced himself up, and kept walking. The distance that normally felt short stretched endlessly. Especially with that gaze he couldn't shake. Who? Wesley suddenly looked up. In his slowed vision, he saw a piece of clothing flash past a corner and vanish. Someone really was watching him. Who is it? His body no longer listened to him. He staggered forward, steps uneven, toward the corner. But when he reached it, the alley was empty. Just like always. Who is it? Wesley shouted. Come out. After venting, he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, forcing his heart rate to slow. He hadn't eaten. He was exhausted. He had activated his high-consumption assassin bloodline. The fact that he hadn't passed out yet meant one thing. He was a true prodigy. Then, footsteps. Slow. Getting closer. Wesley jolted and tried to sit up. Before he could, someone stepped in front of him. Don't move. The figure wore a ski mask. A gun pointed at Wesley. Wesley, the man said calmly. I've been watching you for a long time. Chapter 57, Chapter 13. Is there even blood left in you? Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. Who are you? Wesley asked in panic. With a gun pointed at him, the body he had been forcing to relax instantly betrayed him. His assassin bloodline activated again on its own. Even in his exhausted state, his body pushed itself back to full output. "Who I am doesn't matter," Morin said calmly. "What matters is who you are, Wesley. But before that, you need to sleep." Morin noticed something was wrong and knocked him out with a single punch. "Is this how all of you assassins are?" Morin complained. "In a situation like this, you still enter that state automatically. Where's your self-preservation instinct? Don't tell me this is your self-preservation instinct." "That depends on the person," Carlos said. He finally stepped out from where he had been hiding and walked over. He looked at the unconscious Wesley with a bitter expression. "His bloodline is purer than mine." "What bloodline?" Morin scoffed. "There isn't a drop of blood in his veins. It's all adrenaline." He didn't care in the slightest that he himself now carried assassin blood as well. "Templar blood." "Pick him up," Morin said. "We're moving to the next step." "Are you sure about doing it that way?" Carlos hesitated. "I'm worried you might get hurt." "Are you joking?" Morin replied. "I'm a Templar. And I'm not now." "What are you talking about? You haven't gone through the initiation ceremony yet. You're still on probation." "Hey! Ha what?" Morin shot back. "You're just hired help right now." "Hired help? Move it. If you don't, he'll wake up again." "Want me to knock him out a second time?" Carlos picked Wesley up and followed Morin toward their next destination. Somewhere along the way, he began to feel that joining the Templars might have been a little impulsive. How did he end up as hired help? What he didn't know was that Morin was also silently complaining. "Come to think of it," Morin muttered, "I'm hired help too." Click! Click! To a faint, rhythmic sound, Wesley slowly opened his eyes. His vision shifted from blurry to clear. A rundown room. A dusty white light bulb. A table. And a man standing with his back to him, assembling something. Wesley tried to sit up and immediately realized he was tied to a pillar. He couldn't move. "You're awake?" the man asked without turning around, still working with his hands. "Who are you?" Wesley struggled a bit, then gave up. "Why did you kidnap me?" "I don't have any money." "I know," the man replied. "You don't have money. And I don't need it, Wesley." There was a clack. The pistol was finished. He loaded a round, turned around, and walked over. "I didn't kidnap you for money," he said. "I kidnapped you for who you are." What? Wesley froze. Someone kidnapped him for who he was? Wasn't he supposed to be a nobody? Morin. Why did it feel like Wesley wasn't scared anymore? He almost looked pleased. Could it be? No. Morin dismissed the thought. Right now, he was wearing Ethan Hunt's face, along with a wig, and using a disguised voice. When he left the espionage movie world, he had taken a few useful items with him. Like the imitation human skin masks used throughout the Mission Impossible series. And wigs. They were realistic enough for situations exactly like this. "Your name is Wesley?" "Wesley Gibson," Morin said as he pulled over a chair and sat down. "I'm looking for you because I want to find your father." "My father?" Wesley said blankly. "I don't even know where he is. He left 7 days after I was born. He never showed up again." Not far away, Carlos, listening through the walkie-talkie, quietly covered his face. "You're half right," Morin said. "He never showed up. But he never left you." "What?" Wesley stared at him. "What do you mean he never left me?" "He never left," Morin said. "He just couldn't appear in your life because of who he is." "Do you know what your father does, Wesley?" "Let me guess," Wesley sneered. A soldier on some top secret mission? Can't come back, can't reveal himself. Come on. This isn't a popcorn movie. Wrong, Morin said, shaking his head. But you're close. Your father isn't a soldier. He's an assassin. An assassin. A killer, Morin confirmed. You've got to be kidding me, Wesley said flatly. Bang. Morin fired. Ah! Wesley screamed. Quiet, Morin barked. Or the next shot hits you. Wesley froze. A second later, he realized something felt warm near his ear. The bullet had passed right beside his head. Do you still think I'm kidding? Morin asked, shaking the gun. No, Wesley said, shrinking in place. Relax. I won't kill you, Morin continued. I'm using you to lure out your assassin father. He tapped the gun lightly. He's the infamous Cross. The assassin master of the fraternity of assassins. I think you'll be disappointed, Wesley said weakly, eyes fixed on the weapon. He hasn't shown up once in all these years. Why would he now? Why don't you just let me go? I'm useless. Useless. Morin shook his head. No. You just have no idea what you're capable of. Or what choices you still have. As for your father Carlos, Morin continued, he may not have appeared in your life, but he's always been nearby. You're saying? Wesley whispered. He's always been around. I've never seen him. That's because he didn't want you to, Morin said calmly. He didn't want to drag you into the assassin world. Once you step into it, the rest of your life is killing or being killed. He wanted you to live an ordinary, happy life. Morin let out a disdainful laugh. But without anyone to guide you, you never learned how to use your talent. And you ended up like this. An insignificant office worker at some nobody company. A girlfriend who cheats on you. A good friend who takes care of her. A fat boss who hates you and makes your life miserable. Your life is a stagnant pond, Morin said evenly. No ripples. No excitement. Yeah, Wesley laughed bitterly. You summed it up pretty well. So what can I do? He asked quietly. Maybe I was just born to be a loser. Chapter 58, Chapter 14 I'm taking you away. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRiu right bracket. That depends on how you define a waist, Morin said. Do you know what a sea spider is? That's a real waist. But you. He laughed softly. You're actually very useful. You just don't know it yet. What do you mean? Wesley asked, confused. Have you ever felt your heart pounding, your focus breaking apart, your blood surging faster? Morin's words hit Wesley like a hammer. That's what you have. That's your value, Morin continued. You're the son of an assassin. You carry an assassin's bloodline. It's not an anxiety disorder like you think. It's an innate talent possessed only by the most elite assassins, and one other type of person. And beyond that, I need you. You're valuable to me because you can draw out Carlos your father. The Cross. The most powerful assassin in the Assassin's Guild. A master assassin. And although you haven't noticed it, Morin said calmly, from my observations over the past few days, he's been nearby the entire time. Watching you. Just not daring to meet you. Morin clicked his tongue. What a ridiculous man. You're lying. Wesley shot back. If he's been here all along, why would he let me live like this? I'd rather live in a world of killing and death than waste my life like this. Not far away, Carlos listened in silence. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had his reasons. But he also knew that, in the end, he had chosen Wesley's life for him. As a father, that was his mistake. Of course, he hadn't expected Wesley to turn out so useless either, that was part of it. Who knows? Morin said casually. Maybe he thought that world was too cruel and didn't want you exposed to it. Morin shrugged, stood up, and pressed the gun to Wesley's head. How about we ask him ourselves? What? The cold muzzle rested against his temple, but Wesley felt heat surge through his chest. The amount of information dumped on him in minutes was overwhelming. His father was a killer. He had been watching him in secret. He wasn't a waste. And his father had abandoned him to protect him. Even without hearing it directly from Carlos, Wesley believed most of it. As the fire burned hotter, Wesley activated his assassin bloodline again. Entering that familiar state. Blood test complete. No adrenaline detected. Footsteps approached. Closer. Closer. Then. The steel door was kicked open. Watch out! Don't come in! Wesley screamed. The gun fired before his words finished. Wesley saw the bullet. Flying. Slowly. Straight toward the door. There was no time to question why he could see it. His heart clenched for the man he had never met, who was probably his father. In slow motion, 2 flashes erupted at the doorway. Another bullet flew out. The 2 bullets collided midair. Perfectly. Both were knocked off course. Then a second bullet followed. From Wesley's perspective, it drifted toward him and grazed his scalp. In reality, it all happened in a few hundredths of a second. But Wesley saw everything. This was the assassin bloodline. An adrenaline junkie's gift. When his awareness returned, it was over. Blood pooled at his feet. Wesley didn't care. He stared at the dark doorway, panting. Carlos paused at the entrance, then stepped inside. A scruffy, ordinary man. Someone who would vanish into a crowd. They stared at each other. For a long time. So. Wesley's voice trembled, weak and barely audible. Are you my father? Yes, Carlos said hoarsely. Were you watching me all these years? Yes. To protect me? Yes. Do you know how badly I wanted to escape this life, even if it meant dying? Carlos was silent. Then he walked forward and untied Wesley. Yes. So, Carlos said quietly. I'm here to take you away. To put you on a path I never wanted you to walk. Maybe he was right. I should have given you the power to choose. Instead of choosing for you. Let's go. Carlos half-carried Wesley, who was completely drained after activating his bloodline multiple times while starving. They went outside. I can promise you, Carlos said. The life ahead will be far more exciting than anything you've imagined. What about that body? Wesley asked weakly. Someone will deal with it. Carlos's mouth twitched. He glanced back. The corpse on the ground lifted its head, raised a bloody hand, and extended a middle finger. Carlos immediately pressed Wesley's head down as he tried to look. Let's go. You'll see plenty of dead bodies later. Right now, we're short on time. After they left, Morin stood up and stretched. This had been his plan for Carlos. Pretend to be an enemy. Tie up Wesley. Let Carlos stage a dramatic rescue. Kill Morin. Save his son. Compared to normal persuasion, this was on a completely different level. Saving someone's life changed everything. Of course, the bullet Carlos fired had been intercepted by Morin. And the blood came from his storage space. For now, the play was a complete success. As for what came next. Your dad has already joined the guild and owes me a huge favor. How are you ever getting away? Morin hummed softly as he packed up. It was time for the next stage. Chapter 59, Chapter 15 An Actor's Self-Cultivation. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction, hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. Where are we going? Wesley asked. To get some things, Carlos said, walking ahead of him. The situation is very dangerous right now. We have to get out of here quickly. All right, Wesley replied, still confused. But isn't this the way to my place? That trolley track up ahead isn't that where I live? Yes. Carlos looked at the familiar building across the street. He stopped, turned right, took out a key, opened the door to another building, and walked inside with Wesley. That's where you live, Carlos said. This is where I live. Wesley's eyes widened. He had never imagined that his father had been living directly across the street from him all these years, separated by nothing more than a trolley track. Don't worry about it, Carlos said, guiding Wesley to the sofa and setting him down. He took a few chocolate bars from the fridge and handed them over. Eat something first. Wesley tore into the chocolate without hesitation. Carlos turned around and heated several slices of pizza in the microwave. He knew Wesley's condition very well. He knew exactly how to deal with it. Entering the assassin bloodline state 3 times while starving, combined with violent emotional fluctuations and information overload. Frankly, the fact that Wesley still had the energy to eat surprised him. Even Carlos himself wouldn't have done better in that situation. And he also knew exactly what Wesley needed right now. Food. Calories. Nothing else. For a while, the only sound in the room was Wesley chewing loudly. Carlos stood nearby, unsure what to do with his hands. The plan had gone exactly as intended, but this part. Morin hadn't given him a detailed script for this. If it were a scene involving exchanging bullets midair and then killing Morin with a final shot, Carlos could have executed it flawlessly without preparation. But this kind of dramatic scene. His head started to ache. What expression was he supposed to wear? What tone should he use? What was he supposed to say? Is that? Wesley suddenly stopped eating and looked toward one corner of the room. Are those pictures? Carlos followed his gaze and saw several photographs laid out on a nearby table. Yes, Carlos said, walking over and picking them up. Some of these I got from your school. Some were sent to me by people I asked. This one's you on a motorcycle. And this one, wearing a suit. There weren't many photos. But for every single one, Carlos could explain where it came from and when he got it. Wesley listened while eating. Those long dormant memories in his mind, memories that had never carried any warmth, slowly began to gain color. Gradually, his throat tightened. I'm sorry, Carlos said, suddenly flustered. No, it's okay, Wesley wiped his eyes. I just never thought anyone was watching out for me. I'm really sorry. Carlos didn't know what else to say. I understand what you were thinking, Wesley said hoarsely. I know why you were always nearby but never showed up. But I'm sick of this life. This stagnant life. Your mother, Carlos said, taking a deep breath. I promised her. And I also didn't want you dragged into this dangerous world. But now, things are unpredictable. If it weren't for that man kidnapping me, Wesley asked quietly. You would have just let me keep living like this, right? My thinking back then was naive, Carlos admitted. I thought this was the only way to protect you. But I overlooked the fact that they've already lost all restraint. Who are they? Wesley stopped dwelling on the years Carlos hadn't appeared in his life and focused on the present. He knew Carlos meant well. And he also knew that his own choices had played a role in where he stood now. Of course, this was only possible because of the information Morin playing the role of the enemy had deliberately leaked to him earlier. Without that groundwork, Wesley would never have thought this way. No matter what Carlos said, Wesley wouldn't have listened. Resentment would have dominated everything. But now, Morin had already planted the image of a father who had to stay hidden to protect his son. And Carlos appearing, exchanging gunfire with Morin, and risking his life to save him. That sealed it. Carlos let out a quiet sigh of relief. They had finally reached the part of the plan Morin had arranged. They used to be assassins, Carlos said. Assassins of the fraternity of assassins. Just like me. But now, they're killers. My enemies. Assassins, killers. Wesley repeated softly. As the food continued to fuel his body, warmth spread through him, and his physical condition steadily recovered. Is there really a difference? As his words fell, a rhythmic knock echoed from the door. Bang! Bang bang! Bang! Who is it? Wesley instinctively lowered his voice, startled then calmed when he saw Carlos standing still. Don't worry, Carlos said calmly. It's one of us. He walked over to the door. He's my current companion. And the one who gave me another choice. Carlos opened the door. Morin stepped inside, having already changed both his clothes and his face. I got your call and rushed over, Morin said earnestly. Did you manage to save your son? Yes, Carlos replied, pointing toward the living room. He's safe. That's my son. Wesley. Hello, Wesley Gibson, Morin said, smiling as he looked at him and nodded politely. It's nice to meet you. It was as if the moment where he'd pressed a gun to Wesley's head and even fired a shot near his ear had never existed. Morin had never formally trained as an actor. But his acting skills were unquestionably top tier. For him, pointing a gun at someone one moment and then, after changing his face and clothes, smiling and greeting them the next. That was nothing at all. Just an actor's self-cultivation. Chapter 60, Chapter 16 The Rule of Odds and Evens. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. Hello, Wesley said cautiously. You are? I'm your father's guide, Morin replied. A Templar of the Templar Order. My name is Morin. He looked at Wesley. Are you interested in passing the torch? Hey! Wesley froze. Let's talk about that later, Carlos said with a dark expression. He was clearly unhappy with Morin's sudden improvisation, which hadn't been part of the plan. We need to get out of here first. My son just entered this world. Can't you give him a little time to adjust before forcing him to make a decision? As Carlos thought about it, guilt crept in. He knew very well that he had only learned the truth about the Assassin's Guild and successfully reunited with Wesley because of Morin. And rationally speaking, Wesley joining the Templar Order was the best possible outcome. But maybe it was a father's instinct. Even though Carlos knew this was unavoidable, and even though he knew he wasn't being objective, he still couldn't be fully rational when it came to his son. He was bound to favor Wesley. You're right, Morin nodded. Let's leave first. We can talk properly once we reach the safe house. Carlos quickly gathered the things he had already packed, and the three of them left the area. Wesley didn't object. He knew he probably wouldn't be coming back for a long time. But when he thought about it, what was there to take? A bank card with almost no savings? Clothes he'd worn for years, washed until they'd lost their shape? A girlfriend who was sleeping with his best friend? A soul-crushing job with a laughably low salary? A fat boss who constantly made his life miserable? One by one, these things flashed through Wesley's mind, then were discarded without hesitation. Looking back on more than 20 years of life, there was almost nothing worth keeping. And yet, in just one night, he had gained many things of real value. A dreamlike experience. His first kidnapping. His first time witnessing a real life-and-death gunfight. A father who had been watching over him all along, even if it wasn't in the way he'd wanted. A miraculous bloodline that allowed him to see the trajectories of bullets and react to them. Something he had once thought was an anxiety disorder, to the point of taking medication to suppress it. A mysterious organization called the Templar Order. And enemies belonging to another organization, the Fraternity of Assassins. All of it filled Wesley with novelty, shock, and disbelief. Overnight, he had abandoned his old life. He was stepping into a new one. Completely different. Exciting. And wonderful. So our enemies are those assassins? Wesley asked curiously. He was brimming with energy now. Morin glanced at Carlos, whose face looked a little dark, then chuckled. Yes. They were in a car. And the driver was Carlos. Morin had wanted to drive, but Carlos had flatly refused. Earlier, when Morin had flown over from the New York Continental Hotel, Carlos had gone to pick him up. Morin noticed that Carlos's car looked pretty decent. So, feeling a sudden urge, he'd shown Carlos a magic trick of producing a key out of thin air. While Carlos was still staring in disbelief, Morin had dragged him into the passenger seat and taken him on what he called a comfortable city tour. After that, Carlos had been forced to activate his assassin bloodline just to barely suppress the dizziness and urge to vomit. From that moment on, Carlos had made one firm decision. Under absolutely no circumstances would he ever let Morin drive again while he was in the car. He seriously suspected that if it had been a classic car, Morin's driving style would have caused it to fall apart halfway down the road. But Wesley hesitated and looked at Carlos. My father. Isn't he also an assassin? The word father came out awkwardly, but he still said it. Carlos's hand trembled slightly, and the car swerved. Wesley had called him that during the rescue as well. But for Carlos, who had watched Wesley grow up for so many years without ever hearing that word, once was nowhere near enough. How about I drive? Morin said, sensing the situation. He sounded very concerned about Carlos's driving skills and eager to demonstrate his abilities as a so-called racing god. I would rather die, Carlos said seriously. Or die outside the car. Or jump out right now. Then ever get into a car you're driving again. Morin sucked in a sharp breath. Even odd, he muttered in Chinese. The car went silent. Carlos and Wesley both looked at him, completely confused. Seeing their expressions, Morin finally relaxed. It's nothing. Just a special code word. You don't need to worry about it. A code word? Wesley asked. What's it for? It belongs to another organization, Morin said solemnly. Remember this. You must never use it. If someone outside that organization uses the code word, they'll lose everything. In serious cases, they'll be completely annihilated. What kind of organization is that? Wesley shrank back. That sounds terrifying. That's a long story, Morin said with feeling. They're all a group of poor people who can't find their way home. Can you stop talking nonsense? Carlos said helplessly. He really couldn't stand Morin treating his son like an idiot. At least, that's what he thought. All right, Morin said easily. We've gone off topic. Let's go back to what we were talking about. Your father, Carlos, was once a master assassin of the Fraternity of Assassins. But because their leader had some issues, he chose to defect. Carlos. Could you choose better words? Ahem. Carlos cleared his throat, trying to salvage his image. It wasn't defection. It's that the Fraternity of Assassins has strayed from its original principles. They no longer fight for fate, but for profit. So I have no desire to associate with them. Wesley fell silent for a moment. Doesn't that just mean you defected? Chapter 61, Chapter 17 Wearing the Hat of the Previous Dynasty. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. Carlos was furious. Is this really my son? Why is he so rude? If he hadn't been driving and if he weren't wearing a seatbelt, Carlos would have already demonstrated some very traditional filial education on the spot. Describing it as turning from evil to good would be more accurate, Morin said quickly, steering the conversation away. Let's get back to the main point. The Assassin's Guild exists because they cling to. By the time the three of them arrived at the warehouse Morin had purchased, he had finished laying out the final part of the plan. That was taking Wesley away from his current life. Explaining the origins and relationship between the Fraternity of Assassins and the Templar Order. And explaining why Carlos had turned from evil to good. No matter how you looked at it, in this world, Wesley was a superpowered individual. More importantly, he was tied directly to Carlos. For Morin, investing time and effort to bring Wesley in was completely worthwhile. As for the warehouse itself, Morin had bought it outright after receiving Winston's gift, neatly solving his funding problem. Money made the world go round. All Morin had done was add $10,000 to the asking price. The owner happily handed over the keys within an hour and asked no questions. From now on, this will be your training ground, Morin said. Your talent is strong, Wesley. You just don't know how to use it yet. Talent. Wesley recalled the scene where he had clearly seen bullets flying slowly through the air, colliding mid-flight. You mean that strange ability? The thing you call the assassin bloodline? Yes. The assassin bloodline, Morin nodded. It can also be called the Knight bloodline. From what I told you earlier about the origins of the Templar Order and the Fraternity of Assassins, you should understand something. We're fundamentally the same kind of people. We just chose different ideals. When this talent activates, your heart rate exceeds 400 beats per minute, and a massive amount of adrenaline floods your bloodstream. That allows you to see more clearly, react faster, and exert greater strength. Morin continued calmly. But it comes with side effects. In that state, you need to burn off the heat your body generates through intense activity. Otherwise, the excess heat will cause symptoms like loss of focus and accelerated blood flow. So that's why I thought it was anxiety. Wesley asked. Because the symptoms are similar. Yes, Morin replied. Before you are fully exposed to the reality of this world, you need to learn to control your talent. It's a talent no weaker than your father's. So what should I do? Wesley asked. Your father knows this better than I do, Morin said, turning to Carlos. After all, he's a master assassin. What Morin meant was, it wasn't that he couldn't perform the curved bullet shot. He was just respecting physicists everywhere and choosing not to demonstrate it. That's right. Absolutely not because he couldn't do it. Besides, he still had people to recruit and fires to pass on. How could he possibly have time to teach Wesley personally? At most, he'd observe Carlos's teaching, point out any mistakes in the curved bullet shot. And while he was at it, compare the repair fluid formula for flaws. And ultra-long distance precision sniping. Morin efficiently sorted through all the valuable skills in his mind. I will teach you. Wesley, Carlos said, pausing, still avoiding the word son. He was clearly uncomfortable. During this time, I will guide you on how to become a true assassin. Morin. Wearing the hat of a previous dynasty while serving the current one? How dare you? A Templar, Morin corrected, his expression dark. Oh right, a Templar. Carlos immediately amended. Seeing this exchange, Wesley felt something was very wrong. Recalling how Morin had explained the origins and fate of the Templar Order and the Fraternity of Assassins in the car. If I may ask. Wesley looked around the warehouse, which had clearly been tidied up in a rush. The unease in his chest deepened. Where are the other members of the Templar Order? Aren't they coming to meet us? Morin paused. If I'm being generous, the Templar Order currently has 3 members. Wesley stared, then pointed at Carlos, himself, and Morin. 3? And that's generous. Yes, Morin nodded. And if I'm being strict, you two are just recruits. I'm the only official Templar. Wesley would have found out eventually. Since he'd asked, there was no harm in saying it now. As for him running away. Once you're on my pirate ship, you think you can just leave? Wesley looked at Carlos. Carlos nodded heavily, saying nothing. Is it too late for me to go back now? Wesley finally asked. If you want to be captured by a group of assassins who'll torture you for our location, Morin said lightly, spreading his hands, delivering the lie so smoothly it required no preparation, then yes. Of course. Wesley felt despair sink in. So, the 3 of us are supposed to take down an organization with a 1,000-year history. Even knowing he couldn't leave, the idea still felt unreal. What were you thinking? Are you insane? We're also an organization with a 1,000-year history, Morin said with a smile. If you round it off, we're evenly matched. He patted Wesley on the shoulder. And even though there are only 3 of us now, I'm going to recruit more people, right? So for now, just accept your father's training. Relax. I won't send you on a suicide mission. With that, and with everything settled, Morin left the warehouse. He hadn't been joking. He really was going to recruit people. And in the process, he could also complete the assessment task he'd received from the Continental Hotel. If everything went smoothly. Then from this point on, Wesley would be someone Morin couldn't get rid of, even if he wanted to. Chapter 62, Chapter 18 Young man, think about what you're doing. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRiu right bracket. After Morin left, Carlos looked at Wesley, who had been staring at him the whole time, and felt a bit helpless. If you have questions, he said, just ask. I just feel like none of this is very reliable, Wesley thought for a moment before speaking. Why? Carlos picked up a gun from the table and began checking it as he spoke. Because what we're about to do feels impossible. Or because what we're doing now is nothing like what you imagined. Both, Wesley admitted, nodding hesitantly. As for what we're about to do, Carlos said calmly, I wouldn't have brought you into this if I wasn't confident. You think it's impossible, but in reality, the fraternity of assassins has fewer than 100 people now. Wesley. How did an organization with 2,000 years of history end up like this? Sensing his confusion, Carlos continued. Do you remember what I told you in the car about the fraternity's principles? Freedom, fate, and killing one to save thousands, Wesley recalled. Yes, Carlos said. Then you should understand how hard it is to stick to beliefs like that. Over the years, even though they won the war against the Templars, the assassins themselves paid a heavy price. With no enemies, there's no struggle. And without struggle, new blood dries up. He paused. That doesn't mean our task is easy. Even with fewer than 100 people, the Fraternity of Assassins is still one of the few organizations in the world you shouldn't provoke. Every assassin has strong combat ability and an assassin bloodline like ours. The difference is how long they can maintain it, and how strong the boost is. So no, it's not impossible, Carlos said. But it's far from easy. And we can still recruit people who believe in the assassin creed. All of that takes time. Carlos placed the gun back on the table. As for what we're doing now, I can guess what you're thinking, he continued. You probably imagined the world of killers like the movies. Open and flashy. Expensive cars. Beautiful women. Suits and sunglasses. Kill with a smile. Walk away clean. Carlos shook his head. Most people who think like that are idiots, Wesley. They don't survive to see tomorrow. There are a few who can reach that level, he admitted. But they're extremely rare. Even I wouldn't dare do that. Everything you want has to be earned, Carlos said evenly. That's why I never wanted to bring you into this world. You have to work 10 times harder than normal people. Sometimes 100 times harder. And you have to gamble your life just to become that 1 in a million master assassin. Your talent is strong, he said. But talent alone is nowhere near enough. You still need to train. Relentlessly. Just to reach what you imagine. Even you can't? Wesley asked, surprised. In his eyes, Carlos was already incredibly strong. I can't, Carlos replied without hesitation. If I could, I wouldn't be like this. If he truly had reached that level, he wouldn't have been so afraid for Wesley's safety that he never dared to appear in his life. Then, Wesley hesitated. What about Mr. Morin? Carlos remembered the moment Morin dodged a bullet fired from just a few meters away. The speed so fast that even with his assassin bloodline active, he hadn't been able to see it. The gun taken from his hand. The presence suddenly behind him. He's one of the few. Late at night. Inside a villa. Thump. Bang. A light click, followed by an unmasked gunshot, shattered the silence. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Fox was on high alert, staring at the man who had shot down her bullet and stopped her from killing her target. I'm very sorry, Morin said with a smile. But Fox, this man is my target. He glanced at the man who had been jolted awake and was now trembling, then knocked him out with a punch to keep him from interfering. You're not an assassin, Fox said, frowning. I've never seen you before. An assassin. Morin lifted the handgun in his hand, signaling her to stay calm, then sat down nearby. You mean the organization that claims to kill one to save thousands? Why would you think that? On the list Carlos had given him, there were both recent kills and upcoming targets. Fox's target was on that list. That was why Morin was here. Only someone with the strongest assassin bloodline could do what you just did, Fox said. She didn't lower her gun. You're not an assassin. So who are you? Me. Morin said casually. I'm just a killer. The man you were about to kill, was my target. A killer. Fox sneered. You look down on killers, Morin said with a smile. Why, Miss Fox? Aren't we the same? We're not, Fox said coldly. You kill for money. I kill for faith. To save the world. This pharmaceutical CEO is monopolizing drugs and pricing them beyond what ordinary people can afford. The loom of fate guided me, she said. Killing him is a good deed. And you? Fox shot back. You're here for his bounty. Take his head and leave, killer. For your pitiful reward. All I need is for him to die. She slowly stepped back, preparing to leave. I have to say, Morin said, pulling several documents from inside his coat. I deeply respect your faith and persistence. But sometimes, he continued calmly. Choosing the wrong target leads you to do the wrong thing. What do you mean? Fox frowned. My target is wrong? He's innocent? Impossible. If you're that sure, Morin said, raising the documents. Then you might want to take a look at these. Your investigation wasn't wrong, he added. You just stopped at the first layer. Maybe, Morin said quietly. You should look beneath it. And see what kind of truth is hiding there. Chapter 63, Chapter 19. Fox's face flushed, and her limbs went weak. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Hand pointing down. Hand pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/rioarariu right bracket. Fox hesitated briefly. Put the documents on the table. Of course. Morin placed the thick stack of documents on the table, then stepped back, making it clear he had no hostile intent. He was confident. These documents were more than enough to force Fox to stop and look for the truth. The Continental Hotel's assassins were spread across the globe, with branches in 12 major cities acting as the organization's core nodes. Beyond those branches, there were intelligence agencies, weapons suppliers, cleanup teams. All of them formed the threads connecting those 12 nodes. Taken together, the Continental Hotel resembled a massive net cast over the entire world. Even governments that knew of its existence didn't dare to act against it, allowing the assassins to operate freely. Among all its systems, the intelligence network was the most terrifying. With enough money, the Continental Hotel could probably find out what color underwear the Pope was wearing today. That was why the information Morin had obtained from the Continental Hotel was highly credible. But it also meant one thing. His plan still had a long way to go. According to my plan, the major powers of the world will unite and act decisively, no matter the cost, Morin thought. To reach that point, this still isn't enough. Morin wasn't a saint. If this job hadn't been tied to his payment, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to deal with the fraternity of assassins and the Continental Hotel, even if he had nothing better to do. So what was a Templar's job? After analyzing it, Morin reached a simple conclusion. To maintain order. It was a broad concept. But when applied to assassins, it narrowed naturally. And when combined with a world already teetering on the edge of collapse, Morin knew exactly what he had to do. If everything went according to plan, this would be his first job that could instantly break through the advanced level. Maybe even higher. That was why Morin moved slowly. Recruiting people one by one. Advancing step by step. He wasn't in a rush. First, caution. This time, his enemies weren't just individuals, but global powers and superpowered figures. No matter how strong Morin was, machine guns, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and missiles were still problems. If he got caught in concentrated fire and failed to react in time, he'd have no one to complain to. Second, control. Complete control. Only then could he cash in all at once. While Morin was reviewing his plan again, checking for flaws, Fox, still wary of him, finished reading the documents he had marked. The more she read, the shallower her breathing became. Her face flushed. Her limbs went weak. Something about that description felt a little off. In any case, through those documents, Fox realized things she had never considered before. Things she didn't want to believe. This is all a coincidence. Fox flung the documents aside and raised her gun at Morin. These are fake. You're deliberately trying to deceive me. Whether I'm deceiving you or not, Morin said calmly. I believe your heart has already made a basic judgment. His habitual smile faded. Morin was patient. But his patience wasn't endless. Now, he said evenly, put down the gun, Miss Fox, and let's talk. Let's talk about whether the fraternity's assassins have truly been acting for killing one to save thousands. And whether their actions really came from the guidance of fate. I'd rather verify it myself, Fox said coldly. She fired. Morin didn't even have a gun in his hand. Fox was confident. At this distance, Morin wouldn't have time to react. He should have been dead. But reality didn't follow expectations. Fox's judgment wasn't wrong. At this distance, even Carlos the master assassin wouldn't have been able to shoot down the bullet or dodge it. But Morin wasn't a master assassin. He was a superpowered individual. Clang. Fox's eyes widened. I used to work as an auto mechanic, Morin said calmly, holding a wrench. So carrying one around seems pretty normal, doesn't it? Fox's thoughts turned chaotic. She couldn't understand how the wrench had appeared in his hand. Or how he had so easily blocked and deflected her shot. It seems, Morin said as he slowly stood. That you don't intend to talk properly. In that case, I'll have to do something I didn't plan on doing. He walked toward her at an unhurried pace. Every bullet she fired was blocked in the short distance between them. When Fox finally panicked and tried to run, Morin threw the wrench. It struck her cleanly. She collapsed unconscious. I really don't like being rough with women, Morin muttered, turning to the man lying motionless on the bed. But she just won't listen. Mr. Eyre. No response. Mr. Eyre. 3 times, Morin said calmly. If you don't wake up now, I'll have to use more direct methods. He picked up Fox and tossed her aside. Those methods tend to be rough. I am awake. Eyre shot upright immediately. I have money. I can give you all of it. I don't want your money, Morin said, shaking his head. And relax. I'm not here for your life. Then. Eyre exhaled sharply. What are you here for? For what you've done, Morin replied. Everyone wants a monopoly. But raising prices too high isn't appropriate. You're already making a profit. Why push it so far that people start to resent and hate you? You mean? Eyre hesitated. Your prices are high, Morin said, patting his shoulder. But compared to others selling garbage, you still have some principles. Picking the best of a bad bunch. Even if I killed you, someone else would replace you. So I'd rather keep you alive. Of course, Morin added. That depends on one condition. I'll do it. Eyre blurted out. I'll lower the prices immediately. Lower them to a reasonable level, Morin said with a smile. A bit higher is fine. Everyone has to make a living. He picked up Fox and headed for the door.